on LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Friday, the 17th of December. It'll go down in history, this one, because the result of the North Shropshire by-election expected very soon. The Queen sets an example by calling off her Christmas party. Mind you, I mean, would you really want to sit down for... What do they talk about, for goodness sake? I've got no idea. BBC put on more repeats over Christmas than at any other time. Katie Price finally apologises, but turns out she owes thousands to the court. They've just added another 300 quid to it. She owes about £8,000, and yet she can manage to afford holidays. How lovely. Mark Labatt uses a ton of weight. The homeowner who wanted to sell his house, but he had a tree in the way. So he cut it down, thinking he could get a very quick sale for the house. Well, he's obviously a complete and utter buffoon, because the tree was protected. He's just been fined £80,000. That'll teach you. 600 bookings cancelled at Tom Kerridge's restaurant in 6 days, and the lottery winner still dragging out her 5 seconds of fame. How boring. The law chiefs considering the complaint sentence of Star Hobson's mother to be too lenient. Plus, all parents cheat at board games to beat the kids at Christmas. I do love a board game at Christmas. And David Walliams admits that 2022 show could be axed for Britain's Got Talent. And the winner of MasterChef, a guy called Dan, is vowed to celebrate with wine, a bucket of chicken and a jigsaw. Gets more boring by the day, that programme, doesn't it? And Jeremy Clarkson's souvenirs have gone too far. The locals are up in arms. Up in arms, they really are. Anyway, the result, as you now know, of the North Shropshire, I've moved it successfully, by-election expected very soon. LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood must be at the end of his tether, I should imagine. It seems to have been there for ages and a day. Morning, Theo.
Good morning, Steve. We're still going here at Shrewsbury Leisure Centre. We're expecting the result any moment now, and of course it's going to be, we understand, a confirmation that the Liberal Democrat candidate Helen Morgan has been confirmed as the new MP for North Shropshire, replacing Owen Paterson, overturning a majority of 23,000 in the process. Of course, many voters here, we understand, to have been very angry about the handling of the Owen Paterson scandal. Of course, he was found to have been guilty of an egregious breach of lobbying. The Prime Minister stood by him and then, of course, had to abandon Owen Paterson in the face of public outrage at the way he'd been paid hundreds of thousands of pounds by companies to lobby ministers on their behalf. Now, Helen Morgan is a local accountant. She lives in Harmers Hill, and she's also a parish councillor. When she contested this seat in the 2019 general election, Steve, she just mustered around 5,000 votes. She came third, and now she's overturned the majority. Labour were nowhere in this by-election. She fought on an anti-corruption, anti-sleaze ticket for the Liberal Democrats, and her campaign team, and she has managed to do what many people thought was simply unthinkable and win here in North Shropshire. Now, this isn't Chesham and Amersham. This is not a constituency, a part of the country that voted to remain in the European Union. This is Tory heartland country. It's rural. It voted overwhelmingly to leave the European Union back in 2016 in that Brexit referendum. This should not be a part of the country the Liberal Democrats can become victorious in. Nevertheless, Helen Morgan appears to have done that. It became clear at about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock this morning that simply the number of votes, number of people voting for the Liberal Democrats was too high for the Tories to simply overcome. Too many people had abandoned Boris Johnson's party and had decided to give the Lib Dems a shot. And now there will be questions for Boris Johnson about his leadership and about whether other Tory MPs who are in far more marginal constituencies than this one. This is the 76th safest Tory seat, so the vast majority of Tory MPs sit on much more slender majorities, and they'll be scratching their heads thinking, is Boris Johnson the electoral asset that we thought he was, that won us that stonking majority in 2019, or is he now becoming something of a liability? I was speaking to Edward Timpson, former minister, MP for neighbouring Eddisbury, and he was telling me the Tories have got to somehow put all the scandals about the parties, the quiz nights, the pizzas, the canapes. They need to put all of that behind them and get back onto that agenda from the 2019 election, on which they accrued an 80-seat Commons majority, because the feeling is that if they don't, then they could be in real trouble at the next election.
Yeah, why does it take them so long to do these announcements? And for God's sake, it's gone 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, there are various different circumstances. North Shropshire is incredibly rural, so it got off to a slow start because the ballot boxes have to come in from church halls, post offices, school classrooms, right across. It's a large constituency geographically, and it took. We didn't get counting and verification of the votes. Didn't really get underway until gone midnight. Yeah. So it's a slow start, and then of course the votes. It's quite a tightly contested election, although.
Oh, blimey! You sort of faded out for me. In fact, that sounded like the line just died, didn't it? It just sort of went, oh. So I tell you what we'll do. We will come back to Theo as soon as the results come in. And we think we know what the results are, but we need to have it verified. But as I say, trying to get a minicab in North Shropshire at this time of the morning to bring the ballot boxes in to count these things obviously is a little bit difficult. So we'll check in with Theo again. Probably, well, I mean, he will normally phone us and sort of say, this is the situation. I don't know where he gets his strength from, poor boy. I think he's sometimes on autopilot. I always get these things, don't I? Isn't it funny? Steve Allen, that political animal, now sort of telling. Normally we do sort of Kerry Katona and Jordan, but obviously far more important in North Yorkshire. I mean, obviously the people of North Shropshire, I don't know why I keep saying Yorkshire, have decided that after 200 years of Toriness, and the Labour Party, nothing. I mean, they just don't even get a look in now, do they? Now, whether or not this is down to Keir Starmer, I've got no idea. And people going, the Labour Party, because they always used to be the party that was something to be reckoned with, but it doesn't seem so, does it? Adam Woodyat in the paper today branding Naughty Boy a lazy teenager. He's over 40, I think he's about 46, isn't he, Naughty Boy? But he's disappeared completely. And how much do Arsenal fans have to pay for burger and chips? This is the important thing. A £5 for burger and chips at Arsenal? You must be joking. Best part of £18. That's what they charge at Arsenal. Rip off. That's what I mean. Honestly, you're a football fan. You've paid through the nose for something, and somebody's got the audacity to charge 18 quid for burger. What is it? Gold or something? Is there something the matter with it? Can't believe it. Comedio Jethro, remember, who died the other day of COVID? Had about 3 million quid in the bank. Doesn't take them long, does it, to sort of come up with things like that? How they know, I've got no idea. And the Emmerdale actors who've clashed online over the wearing of COVID masks. Well, what did we get the other day? 90,000 people went down with COVID. I mean, I'm sick to death of these stupid people who refuse to wear a mask. I really am. I saw a bus going past me again this morning. And there were loads of people on there all chatting away. No masks on. So good luck getting through Christmas. Good luck. Lad Baby up to their 4th number 1. And Kim Jong-un, remember him, has publicly executed 7 people for viewing pop music videos. Apparently you can't do that if you live in North Korea. They don't like it at all, so he's publicly executed people. He really is mad as a broomstick, isn't he? Even worse. Catherine Tildesley, she's a bit of an attention seeker, Catherine Tildesley. She used to be in Corrie. And then she sort of left Corrie, and then it all sort of went a bit pear-shaped. And now she's appearing on The Weakest Link. She told of her terror at appearing on it. Why don't you just get on with your career, love, and stop droning on about boring things, which, you're very lucky to be earning money like that for basically proving to us how dim you are. That's what it comes down to. Nobody's particularly interested. Somebody was complaining as well that all the people on the Full Monty, they're on 10 grand for doing it. And somebody said, this is supposed to be for charity. Why are they charging? The answer is, it's not that they're charging, it's that there's a fee for it. You don't think they're going to stand there and take their clothes off, unless you're Duncan James, and he's taken his clothes off loads of times before. Found him naked all over the place, hardly worth bothering with. The Archbishop of Canterbury has been told to isolate. He got pinged. And Harrods are kicking off today their Boxing Day sale. When you've got to Christmas and they're doing their Boxing Day sale today, obviously assuming that by the time you get to Boxing Day, we're going to be in lockdown. We'll wait and see. Result very soon, very soon. It's imminent. Back after this.
LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
4:15, the results are about to be declared in the North Shropshire by-election, and let's go straight over there now.
Accept the applause, no doubt, from her supporters.
Oh no, then they're not ready yet. They're not. We thought they were ready, but North Yorkshire. Why do I keep calling it North Yorkshire? I'm just used to calling it Shropshire, not North Shropshire. But they were waiting for the results to come in. It's imminent. How many more times do you have to hear that on the programme? And then after we've done that, turnout 46%, by the way, which is down on the last time, but up on the time before that. So it's high for a by-election. I always find it amazing that you can't get people out for a by-election. I mean, in theory, it should be 100% turnout. Why would you not want to do it? And they just get, well, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And then after we've had the results and we'll hear them, then we'll cross over live to Theo and he can do the analysis for us. But they must be exhausted up there because they've been waiting all night for this, and then it comes in and it's sort of slow, and then they've got to get in, as Theo said, all of the results because they're coming in from all over North Shropshire, and they've got to get them there. Then they've got to empty the boxes, and then they've got to start counting the blooming things. But bit of a victory for the Lib Dems, the Labour Party. Not worth bothering with, I'm afraid, at the moment. And because, have you noticed, every day, and I've noticed it more and more often, there's some disaster going on, either with the government or with the Labour Party or with... so we can go there now. We think they're about ready to announce.
I, Tim Collard, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the North Shropshire constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Akers-Smith Suzanne, commonly known as Akers-Smith Susie, Independent, 95. Allen Andrea Christabel, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 378. Miles Andrew Philip, commonly known as Bean Bunged Boris, Rejoin EU, 58. Daubney Martin Edward, the Reclaim Party, 375. Dean Russell Fraser, the Party, 19. Elliot James Alexander, Heritage Party, 79. Hope Allen, commonly known as Hope Howling Lord, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 118. Jesse Earl Elvis Philippe, Freedom Alliance, the Real Alternative, 57. Kenwood Yolande Ann, 3. Kerr Duncan Alistair, Green Party, 1,738. Morgan Helen Margaret Lillian, Liberal Democrats, 17,957. Shastri Hurst Neil, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,032. Walmsley, Kirsty Rebecca, Reform UK, 1,427. And finally, Wood, Benjamin Thomas, commonly known as Wood Ben, Labour Party, 3,686.
Well, there you go. There are the results in. The interesting thing is Labour, 3,686, Conservatives, 12,052. The last time they had a majority of 23,000, and the Lib Dems practically 18,000. So the Lib Dem majority of nearly 6,000. Let's cross to Theo Usherwood, shall we, who's been waiting patiently through all of that. At least we got you back, Theo.
It wasn't even a close result in the end, was it,
No.
Steve?
No.
Lib Dem Helen Morgan getting 17,957 votes to the Conservatives Neil Shastrey-Hurst's 12,032 votes. My quick maths puts that as a majority. A Lib Dem win, of course, and a majority of 5,925 votes. A poor result for Labour. They came in third place with just over 3,000 votes, but the Lib Dems, as you could hear the cheering when Helen Morgan's result was read out, absolutely delighted. And it is a remarkable swing from the Conservatives. They had a majority of 23,000 going into this by-election. Now they're facing a deficit of nearly
Theo,
6,000.
can I just interrupt you quickly? Helen Morgan is just about to speak.
Okay.
Let's quickly cross to her.
My heart for your love and support. I'd also like to thank my election agent, Chris Lovell-Morgan, my incredible campaign team, the Shropshire Liberal Democrats, and the thousands of Liberal Democrat campaigners who answered our party's call. Your amazing efforts have delivered a gift of hope to our country just in time for Christmas. Tonight, the people of North Shropshire have spoken on behalf of the British people. They've said loudly and clearly, Boris Johnson, the party is over. Your government, run on lies and bluster, will be held accountable. It will be scrutinised, it will be challenged, and it can and will be defeated. Across the country, the Liberal Democrats are taking on the Conservatives and winning. In rural Shropshire today, just like in Buckinghamshire in June, we have won the support of the people who have always voted Conservative and people who have always opposed them. Thousands of lifelong Conservative voters dismayed by Boris Johnson's lack of decency and fed up with being taken for granted. And thousands of lifelong Labour voters choosing to lend their votes to the candidate who can defeat the Conservatives. People who believe that our politics should be about creating a better country for us all, not a nightly soap opera of calamity and chaos. All of them casting their ballots for the Liberal Democrats. And let me say specifically to all those Labour supporters who lent their votes today, thank you. You have shown tonight that together we can defeat the Conservatives, not with deals behind closed doors, but with common sense at the ballot box. These are testing times for our country. Our NHS, as we know too well here in Shropshire, is teetering on the brink. Our rural economy is in a precarious state with people's livelihoods at risk. Our country is crying out for leadership. Mr Johnson, you're no leader. Many of your predecessors took office because they believed in a sense of national service, that they were duty-bound to do what they believed is right for our country, to represent all of us, even if we disagreed with them. Mr Johnson, this is not how you operate. Too often it is all about you and never about us. Instead of taking action to help Shropshire's NHS, you spend time seeking questionable donations to refurbish your flat. Instead of taking action to support Shropshire's farmers, you spend your time misleading the nation on how you and your office partied during lockdown. Tonight, the people of North Shropshire have said enough is enough. They have said that you are unfit to lead and that they want a change. I want to pay tribute tonight to my party leader, Ed Davey. Ed, thanks to you, it is the Liberal Democrats who are opposing Boris Johnson's government and winning. From Cheshire and Amersham to North Shropshire, you lead our campaigns from the front. I want to thank you personally for the support you've given me over the last few weeks. Whether it is on the streets of Whitchurch or Wem, Oswestry, Ellesmere or Market Drayton, you have led the charge for change. Finally, thank you most of all to the people of North Shropshire, not just for your support throughout this campaign, not just for putting your faith in me to be your champion in Parliament, but for all the hard work and sacrifices you have made over the past 2 years to get our communities through this awful pandemic. I will never take it for granted. My priorities are your priorities. Improving our local ambulance service, GPs and hospitals, supporting our farmers and defending our rural way of life, helping our communities through this new wave of COVID. As your MP, I promise I will work for you and only you. I will always put local people and our communities first. Whether you supported me or supported someone else, I want to let you know that I am here to represent you and stand up for everyone in North Shropshire. Thank you.
There you go, that's Helen Morgan. So back with Theo. Theo, she must have written that before they knew she'd won.
It was written some time before she won. And reading between the lines of that speech, I'm not sure that Helen Morgan wrote that speech entirely by herself. It did strike me from listening to what she had to say, and this might sound a little bit uncharitable, as though it had been written by somebody in Lib Dem HQ. Of course, this is a remarkable victory, and of course, this is one victory that, despite Ed Davey, the Liberal Democrat leader, being in self-isolation because he's been unfortunately diagnosed with COVID-19, the Liberal Democrats will be keen to capitalise on, and of course, the narrative that Helen Morgan is of her speech is that this is all about the failure of Boris Johnson, the failure of his government, the fact that he has been caught lying, according to Helen Morgan, and that she's now going to go into Parliament as a Liberal Democrat, as a new Liberal Democrat MP, and hold him to account. I think one of the most interesting parts of the speech was when she thanked Labour supporters, Labour voters, for their support in this by-election, alluding to the fact that despite resistance towards what might be termed as a coalition on the left, that actually voters, when they're presented with an opportunity to vote for the candidate most likely to win, who is on the left, are able to actually work out who is in the best position to win. And she was she spoke specifically about the fact that, of course, thanking Labour voters for actually for realising, in her view, that the Labour candidate Ben Wood didn't have a chance of winning this by-election, and if they wanted to return somebody who was not a Conservative, then the only way to do that was to coalesce around one candidate, and in this case, it was her, and what she had to offer as a Liberal Democrat. Now, of course, Ed Davey, as I said, was in isolation. We are expecting a rally tomorrow from the Liberal Democrats in the constituency. It's a rural constituency, and we're expecting a number of senior figures within the party to travel up to North Shropshire to congratulate Helen Morgan, but also to thank all of the local councillors, all the local members in the party for going out day after day, knocking on doors, delivering leaflets and persuading people to vote for their candidates. So this is a story that Steve is here right now in Shropshire, but after that rally is going to return to Westminster very quickly. I've just seen Ed Timpson, the Conservative former minister, the MP for Edinburgh, leaving very quickly, and the focus is now going to be on the ramifications of this result for Boris Johnson and the nervousness within the Conservative Party, particularly the Parliamentary Party, about his leadership. Now, the one thing that Boris Johnson does have going for him, Steve, is the fact that MPs are now on their holidays. They're not in Parliament. They're not meeting in the tea rooms. They're not having impromptu chats with one another in the corridors of Parliament. And that does offer some respite from Boris Johnson, who might otherwise have been fearing some sort of organisation, possibly even some plotting about what to do next from the Parliament, from the Conservative Party's point of view.
Absolutely. Theo, I'll leave it there because I've got to take a break for the news, and I know that you need a little bit of rest because you're going to be with Nick Ferrari on breakfast and working. I don't know where you get your energy from, seriously.
I do my best, Steve. I'll get a short short nap, and then I'll be back with you or Nick in a couple of hours or so.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sorry to hear about Ed Davey, because I used to use Ed Davey on my programme. We used to do a round table with all the MPs, and so Ed used to come in when we were in another building, and I would do, surprisingly, a round table with the MPs. So I'm sorry to hear that he's not very well at the moment.
Stay with me. Helen Morgan said, hello, quick word for LBC. How does it feel to be an MP? You just become an MP.
Sorry, guys, can we
Helen, can we just get a comment for Radio Shropshire, please?
Radio Shropshire? What's that?
Hamblesby have this just placed in me. Thanks, Helen. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
I don't know if you caught that.
I was more disappointed, Theo, that she was interested in Radio Shropshire, whatever that is.
Well, it's the local radio station, and yes, maybe Radio Shropshire is. She wants to speak to all those people who live in North Shropshire who, of course, voted for her.
Well, very shortly she's going to be leaving there and coming back down to London to be an MP in London. But we'll catch you a little bit later, shall we?
Yes, absolutely. I'll be here.
Excellent. Thank you, Theo, very much indeed. Theo Usherwood. So Helen Morgan, the new Lib Dem MP for North Shropshire, with a majority of nearly 6,000. More coverage on LBC on that huge loss for the Conservatives throughout the morning.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve. They're as mad as a box of frogs. Why are they clapping somebody who got 19 votes? Well, I think they're probably tired. I should imagine they're probably very tired and very exhausted. A bit like poor old Theo Usherwood, honestly. I don't know where he gets his strength from, because he's going to be with me a little bit later on, just for the end of the programme this morning, just to bring it up to date for all those people who are there, because they must be very excited in North Shropshire, and Helen Morgan must be particularly excited, and the Conservatives must be feeling a bit devastated, and the Labour Party must have given up. And I don't know whether or not the Labour Party, because we were talking about this, and we don't do a political programme, as you know. We'll reflect something that's in the newspapers, but in theory, I leave that to the big heavyweight boys. I'm light-ent. I can talk about Katie Price and Kerry Katona and people like that, and Daniela Westbrook, but I certainly can't discuss politics. Although we've done more political programmes over the years than anybody else. We used to do a round table with Ed Davey and Steve Pound and loads of other people used to come in, and we'd sit down and we'd do an hour pre-recorded programme. They would come straight from the House of Commons, and about 9-10 o'clock at night we'd sit down and have a round table. We'd give them, cups of coffee to keep them going, and it was very interesting. I'm very disappointed to hear that Ed Davey's not very well at the moment. He's got he's down with COVID, which appears to be sort of striking just about everybody at the moment, which is not good. 1 week until the bell rings. Because it's 1 week till the bell rings, and when the bell rings, an angel gets its wings, and that's what happens. You never see the film, that's what happens. Yeah, an angel gets its wings every time you hear a bell ring, and that was in It's a Wonderful Life, which is lovely. So we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Happy birthday to the Pope today. He won't know I've mentioned that, but I feel let's face it, he's the nearest. I think he's a spiker. I think he'll be sitting there in his pontiff's robes, going in the Vatican City, going, do you know, there's nothing on this Italian radio. But wait a minute, we've got this bloke Steve Allen in London. I would like to think that the Pope listened. He's 85. I mean, goodness sake, in fact, we're targeting the Pope. You won't know anybody we're talking about, but I'm definitely going for him. And Paula Radcliffe's birthday today. The police stopped a drunk driver the other day. He was on his way to an AA meeting. I mean, you can't make these things up, can you? You do your best. And Bruce Springsteen has sold the rights to his music. They all do it. David Bowie did it. Dusty Springfield did. Loads of people sold the rights to their music. In fact, at one point, the Beatles songs were all owned by Michael Jackson. He bought Northern Songs, and with it came the Beatles catalogue, which Paul McCartney then bought back again. But Bruce Springsteen has sold the rights to all his music for $500 million. Which is about £386 million. And I don't know why. I don't know what he's going to do with the money. So I don't know who owns Elvis's stuff. I don't know. I should imagine it's tied up with legalese. Because I don't think Elvis wrote anything. I don't think, most of his stuff was sort of cover. I think I was in a land of cotton. Old times there were not forgotten. Look away. So that's Sony. Still Sony. That must be worth a bit. Because bearing in mind, all the radio stations around the world, every time they play a song, they have to write it down. They have to list it. And it was, what was it, some years ago, 10, 15 years ago, Paul McCartney, for sales in Africa, got nearly £20 million. Overstreet record plays. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? That's how they make their money. That's why George Michael made so much money. So much money. So, I mean, I don't know how much he actually gets in royalty. I don't know how much Paul McCartney gets. I wouldn't like to imagine. Must be quite a lot. Must be quite a lot, because it's given him. But as I've said to you before, it's lovely earning the money, but you can't take it with you. If Paul McCartney drops dead tomorrow, his money is distributed in his will, and I don't know how he would distribute it. But I think he always said he sort of wanted his kids to work, so they learnt the true value of money. It's not a case of sitting back. And I think he's brought them up right. How many $1 million was Paul McCartney worth? Oh, a year in royalties. Oh, 36 million a year. 40 million. I'm very good on my guessing, aren't I? Yeah, rounded up, I should imagine. 40 million. 40 million. But Jan Moyer's column today in the paper is very interesting. She talks about Katie Price and says if she was really remorseful, she'd beg to be locked up. And as I say, she was fined the other day. I loved the Loose Women the other day. They were all defending her, saying, she's not a bad person. I thought, she's been banned from driving because she was drunk 6 times. This isn't just once or twice. This is, and as she owes the court still just under £8,000, and yet still manages to take holidays and go away for a cosmetic surgery and everything. And I'm thinking, are you taking the Michael? Nearly said a rude word. It's a case of, no, she needs to be taught a lesson. If we have to take her off the roads for 2 years, good. But as she's bankrupt, how's she going to afford to get around? Perhaps her little boyfriend will be driving her around, and they might get married or they might not. Not that anybody really gives her stuff anymore. She's not a bad person. She's just out of control. She has no thoughts about really what could have happened. She turns a car. She could have been killed herself, turning a car over. I don't know many people who survive things like that. And even the children must be going, you need to really get some medical help. And the family have said, she's had a bad time. I thought, yeah, but it's all self-inflicted. It's got nothing to do with us. But to hear the Loose Women defending a drunk driver when people must be watching Loose Women going, but wait a minute, we lost my mother, my father, my children through a drunk driver. It's impossible to defend. Impossible to defend. Paul O'Grady suggests he might step down from show business. He said that he is looking forward to retiring. I don't think he'll ever retire properly. But they did a programme on Ronnie Corbett the other day, and it was very good on the television, and it was very interesting because Ronnie Barker goes on the Wogan show, and the first thing he says on a live Wogan show, and very rarely were they live, these programmes, he said, this is my last appearance that you'll see me walking on as a professional comedian and actor. He said, I'm retiring. And that was nearly 6 years since Ronnie Corbett died. He came in this building, and there's a list that goes out when you've got celebrities coming in, and 2 of the salesmen had seen it, and they came up to me and they said, can we meet Ronnie Corbett? And I said, well, I should imagine so, yeah, but you can't sort of dominate him because he's coming in. You're not allowed to touch him. You can't take him home as a trophy or something like that. But they were so thrilled to actually meet Ronnie Corbett, who was seen as an actor by David Frost and then put with Ronnie Barker. And the reason that Ronnie Barker and Ronnie Corbett got a show called The Two Ronnies was that they went to an awards ceremony hosted by David Frost, who was very powerful in television. And all of a sudden the cameras broke. And so in a packed London Palladium, somebody said, listen, can you two improvise something? They improvised for 20 minutes. The BBC were watching and they went, give them a show. And they were very good. They learnt everything. They learnt their scripts. They came in. They were word perfect. They were very, very good. And that's why they were so successful. What have we got? Kim Jong-un publicly executed 7 people for viewing pop music videos. Because he's such a miserable little so-and-so, isn't he? He probably doesn't know that. But there you go. The streets, they are deserted. So the debate is, want to go to the pub with your mates or spend Christmas with the in-laws? Mind you, I'm not totally convinced the pubs will be open for much longer. I have a feeling they actually could be the next ones on the list. Archbishop of Canterbury told to isolate after pinging. And Prince William's ideal Christmas, the film Elf, eating sprouts and a Villa victory. You'd think they'd come up with something better, like, found... Hello? Oh, not again. Henry's back in again. They had another party yesterday to go to. I think it was... I have a sneaking feeling it was David Buick. Was it David Buick's party? Yes, I thought so. Is Connor still here? Oh, right. No, he wasn't here when I arrived, no. I mean, to be honest with you, he might have sort of dug a hole for himself and thrown himself in it. He does normally run around the building. I mean, Guy was looking a bit fragile yesterday, I noticed. Have I? Yes, I've got Guy next week. Is it? It's not call him what? He's the hairiest man ever. He's got hair sprouting from places I didn't know you could grow. Seriously, I mean, I think I might have to bring in a Gillette Lady Shave on Christmas Day. Have a quick go at him. Looks a bit like Christina Onassis. Joan Rivers used to do jokes about Christina Onassis and say she was so hairy. And Shropshire, we love the Shropshire references this morning. We were so excited. It's a long time since we've taken the mickey out of Shropshire, but we could hear that. Oh, are you doing an interview with Radio Shropshire? And they're going, oh, we've got an interview to do. Somebody got a wind-up gramophone or something, and we can do something like that. That'll be exciting. Record number of jabs in a day. Please get a jab. I mean, you'd be a fool not to. An absolute fool not to. And unexpected morons in the bagging area. You're going to love this one this morning. Lad Baby, as I say, are up for the 4th number 1. We built this city on sausage rolls. The winner of MasterChef is a guy called Dan. But somebody's complained about one of these cooking programs saying vegetarians aren't catered enough. Go away. Go away now. You don't have to have everything your own way. Stop being so selfish. Goodness sake, if there were millions and millions of you, I could understand it. But there's only 3 of you in the country. Heavens above, and they want, we want more representation of vegetarianism. Well, put together a format and submit it. I'm sure it'll do really, really well. Really well. So it's MasterChef's been roasted by the veggies for serving up too much meat and fish. Well, that's what the majority of people eat in this country. I'm sorry, I can only point it out to you. I'm sure you're really healthy and lovely and wonderful people, but, it's not going to happen, is it? There's another nasty person in the paper today. This is a drunk who comes back from the pub. She's had a row with her boyfriend. They live on the 3rd floor of a block of flats. He says, I'm going. She says, well, go. And then she threw his dog out the window from a 3rd floor. The dog died instantly as it hit the pavement. I mean, I'll tell you who she is a bit later on. People like this should be locked up. Seriously, I have no time for people at all. Harrods kicking off their Boxing Day sale. I think they're doing it in anticipation of shops going into a lockdown. We don't know. I'm merely guessing. Wales have introduced, as you know, the new coronavirus restrictions, social distancing and closure of nightclubs from the 27th of December. Didn't know they had nightclubs in Welsh Wales. I didn't know. But they're going to do it, and if they're going to do it, everybody else is going to follow on, aren't they? I mean, London is going to go quiet. I was talking to my driver, Jerry, this morning, because he was asking about Dale and a nightclub that they used to go to. In Tottenham called Charlie Brown's years ago. And he said, did Dale work there as a DJ? I said, yeah, he did. In fact, in his biography, there was a picture of me and Dale in Charlie Brown's nightclub, me with my shirt undone. I think it might... I'm not going to put it on Twitter. Absolutely not. But there is a picture of me standing next to him when we were much younger people. And I had the body to die for. In other words, if you saw my body, you die. It was as simple as that. The curtains are falling again on the West End. There's a lot of shows that if somebody goes down with COVID, they close the show for a few days, which is not so good. What else we got? Mark Lebet has lost a ton of weight again. Sounds like he's going to be bringing out a diet video, doesn't it, really? There's going to be something like that. And the lottery winner, dragging out her 5 seconds of fame. She was very young when she won it, but by God, have we been bored since. Jane Park, her name is. She only won £1 million, and then she tried to sue Camelot because she said somebody as young as her shouldn't have been allowed to win the money. But anyway, she was in a bar, and she got the bar owner's name tattooed on her bottom so she could get free drinks. That's how desperate life has become. Poor soul.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 17th of December. Welcome to... Oh, God, it's getting really close now, isn't it? So, Arsenal fans, 18 quid for a burger and chips. Somebody's ripping you off. 18 quid for football fans who pay through the nose for their seats anyway. God in heaven. They're still waiting for a response back from Arsenal to find out why somebody's charging 18 quid for... I would expect, even if I was sitting in a restaurant, I wouldn't expect to pay 18 quid for a burger and chips. Thank you very much indeed, Arsenal. I mean, perhaps they don't own the franchise for the people selling it. I mean, the worst thing is ordering a burger and chips. Chips are extra. And also, the producer, as you know, has been out to various, festivals and things like that where they rip you off royally. Which really annoys me, If I was an Arsenal fan, I'd be going, I tell you what, stick it. Stick it. If I was an Arsenal fan, luckily I'm not an Arsenal fan. 18 quid for burger and chips. Blimey, you could go to McDonald's and get, loads of chips and fries and I don't know. Kevin the Milkman says, how can vegetarians have a cookery competition on TV? There's only so many variations on nut cutlets anybody can do. I know. I don't know. They're so greedy, aren't they, vegetarians? They expect you to cook for them, when they come around your house. As far as I'm concerned, we're having steak and you're having steak. If you don't want it, you'll have to go somewhere else. Can't believe it. David says, I know why you keep saying North Yorkshire. Because both North Yorkshire and North Shropshire have very similar demographics. Both are filled with Tory voting retired stockbrokers. Yes. Well, North Shropshire has just paid the price for that one. Just paid the price. Not many Tory voters up there now. And you're right, they are all mainly retired. Steve, I thought Boris Johnson had quit. Would have been great for us all. He won't quit. He won't quit. There's no chance he's going to quit. I'd put money on that. Definitely put money on it. There's no chance that he's ever going to quit. The only way he's going to quit is if somebody offers him a huge amount of money and he goes and sort of does something else. So I'm just opening my Christmas cards, which is very, very lovely. I shan't bother. One here from Sandy from Kensington says, as a former journalist, I worked for years for the Evening Standard alongside Janet Street Porter and Paul Callan when you started at LBC. And it's nice. And so when Eddie Mayer joined, the perfection was complete. It is true, actually. It is true. It is true. So thank you very much indeed. I spent 25 years frequenting Joe Allen's with Biggins. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Very interesting writing and posh paper. But thank you very much indeed for the Christmas card. And I got another one which had some little goodies in it from Natalie, including some hot chocolate, which comes with... Oh, don't get too excited, Joe. It's hot chocolate, Malteser hot chocolate, and it comes with little... what do they call those things that you put on it? Marshmallows, little tiny marshmallows and everything else. Cynthia and Terry, thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, thank you very much for being yourself with your forthright views. Oh, right. Wow. Forthright views. I love that, actually. Sorry? It's the boss writing in. He always writes under another name because otherwise he'd never get mentioned, poor soul. So the papers. Senior Tories lining up to take aim at Chris Whitty. Pulse is racing. But at a gardening's cutting edge, people are talking about gardening. I love gardening. I don't like doing it, but I like the end result, which is very pretty. And as our city centres return to ghost towns, I've got a picture of Liverpool city centre completely deserted, normally packed with drinkers after work. But not anymore. Not anymore. Party Bus UK has seen Christmas bookings worth more than £100,000 cancelled. Just 16 went ahead this month. Because people are not risking it. Some people are risking it. But, Chef Dave Critchley said the move to Plan B restrictions led to £18,000 worth of cancellations. It's going to affect a lot of people. Apparently, Roger says at McDonald's you get 3 Big Macs and fries for under 18 quid. I can't believe that you would go to a football match where I think you're ripped off anyway. And then you sort of get charged 18 quid for a burger and chips. Bill says you're a very good political correspondent. I have actually done 3 elections and about 4 budgets. You can't bring your own food in, can you? No, that's why. Whenever you go to festivals, they confiscate everything off you. And that would really, even water, because they're rip-off merchants. That's what they are. They deserve to suffer, these people. I think it's absolutely scandalous. My resident baker in Walthamstow, how funny was that Radio Shropshire? I think you'd find it was Charlie Chan's, not Charlie Brown's. No, it was Charlie Brown's. Used to be under the dog track in Walthamstow. No, it was Charlie Brown's, and it was in Tottenham. God, blimey, honestly. You should know I'm never wrong. It's in Dale's book. Hello. I went there. Never worked there. I've just listened to Lad Baby's Christmas song. All I could say is wow, 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 wow. It's amazing. Apparently $8.50 for a burger at West Ham, no chips, and it was the smallest burger you've seen, called Big Fat Katsu, complete rip-off. But when you're caught, went inside, says Paul in Aldershot. Well, you've got nowhere else to go. You've got nowhere else to go. You know. Did you get your licorice sticks? I didn't. Where did I go yesterday? I can't remember where I went, actually. It must have been very exciting, because I went there. And I can't remember. Did I go to a garden centre? I can't remember where I went yesterday. I did go to Costco. Yes, I did go to Costco. Which was quite easy, actually. Tara says, I couldn't be happier at the moment. The bloke returning tomorrow, our little girl snuggled up to me, you on the radio, and Christmas approaching with the possibility of the 1922 committee ousting the buffoon. If only Theo would get some sleep. And we all got pigs in blankets. Well, Theo will get an hour and a half, and then he's back with me again, Paul. So I don't know how he copes, really, honestly. But he loves doing it. And pigs in blankets, yes, please. Yes, please. Steve, food in football stadiums is disgusting and expensive because the game's moved on. The middle class are dominant. They've got more money than sense, says John in Smithfield. Steve, would you let Brooklyn Beckham cook you a Christmas dinner? He can't cook. He can only make a sandwich and pasta. That's how he wouldn't have the faintest idea to cook anything. I mean, seriously, you don't think he's got anything because he's talented, do you? He couldn't even make coffee or take photographs. What poor hope for the poor boy, but he has got loads of tattoos, which is good. Phil says, heading home from the North Sea, later for Christmas and New Year, 1 hour helicopter ride, followed by a 5-hour drive home from Aberdeen. Oh, God. 5 hours in a car. That's a bit of a naff thing, isn't it, really? But a helicopter ride, I quite like that idea, but I'm a bit frightened by helicopters. I don't know why. I'm just, I've seen them taking off from these oil rigs and everything else, and I thought, oh, that's nice, isn't it? And I thought, no. Mind you, I don't want to be a wuss like Gemma Collins. She got in one, didn't she, on, was it some programme she was doing? I can't go. And I thought, you drip. Honestly, she's all a bit fraudy, a bit fake. So, ghost towns everywhere. I think Piccadilly Circus is going to be like that. I've just got a feeling. But I am pleased to tell you that it's still busy outside here. There's a bar next door to us. It's open till 3 a.m, full of people. Mainly tourists, I suspect, or foreign students, because they don't. I've listened to them talking, and I've thought they don't sound, because most British people are going, you must be having a laugh. Used to be a gay bar as well. That used to be a gay bar. It's quite large. You see that all of them when they turn them all out at 3 a.m, and they all just hang around. You think, what do they do? And you get, they're students. Maybe they're using young people language. What's young people language? How young people talk, like wicked. Give me a Stella. Wicked. I think wicked's good, isn't it? 5-hour drive in a car. Not my idea of fun. Thank you very much indeed. Not very nice. And somebody else here, Trelawney and Guinevere. We're returning to the UK for Christmas. Actually, my next door neighbours decided to go the other day back to somewhere because they're worried about flights being cancelled. So they nipped off very quickly, getting a flight out of Heathrow Airport yesterday. The Lib Dem tsunami sweeps away another Tory and brings Boris's inevitable downfall a little bit closer. He's not going to quit. He's absolutely not going to quit. He's not that sort of person. He's very thick-skinned. Very thick-skinned. Merry Christmas and God bless us, everyone. France has blocked the British tourists amid the rise in Omicron cases, which are a bit ironic for France. They're a bit dim, actually, because they've got loads of Omicron cases. Loads. Why they think it's us, I've got no idea. We never liked them anyway, did we? We never liked the French. It's all garlic and red wine, which they try and palm off on us. And every road in France leads to Paris. No matter where you are in France, whether you're, down south in Cannes or wherever, there is always a sign that goes Paris, 345 miles or whatever it happens to. Seriously, I've never known a place like it. And you go through little villages in France that Dale and I drove through on a couple of occasions, and nobody. You don't see people walking around. Over here, you see people walking around. Over there, you don't. You don't see anybody sort of, in little towns. It's like they've all been locked up. Wish they were. It's, It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Pubs in crisis, punters staying home. But an Arsenal's 18 quid thing. There's a Twitter page administrator joke. The worst part of the deal is you have to watch Arsenal for 90 minutes. But anyway, the club was contacted for comment. So, I mean, somebody said, has it been cooked by Gordon Ramsay, covered in gold leaf? Sadly not. Sadly not. But there you go. And they've got a nice picture here of, where's this? This is Leeds. The Shard, empty roads. Nobody's going out, because I'm telling you, you can pick this COVID up really quick, really quickly. This one spreads fast, and if you want to go down with it, well done, good luck to you. But I don't think you should be treated. Record cases again yesterday, about 90,000, I believe, yesterday. Record number of cases. Want to be the next one? You go out without a mask on. Good luck to you. You go out and go, ooh, I'm not going to have a thing because it's a government conspiracy. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. That's all I could say. But frankly, you'll be the loser. Definitely. News coming up at 5 o'clock this morning. It's Friday. We've got the start of a weekend, which is absolutely lovely. And we've got still 21 million downloads on our podcast, which I'm very pleased about. I picked up another copy of the book the other day. You know, the one on the Hippodrome. Really lovely. I went to our new post room in the building. It is the smallest room I've ever seen in my entire life. When you consider how many of us are in this building, there's 1,000 of us in this building. And the post room is, I kid you, the size of a cupboard. It's so tiny. But luckily my books were in there, so I was very, very pleased and very happy. And as Simon Thomas said, happy reading.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and it's Friday the 17th of December. I told you it's going to go by really quickly. Seriously, it is. Also, Emmerdale actors James Hooton and Nick Miles have clashed online over COVID masks. James, who plays Sam Dingle, tweeted that wearing one was a bit like wearing a condom and having no sex. He says you actually need to be symptomatic of something to spread something, but Nick, who said asymptomatic transmission is a thing. And so they argued over it. I don't know which one is Sam Dingle, actually. I mean, 1 in 3 don't have COVID symptoms. They don't have it. Kieran Hayler has done a piece in the paper today that Katie should have gone to prison. Katie Price, that's his ex-wife. Our kids need to learn right from wrong. Well, the reason she didn't go to prison, and we've explained this time and time again, is that because she went to rehab, she doesn't go to prison. I mean, I agree with you. I think she should be in prison. I thought the loose women were totally wrong the other day in defending and saying, oh, she's not a bad person. She is a bad person. She's been done 6 times for drink driving. The next time, and she's now been banned for 2 years, you know, I mean, how would they react if all of a sudden she went out? And luckily she didn't kill anybody, but just supposing she did, would the loose women be sitting again saying, oh, she's not a bad person? She is. She's a very, very bad example. She owes money to the courts. She's a bankrupt. She's living in a filthy house, you know, and she appears to take no responsibility for anything apart from, I'm going to Turkey or Brussels to get more cosmetic surgery. That's how shallow her life is. But she wrote here, she's apologised, releasing a statement. I don't believe she wrote this at all. I believe this was written for her. We know she can't write because she's never written anything in her entire life. She talks about, you know, spending time. She's now claiming mental illness, which I hadn't heard before, in which case then she needs to get some serious help. She said it'll be a long process for myself and something I'll continue to work on for the rest of my life. Well, you know, she says, but I'm going to surround myself with my loving family. But they've always been there, dear. Why are you making it out as if they haven't been there? They've always been there for you. Every single step of the way. But, you know, if you want to continue by going and having more cosmetic surgery and more things like that. I mean, I'm glad they banned you for 2 years. I hope that somebody in the house has hidden all the car keys and things like that and made sure that the person who's been supplying you with your cocaine is not supplying you with your cocaine. In fact, would it not help if you went to the police and said, this is where I get the cocaine from, so we can take a cocaine dealer off the streets? Would that not help? Because I was always worried that people like Daniela Westbrook, who've been having their cocaine, for ages and ages. And then she was saying to us, the drug dealer phoned her. That's why she got back on cocaine again. I'm thinking, what, so you haven't changed your phone number? Why have you not changed your phone number? So, hello, you're the coke dealer? And you begin to wonder whether these people are just completely mad or they're just so ignorant and so selfish that, these drugs kill. And then Katie Price goes, I'm lonely. What, so there was nobody in the house for you to talk to? So you get drunk, so drunk, and you're on cocaine, and you go out and you flip the car over, and this is your 6th drink driving, and we still haven't sent you to prison. Seriously, you need to learn. You need to learn very, very quickly. Tipping points, Ben Shepherd. Which former Conservative Party leader is often known by the initials IDS? Damien. I'm going to go for the obvious Margaret Thatcher. Was Ian Duncan Smith, isn't it? Yes. The Chase is Bradley Walsh. The Scottish road gritter Sir Grits Hoy is named after which cyclist? John McCoy? Some really dumb people. However, the Chase Celebrity Special, Bradley Walsh. Someone with an attitude of moral superiority is said to be holier than... Sonny J went water. I couldn't quite work out where water came in from on that one. It's holier than thou, I think, is the expression. But you can't expect people to know that. They're young. Why would they know things like that? But holier than water is quite. I suppose there must be some logical thinking, actually. What else we got here? Sycophant of the week. This is to Philip and Holly. I've said to you both off camera, you two with your synergy, you're so graceful together and people love you on the other side of the camera. I think it was Craig David who said that. Can't quite believe it, can you? But there you go. A mum who nudged an Insulate Britain activist with the rest of you has been charged with assault. But the serial eco-protester bumped by Sherilyn Speed faces no action despite breaching a government injunction by sitting in the road. So Miss Speed has been summoned to court next month for driving her Range Rover into Bethany Moggy. She's accused of assault and dangerous driving and could be jailed for 6 months or hit with an unlimited fine. We haven't heard from the Insulate Britain people for a while, have we? A bit cold for you loves out there, is it? Or are you just finding yourself looking a bit stupid sitting on a road? Because nobody likes you, as you can well imagine. So Lad Baby's going to be number 1. Well, I hope so. I mean, I'm hoping so. I mean, I wouldn't guarantee it's going to be, but I would like to see them being number 1 because they just seem so nice. They seem so nice people. Kids were enjoying a bracing dip in the sea the other day. Staff and pupils at Brighton Girls' School took part in the fun to help boost well-being by promoting goistering, which is loud feminine laughter. They're all mad as broomsticks nowadays, aren't they? Goistering. I've never heard of it before either. People come up with all sorts of strange little bits and pieces. An Il Divo star, Carlos Marin, is in intensive care with COVID. So they've had to cancel their concerts. He's been placed in this induced coma, began feeling unwell on December the 7th and found out he had COVID after taking a test. He's now in intensive care and incubated. His ex-wife is with him. And his bandmates have said, our dear friend and partner Carlos is in the hospital. We're praying for a speedy recovery. It's ghastly. Really is ghastly. Put a mask on, everybody. That's all I can say to you. Put a mask on. I see people, especially now most of the kids seem to be off school, not wearing masks. 88 new infections yesterday. Want to be the next one? Don't wear your mask. In fact, don't even bother buying a mask. Don't even bother getting boosted. You go and do whatever you want to do. You go and do whatever you want to do, but don't come running to us when it all goes a bit pear-shaped. Steve, veganism has overtaken being a vegetarian. There's been a backlash against dairy products. Yeah, but you're never going to have a programme on the television on veganism because it's not going to be worth their while to make the blooming thing. It's not going to get an audience. Not really. Yeah, there's quite a lot, but they don't watch television, do they? They probably haven't got a television. They've probably got sort of, some sticks hanging on bits of string or something in the corner. I need my tea this morning. I feel like a tea mood. But I'm having a glass of wine with my friend Lynn, later on from Welsh Wales, from the Gower Peninsula. And then she's off out this evening. She went to somebody asked me the other day if I've been to the new Thai restaurant. And I mentioned it to her the other day. In Twickenham, we have a new Thai restaurant. She said, don't bother. She said, the service is appalling. She went there. It closes at 10 o'clock at night. They went in at, 8:30 or something, and they were trying to rush them through it. So I said, well, there's one off the Christmas card list. The trouble is, why do people who open restaurants in areas like Twickenham or Richmond assume that somebody's going to drive through the area and go, oh, look, a Thai restaurant, let's go and eat there? No, the sort of people who are going are people who live in the area. If word gets around that, you know, your restaurant's not so hot because your staff are rude, you're going to close very quickly, you know, and especially in this day and age. How many Brits are vegetarian? I don't know. 2 million. 7 million. Yeah, but there's 66 million of us in this country. It's not worth bothering, is it? It's like saying how many are sort of left-handed. 500,000 people went vegan last year. Yeah, but that's just people who can't afford to eat proper food. They can't afford to go out and have turkey and chicken and duck and steaks and stuff like that. OK, let's go and buy... Yeah, they can't have a sausage roll because I love sausage rolls. You know, they have... So all these people go out there because they can do wonderful things with a carrot. You know, or sort of vegetables or stuff like that, which I don't have a problem with. If that's what somebody wants to do. But don't start trying to hijack our television programmes. We're not going to change it for you, I tell you. You'll have to sort of, you know, just be by yourself. You enjoy it. Because to be honest with you, you'd have to check, wouldn't you? If somebody said, listen, why don't you come and have Christmas lunch with us? Before you'd say to them, I eat everything, I'm fine. Now you'd have to say, I'm sorry, are you vegetarian? Because I'd quite like turkey. You know, if I'm having Christmas lunch, I'm having turkey. It's as simple as that. I cannot do with a nut roast or nut cutlets. I've never had a nut roast. I wouldn't want one. Well, it's nuts. Roasted. How much of this do you not explain and understand? Nut roast, it's nuts that are formed into sort of the shape of something that looks like roughly a house brick. And you sort of bake it in the oven. I don't know what it is. I've got no idea. Presumably it comes with sprouts or something. And then people go, oh, we're having nut roast for Christmas. You go, yeah, what, same as last year, the year before, and the year before that. It's very dull and boring. Mind you, we have turkey every year, don't we? So that's okay. I could eat pigs in blankets right now, at this precise moment, if God said, I'm going to grant you a wish, Steve. We've only got nut roast. Actually, do you know, you never know. In biblical times, they might have eaten a lot of nut roast. Because people used to eat berries and stuff like that. And also the other people, when they were celebrating Christmas, doing pagan Christmas, that would have been a lot of nuts and stuff like that. Fruits of the forest, you know, very exciting. We're going to go out and sort of pick berries. Whoopie-doo. You know, I mean, where's their Devon custard? They never had Devon custard at all. They used to have different things. I mean, there was a lot of mead was drunk, which was sort of like a sort of boozy, alcoholic kind of thing. Yeah, we'll have a pint of mead and knock you on your back, I should imagine. Bit like drinking a pint of Baileys or something like that. Mead and lime in your local pub or bar. Do you think in medieval times they had gay bars? I only ask, actually, because it just crossed my mind that, you know, there must have been gay people around in the early days. And so I wonder if they had gay bars where people went, because it's not a recent thing that all of a sudden people have gone, oh, you know, we've got gay bars. And I began to wonder whether or not, you know, gay people existed in the Middle Ages. Because if they did, they must have been a dance like butcher than some of the ones we've got nowadays, because nobody had anything. You had to sort of, you know, pull your own cart and all that kind of stuff. Can you imagine sitting there? I mean, it just struck me. I mean, were there Victorian gays? Who was a Victorian gay? I mean, were there sort of people who were known for being gay? Did they sort of... No, I haven't got a list checking it twice. Going to find out who's gay and nice. You know, there must be people out there. There mustn't, because it must have been around since biblical times. It just doesn't come in and somebody goes, it was illegal until 1967. Was it really? Good Lord above. Well, one time it used to be 21. I mean, do you think people waited till they were 21 before they had sex? Well, I think that they didn't. I think people told fibs. I was talking to my driver this morning. He was going into nightclubs at 16, where you weren't supposed to, but he was going in at 16. And I was always big for my age, people told me. And you know, and so I was going in pubs at 15. But I didn't start drinking alcohol till I was about 22. Meat. A small fizzy drink, please. Thank you very much indeed, with a cherry on a stick.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, football kicks off at 3 p.m, says James, and finishes at 5. What meal time falls between those times? Can't people wait till they get home to eat? Maybe eat before you go? Yeah, I mean, well, that's like saying you go out to a fun fair, and for some reason you get tempted to having one of those revolting hot dogs, and you have to have a toffee apple. I've never been to a football game. Never in my life. I've never been to a rugby game either, and I live in Twickenham, which is odd, isn't it, really? But, Steve, 40 minutes left of a 9-hour drive, says Greg. Oh, God. Well, Nigel, that's quite good. 40 minutes, 9-hour drive. And Jen says, my boyfriend and I have just started our 6-hour journey on the way from Edinburgh from Birmingham this morning for a pre-Christmas break. We love to start our day listening to you. Whoopee! And Roger says, young people's language includes the word like about 10 times in every like sentence. Yeah, they do, actually. They do. You're quite right, actually. I thought wicked sounded better. Shane said, I did it again. I fell asleep on a train from Bondi Junction. I'm 6 stations past my stop. That's awful, isn't it? And Edward says, with all the pessimism about, thank God for your show. It gives me a great start to the day. Thank you. And you're not talking about the bar that used to be Adams in the early 80s. Used to go when I had more hair and energy and fewer lines. Which bar? Which bar were we talking about? Oh, the one downstairs. I think it used to be called Adams. I can't remember. I just know that they only sold bottles of beer. They didn't do, you couldn't have a... Who used to do that joke? Was it, who's that very, very rude comedian? The Scottish one. Frankie Boyle. He said, a mate of mine went into a bar in Glasgow and said, can I have a lager and lime? And the barman looked at him and said, we don't do cocktails. He said he got shouted at walking down the street once, he said, because I was wearing gloves. Because Glasgow's a bit hard, a bit hard. What are you wearing gloves for, mate? What are you? It's down a bit like that. You see, I like the idea. We don't do cocktails. Cocktails in Glasgow. So Jeremy Clark's on his new show, and he's started selling souvenirs, and the locals are up in arms about it. They don't like him selling souvenirs. They're a right bunch of miseries, aren't they? I think he's great. He said, I haven't got time to be ill. I didn't even take time off when I had COVID. For lunch today, I had a quarter of a pork pie and I didn't sit down. I like him. In fact, the more he upsets the locals, the happier I am. Because they're just miserable. He's bringing, much-needed tourism into the area. And it's a case of why would you not want to applaud that? But they don't. Oh, he wants to open up a restaurant. And he wants 60 covers and parking and all the rest of it. Why don't you mind your own business, you nosy old baggages? Never heard anything like it. It's outrageous. Joe Lycett, he's got no sense of fashion whatsoever, dressed up like a pink Yeti for his live festive show, Mummy's Big Christmas Do. So he's, I don't know why actually. He wears the most awful clothes, Joe Lycett. I've never understood why really, but he's got all sorts of people during this extravaganza. Joan Collins will be the evening's Hollywood correspondent. He'll be overseeing Yuletide Joy. Queen of Clean, Kim Woodburn. Have you ever seen Kim Woodburn having a row with Philip Schofield? Don't start on me, she said to him, because he was sort of saying about, she was rude to people and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. He said, they picked on me. Don't you start, she said to him. I mean, he can be a little bit snippy. I've never heard of that word, snippy. Sounds quite good. But also Bag of Chips, Bimini Bon Boulash and Charity Shop Sue. In other words, it's another load of naff drag queens, I'm afraid. Best thing they're ever going to make was that programme. Miranda Hart has revealed she's considering bringing back her sitcom. What was her sitcom? I can't... Called Miranda. Oh, please don't. Please don't. I was never a fan of it. Catherine Tilsley, who'll sort of flog any old story. She's on the Weakest Link, a reboot of it. It's with Romesh Ranganathan, who we like Romesh a lot. But of course, some of the other ones, they've got Dr. Ranj Singh, a doctor who now wants to be a celebrity. A little bit too much, isn't it, really? She said, you don't want to let anybody down. We really don't care, love. It's just a television programme, OK? It's a bit nothing. Weakest Link remake starts tomorrow night. I tell you what, I've started watching The Eggheads. How can you possibly put ordinary members of the public in there with a bunch of people who are so dreary and boring that they know everything? There's about 2 or 3 of them. They must be the dullest people in the entire universe. And they take, 2 minutes to answer, and they take it all so seriously. Not one of them's got a personality. You've got Judith, who won £1 million. because she happened to know something because she'd been visiting this area or something. You've got some bloke, I can't remember who they all are actually, but there's a couple of, God, they're boring. They really are. And they go, I think the answer is so. You think, because they know everything. They know everything. And so, of course, it makes them a little bit supercilious. They look down their noses at people. And a couple of them, I'm thinking, why don't you just lighten up? Lighten up, have fun. Listen, you know the answer to something good. Why don't you make a joke about it? Because at the moment, you're as boring as heck. Anyway. Steve, I used to work at Charlie Brown's in 1997. It was part of the Robert E. Lee pub on Tottenham High Road. The only DJ I remember was John Holly. Do you remember him? Yes, Dale used to go out with him. Dale used to go out with John Holly. And in fact, I'll tell you a story. That they started going out, and John Holly lived with his parents on Gunnersbury Avenue. Dale was living in Hatch End with his mother. And the discotheque was owned by a company called Goodhues. And so John and Dale started going out, and then they had a row. Big row, big row. And they were going on holiday, and they got taken to the airport by their respective parents, but they weren't talking to each other. So Dale said, we stood at the airport. He said, John was one side. He said, I was the other side. He said, we didn't say a word to each other. Didn't say a word. And in fact, John Holly, did I used to argue with Dale? No, it was pointless arguing with Dale. I used to say to him, why are you like that? And he'd go, because I can be. He was terrible for timekeeping, terrible for anything like that. But John Holly came in to see me when we were in Hammersmith. And he used to own a shop in Twickenham after he stopped sort of DJing, and it was a DJ hire shop. And he came in to see me, and he brought me in this lovely plant arrangement, because I'd not seen him for a little while, and he said, I just brought you this. And we were sort of just chatting casually. And he said, I won't see you again. I went, oh, okay, why? And he had cancer. But he couldn't bring himself to tell me he had cancer. He just said, well, for various reasons. And I went, okay, fine. And then he got very sick and ill with the cancer, and he died. And Dale said to me, are you going to go to the funeral? I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't know when it was. And we didn't go, actually, as it turned out. But yeah, John Holly, I remember very, very well. Very, very well indeed. In fact, it was funny, I was talking to my driver, Jerry, this morning, and we were sort of talking about the nice thing about getting a bit older is that you've got great memories. You remember all sorts of bits and pieces. Because when he said to me about, did Dale work in Charlie Brown's? I said, yeah, ironically, there's a photograph in his biography of me and him at Charlie Brown's. I don't know who took the blooming thing. I've got no idea, but I've got my shirt undone, being a bit of a muscle Mary. And, yeah, 6-pack, well, more like a 15-pack. Actually, the funny thing was I was sort of skinny, but sort of a bit sort of anemic. Everybody looked different in the early days. When you look at the Hippodrome Light Show now, and you look back on it, from when I used to take people in there and go, you've got to see this light show. It was the best thing ever. It ran for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And now it just looks dated, but in the early days, it looked fantastic. Lights coming down and spinning, and also it was just brilliant. I loved it. Do you remember Brentford Nylons in Hounslow High Street, says Leonard? Yeah, because it was right at the end. Advertised by Fluff Freeman. All right. Yes. Today is Friday the 17th of December. And what does it mean, says Connie? Today is Booster Day. I think I'll feel better when I've had it, because I don't want to get it. Please wish me luck. Yes. Listen, you might have a sore arm. You might, for a day, not be very well with the boost. You might not be very well with it. I spoke to a friend of mine, Dave, the other day, and he had it, and it knocked him out sideways. He said he didn't have the energy to take his dog for a walk. He said it was that bad. So you might have that, but it's okay. It does pass. It does pass. I mean, some people, you might be lucky. I had it, and I didn't have any effects whatsoever. I didn't have a stiff arm, nothing. Record day for boosters yesterday. 745,000 sensible people, excuse me, have had their booster jab. No, I've already had my jabs. I mean, you should really have it. Should really, really have it. Simon in Richmond says, have you eaten in the Thai restaurant in Strawberry Hill opposite the golf course? No. Really, really good. And they don't overcharge you for drinks because you take your own. Oh, in other words, they haven't got a drinks license. Have you seen Brussels sprout ketchup? No. Have you ever taken part in a Christmas pantomime? No. Loved your comments about Jimmy Clitheroe, says James, who lives in Clitheroe. And following my text regarding the Hippodrome book, it's on my Christmas list. Loved his radio shows. Oh, look, Sauce Shop, Brussels sprout ketchup. Not sure about that. It's only £3. It's only 3. I don't think I want Brussels sprout ketchup. Definitely, no. There are certain things that you can have and certain things that God means you shouldn't. But anyway, Jimmy Clitheroe was his real name. He was born here, but moved away when he was quite young. He took sleeping tablets on the eve of his mother's funeral. Accidentally. I attended the funeral at Carlton Crematorium near Blackpool. He was only 51. Bob says, have you ever considered making Steve Allen socks and pants? Good God, I've got enough trouble wearing socks and pants myself at the moment without having to worry about things. And also, my wife and I are big listeners of yours, currently driving Zurich to Oxford. 3 hours out of 12 hours completed, making our way through France at the moment, says David. Well, that's fantastic. Listen, you have a very, very nice time, and it will be absolutely fantastic. And Dan said, finally got to Joe Allen's the other night, based on your years. Had the ribs, which were delicious. However, the restaurant shut at 8 p.m. Did it? I've never heard of it shutting at 8 p.m. Must have been something on. I can't think of any other reason. More of the texts and emails for you this morning on LBC. And we're going to go back to Theo Usherwood a little bit later on, actually, and find out what the after effects are of the North Shropshire by-election, which was won by the Lib Dems. Conservatives held it for about 200 years, apparently, and then disappeared completely.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6 is the time. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 17th of December. Welcome to... Where are we going? 88,000 cases the other day. The football games are off. The pubs are in crisis. The punters are staying home. A lot of West End shows have closed for a short period of time because only one person needs to go down with COVID and they close the show. So there was a whole list of them the other day. And they're still charging £18 for a ropey-looking burger and a portion of chips at Arsenal, which seemed like a huge amount of money. But the papers are basically saying that, areas are completely empty. In fact, in Manchester, in the Northern Quarter, completely deserted. Completely deserted. People are not going out because they've suddenly realised this isn't some joke. This thing spreads like wildfire. You can pick this up very, very quickly. I heard tales the other day of a company who had a party in a bar which was downstairs. I forget which city it was in, and it held 50 people. All 50 of them have gone down with COVID. All 50 people have gone down with COVID. So take it seriously. Don't think it's a joke. It's not, one of these, conspiracy theories. As I say, the barking mad people who go, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. No. 50 people have gone down with it. And the advice is don't socialise unless you have to. And people go, it's the school children that worry me. You see them sitting on the bus all chatting away to each other. Most are breaking up now, but they're on the streets and they're going out and they're having a bit of fun and they're not bothering about masks or anything else. Go down with it. That's your year taken out. Seriously, you don't want to sort of mess around with it because it's just too dangerous. That's why yesterday 745,143 people had the booster jab. It's a record. And if you're over 18, go for the booster jab. Put in for it. Keep persevering. Keep persevering and you will get it because you don't want to get COVID. And if you do get COVID and you've not had any of the injections, there's a chance that it doesn't look good for you. It's as simple as that. This thing can close down, most of your respiratory system fairly quickly. At least if you've had the booster jabs and you've had the other things, and if you don't have those, at least wear a mask. The selfish people who sit on buses and trains without it on are the sort of people who are basically not helping. Yesterday we had a relative of the UK's first Omicron victim who said that his stepfather was fit and healthy, but he died after refusing to get his COVID-19 vaccinations after being taken in by anti-vaxxer conspiracy theories. Don't listen to these idiots. These people are stupid. These people are putting your life at risk. This caller just gave his name as John. And his sister was informed by doctors that his stepfather, he wasn't close to his stepfather, but he was the first person to die with Omicron. Boris Johnson said that at least one person had died with this variant. And then this guy John, told LBC he believes the person is his stepfather, who was in his early 70s, healthy and never went out. Died on Monday at a hospital in Northampton. He was a recluse. The only place he went to was the bin outside the block he lived in and the postbox, he said. But he died. And more people are going to die. of this, because you'll have at-risk groups. I can't impress some people enough. It really doesn't cost anything to either put a mask on or make sure you book yourself in for the booster. Because otherwise you're just selfish. And if you really think your family can cope without you, well then fine, you go ahead and do what you want to do. But you really shouldn't. You should really try and persevere on the telephone and find out where you can get the booster jab. And if you're a young person, anybody up to the age of sort of 18, put a mask on. Put a mask on. I don't understand why anybody, unless you're completely doolally, would not want to wear a mask. I told you I was on a bus the other day and the driver sort of lectured people on the bus. Luckily, on my bus, everybody was wearing a mask except one idiot who was obviously drunk and fell asleep, and he had the mask under his chin. Or failing that, you see people sitting on the bus and it's just covering their mouth. It's supposed to cover your nose. That's what you breathe through. But what can you do? Steve, do you remember the bar next door to Stringfellows? No, I don't, actually. I only remember Stringfellows. I remember when it first opened. And a friend of mine actually was the manager there at one point. And it suited. He loved it. He absolutely loved it. But we used to go to Stringfellows and just use it as a bar, just have a few drinks there. And then we'd go to the Hippodrome for the light show. I don't know what show I was doing on LBC, but we seemed to have boundless energy. Whereas, nowadays, people nowadays, they sort of say, oh, do you want to go out during the week? I mean, I was trying to lecture to the breakfast team, who, frankly, now it's into party down season. I mean, every day they're off out to another celebration of something, and they come back. I mean, they're looking a little bit, well, the worse for wear at the moment, it has to be said. There's some people are used to it, but they're young people. They're young people. They don't have the stamina that sort of us older people are supposed to have. Well, that's what I always think, Angie. But if somebody ever says to me, and I always say the same to Henry, I always say, I can't party during the week. I wouldn't even think about it. So it's like school days. David Buick outdoes them all, though, does he? I can well imagine, actually. The good news is that pregnant women can now skip vaccine queues after health chiefs labelled them at high risk from COVID. So that's good news. And in fact, doctors and nurses are set to be excused jury service to stay on the COVID front line. Good, because there's very few reasons why you can be excused jury service. Very few reasons, but I think so. Steve says, Sarah and Thatcher, you need to write your memoirs. Oh, God, no. Definitely not. Peppermint Park was next to Stringfellow, says John. Oh, right. See, I didn't go to Peppermint Park. I quite like the sound of it, though. It sounds a bit exciting. It sounds a bit Willy Wonka, doesn't it? Peppermint Park. Yeah, it just sounds a bit good. Steve, tell that to all the politicians. If anybody needs reminding about the rules, it's them, says Aaron. Well, listen, all you can say to people is, listen, if you really want to hold that loaded shotgun to your head, then don't bother wearing a mask or getting the vaccination. Okay, but don't go complaining at the end, which people do, and they say, please, everybody listening, I thought I was, it was a conspiracy theory and I decided not to get vaccinated. And unfortunately now my life is about to finish. Steve, I'm now boosted, says Britt, and I'm not even sore. Get the jab, people. Yeah, I mean, listen, I could understand it if somebody said it's going to cost you 150 quid a time. It's free. Something that is free. Blimey, I'm there all the time for the freebies. Thank you very much indeed. That's all you have to do, just to make sure that do you want to live? Of course you do. Get the jab. Get the jab. What else we got? There was a cat lounging on a seat on a train the other day. It had commuters perplexed. The super chilled puss called Kitty was being stroked by a woman passenger next to him on the tube. Some bloke says, I thought, oh, that's London. And then I realised that she wasn't even the owner. It was another woman holding a pet carrier. Who are these stupid people who take their cats out and take them out of the pet carrier? Who are they? Anyway, everybody was oohing and ahhing. Kitty was nonplussed. He wouldn't get in his box when it was time to leave, so he carried him off at Vauxhall. Business analyst Nick said the owner didn't explain why he was out of the carrier, but to be fair, she didn't need to. It was a lovely thing to see. Yeah, right. Whatever. God, I give up. As ex-model is let off over her drink and drug... No, she wasn't let off. We've explained this a million times. I don't know why Kieran Hayler's got it wrong. Never the brightest penny in the box. And he's on that site, isn't he? Where you sort of pay him to exhibit himself. She's been out with some oddballs, I tell you. What do they call it? I can't remember what they call it. That's the one that Kerry Toner's on. Is that OnlyFans? He does stuff like that. Very peculiar. But he says she should have gone to prison. Well, who's going to look after the kids? I suppose the answer could be, quite simply, the fathers look after the kids. But he's not a fan. He says, I'm not here to slag her off. I want her to be the best mum she can be to the children. Well, she can't be. She's got £7,000 worth of fines outstanding at the court at the moment. She's a bankrupt. She goes abroad. She appears to have no responsibility whatsoever. So, let's try and kickstart her career or whatever they call it nowadays. But she's looking more peculiar. The more surgery she has, the more bizarre it becomes. She's very odd. A mum was stunned to hear the first words of her 9-month-old son. Do you know what his words were? No, it wasn't Steve Allen. No, yeah. Listen to Steve Allen on LBC. That'd be nice. All right, bruv. That's what her 9-month-old son said. Carmen Bish was filming Little Bode. That's what his name is. So, in other words, he's going to be Bode Bish. What's these people? I don't know what these people are on. But anyway, didn't hear the street slang at first. She said, later we were showing my parents the video, and I thought I heard him say something, so I played it out again, and we all burst out laughing. I can't believe his first words were, all right, bruv. She and her partner, who's called Kieran Parsons from Kent, shared the clip. It's now had over 1 million views. That's lovely, isn't it? Bode Bish. Little Bode. I think people should be taken to court if they've got silly names on. Wonder what my first words were. I don't know. Parents don't tell you what your first words were. Well, yes, Jordan. No, I think it was always Mama. And then Daddy. I don't know, actually. Parents always sit there and go, Mama, and the kids looking at them thinking, listen, I speak the language, all right? Don't push it. Daddy. Yeah, yes, old baggage. I don't think so. I remember at one point, my father said to me, he said, I don't think you should call me Daddy anymore. He said, I think it should just be Dad. And I know children who called their parents by their Christian names, which I could never do. Prince Charles's was Mummy. Is that his first words? Mum. That's what he calls the Queen. Oh, that's right. Yes, Your Majesty. Mummy. And everybody clapped, and the Queen looked like she was about to have him executed. Which I thought was brilliant, actually. Steve, I'm now boosted. Somebody else saying they're boosted, which is good. And LBC have just tweeted the Conservatives losing the ultra-safe seat in the North Shropshire by-election, following a humiliating defeat by the Lib Dems. Yep. More with Theo later on that one, if you've just joined us. And Rob in Hatfield, he says, we barbecue our turkey every year. Never heard of barbecuing a turkey. The hot coals are set to each side of the barbecue so as not to burn the turkey, frequently based in brandy and white wine. Really? Doesn't it just go on fire? Brandy and white wine. I fit a temperature probe in the thick part of the breast to make sure it's cooked. We've never been disappointed. But he says, I am usually very tiddled on completion. That's probably why, actually. I've never heard of basting a turkey with brandy. Have you heard of that? No. Just the oil. You do it because you want to crisp up the skin, but never brandy and wine. Are you sure you're doing it with brandy and wine? I think you need taking into council care. I don't think that's right, actually. All that amount of booze. But actually, all the papers are full of lovely pictures. Aldi, as I say, have got Quality Food Awards, Christmas Retailer of the Year, and they've got a turkey here that serves between 6 and 18 people. Who has 18 people round apart from the Queen? 6 to 18. Yeah. And it's a British turkey, but I mean, I wouldn't know the difference. At one point, that thing was walking around planning its Christmas festivities. Now it's not.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Trying to find happy stories in the papers when we're in the middle of another pandemic is extremely difficult. Apart from Lady Gaga, says she's going to write and star in her own musical after being inspired by Elton John. She said, probably I admire Elton as much as I admire The Lion King. So I think she'll manage it. I mean, whether or not it does very well. Which was the musical that's just closed? Is it the one about Diana has closed, or the Spice Girls musical didn't last very long either? There are certain musicals that sort of come and go fairly quickly. And I remember thinking, perhaps because it just doesn't appeal to the public. And I think you should take yourself out of yourself and go and see a musical. They're very good. When Bode Bish buys his first house, Steve, it'll be known as Bode's Abode. Fancy calling a child Bode, unless it's a famous film star, and I've kind of missed the point of it. But Bo Derek. No, this is Bode, Bode. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming people like this sort of probably go, all right, mate. You know, I have a feeling it's not going to be anybody particularly posh, is it? Really? That was his first word. Yeah, bruv. Who calls people bruv? Honestly, apart from James O'Brien. Yeah, I listened to him the other day actually. Which was, did you get a copy of his game? Did I mention the fact he has a game? He's got a game out. Did he mention it a couple of times? Yeah, he actually mentioned it. I've got a copy of it now, which is very nice, very exciting. I haven't played it yet. No, it's a gift for somebody. He knew it was a gift for somebody, and he very kindly said I could have a copy of it. Mind you, I'll be paying for it for the rest of my life, I can tell. He'll be popping round my house and all that. Hi, Steve, we're here for afternoon tea. He'd be asking favours. He went the other day, he was saying, to Hampton Court, I think, to see the lights. So whether he took the children, I don't know. But that's quite a nice place, because I think they've got an ice rink at Hampton Court. They've got ice rinks all over London. They're a good money spinner, as they say. A very good money spinner. Daily Star today. I'm trying to... I'll tell you, all the front page stories I can't read to you because they're so depressing. Usain Bolt says having twins is more trouble than people make it out to be. I should imagine it is. But I always like big families. Big families. I don't know why, actually. There's no particular reason. I feel sorry if people are only one person in a family. Because I think that, you should have loads of them. Mary in Oxford says, my 9-month-old granddaughter can sing Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Do you remember that song? You remember that? Yeah, good. I was doing it for myself. Do you like sherry or Baileys? Well, if I was given the choice, sherry. A nice bottle of sherry in the fridge, chilled, is lovely. A bottle of Harvey's Bristol Cream is very nice. That's very festive. Do you like Harvey's Bristol? You never had? Oh, you must get a bottle. It's very trendy. Very on trend. A bottle of Harvey's Bristol Cream. Not too expensive. And you literally just stick it in the fridge and have it chilled. And it's delicious. I mean, don't have a huge amount of it. You get special little sherry glasses, schooners and the like. But it's absolutely delicious. But people listening going, oh, I love a sherry at Christmas. I mean, a lot of people think it's an old person's drink, but I don't think it is, actually. Harvey's Bristol Cream, £11.99 if you have a mix, $6 or $13.99 a bottle. Good as an aperitif or with cheesecake. There you go, drink chilled or over ice. It's really lovely. You'd like it. They do pale, cream, and cream sherries, usually made, Harvey's Bristol Cream is a blend of Fino, Amontillado, Oloroso, and Pedro something, and it's superior quality. It's got, apparently, a smoky orange, vanilla toffee, caramel, nuts, and raisins sort of flavour. It's nice, though. I like it. It is very nice, actually. You should get a bottle. I'm sure you've been immerse yourself. What do you mean, get you one? I've just bought you a blooming helicopter. Honestly. Trying to park the thing is the problem. Drink drive. Steve, did you ever see the musical Oliver Twist? Well, it was only ever called Oliver. It was never called Oliver Twist. And, of course, still my all-time favourite. Really? In this life, one thing counts. In the bank, large amounts. Written by Lionel Bart, who wrote... I liked his musical Blitz, which didn't last as well as it should have done in London, but Oliver was very good, except I went to see a version of it, which was at the Theatre Royal Drury Lane, and it was a bit too rude, I'm afraid. Cameron was away on holiday, and I complained about it bitterly, and they changed it. It was too busy concentrating on sort of busty women and making jokes, and I thought, no, this is Oliver. It was a bit smutty. I didn't like smut on stage. If it's a smutty show, well then fair enough. But, if it's a show about Oliver, who will buy this wonderful feeling? I'm so high. I never understood that line. I never understood why Oliver would be as high as a kite. I'm so high, I swear I could fly. The film of that was great. What about to Mark Lester? He's a physiotherapist. I think he's a physiotherapist, because they had them both on Wogan years and years ago. And Mark's like osteopath, yeah. Well, same sort of thing. He's about 6 foot something tall, and he was on with the bloke who played the Artful Dodger, who died of cancer. But he was very good. Do you know what Charlie from the Chocolate Factory does now? Nothing, I wouldn't have thought. Nothing at all. I saw a picture of him. He's a vet. Well, he fell in the water. Is he vet? I don't know. You have to tell me these things. I don't understand. A joke, not a funny joke. He's a vet. Isn't that funny? I suppose because really a lot of children who were in films, and it applies to girls and boys equally, they never make it to adulthood. I remember when Shirley Temple, who was this talented little kid who sang, who danced, who was Little Miss Sunshine, she really was, when she went to make an adult film, it didn't work. So she went to work for United Nations, became an ambassador. But will Oliver return? I should imagine so. Last time Cameron put it on at the Palladium, and it was good. It was very good. I mean, there are certain people who should actually... Food, glorious food, hot sausage and mustard. I mean, I'll tell you, I could have lived there. That's my anthem, isn't it? Food, glorious food. I tried to go and get a sausage the other day. They don't seem to make sausages early in the morning, apart from in... What? Not that light. Well, they don't. I mean, I want a bit of wurst in the morning, but I want it at like 7 o'clock. I don't want to wait till midday. That's ridiculous. I'm falling asleep by midday. I'm of that age. What else we got here? Parents should read their kids' bedtime stories. This is the story we did the other day about diversity in it. No, they shouldn't. No, they really shouldn't. Oxford University Press Chief says books should build greater understanding of global issues. No, they shouldn't. There should be a bit of fun. Like the books that we had when we were children. I'm really not interested in anything else. The lottery winner Jane Park, she's dragged out her 5 seconds of fame. It's gone on far too long. They say she got a pub DJ's name tattooed on her bottom in exchange for free drinks, despite having $1 million in the bank. I don't think she's got $1 million in the bank at all. I really don't. And, no, in fact, I'm really surprised, actually. She says, the drinks were €1 and I just won £1 million. I don't think she's still got $1 million in the bank. In fact, I would pretty much guarantee she hasn't. I thought most of it had gone, but every so often you get another dreary story about her in the newspapers. I thought she's another one who started doing all sorts of strange things. Here's a picture of Amanda Holden dressed up as an elf. There was a bloke in Costco the other day. He's wearing, Christmas trousers. I thought there was something I was going to say to him, are you mad or something? I don't know, they were red trousers, which I believe you get in Poundland, but they're not a pound, because Poundland sells other things more than a pound. And I remember looking at them, they sort of like Santa trousers, really odd, and he was walking around Costco. I thought he should have been arrested. I mean, I've never seen anything so peculiar. Yeah, life. They should have been sent away. We should have put him on a ship. He should have been sent away to the colonies, where he couldn't come back. But Amanda was being elf motivated. So I need to get some candy canes today, actually, put on my tree. And she topped off her Christmas look in a green Santa hat with white trimming. Bless her. That's quite a good idea. Apparently passers-by gave her a few funny looks. Before it's Christmas. Why would you give somebody funny looks? They do put some stuff on here, don't they? And parents cheat at board games over Christmas. I don't know why, actually. Apparently, a poll found 86% break rules, and in most cases it's to get the game over with quickly. We used to do a short version of Monopoly. I'm not a bad loser at board games, we just don't play. We used to play Monopoly, and my parents... I used to want to play Mousetrap, but Monopoly was okay, but we do the short one where you start off with one of your things. You throw the dice, whoever gets the highest can pick a thing. You have to pay for them, the hotels and all the rest of it, and that's quite nice. Yeah, and then I win that one, and if we don't, I take the game and I burn it. It's as simple as that. Many's the time we've had a good old house fire going because somebody's trying to not let me win. And it's not a case of I really need to win, otherwise I get a bit temperamental. It's just that I will win. It's as simple as that. Mark Lester didn't do his own singing in Oliver, says Richard. Oh, well, I mean, you're old-fashioned, mate. We did that story 10 years ago. It was done by the daughter of Johnny Green, the musical arranger. Yeah, he couldn't sing. He couldn't dance either. He couldn't dance. He was. You could see he just looks a bit awkward, but they've cut it, so that it looks as though he hadn't. Consider yourself at home. Consider yourself one of the family. Of course, nobody said a word about Fagin, did they? Come here, my dear. What was going on there? That was a little bit creepy. Steve, you also love the sound of music. Maybe subconsciously you'd like to be in the Von Trapp family. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Except I wouldn't be wearing curtains. I'm sorry, there is a limit. Steve Von Trapp. It's got a certain ring to it, hasn't it? Stephen Von Trapp. Hello? I am from the Van Trapp family singers. I'd love it. I'd love to have lived in that house. I'd love to. You know the actual place where they sing at the end in the concert? That is an actual venue. And you haven't seen the film. You've never seen The Sound of Music? Good Lord. Have you seen The Sound of Music, Minty? I'm on another planet, ladies and gentlemen. I found two people on my programme, Mr. Light-Ent, who have never seen... You've never seen The Sound of Music? Good Lord above. Isn't that bizarre? Is it just because it doesn't interest you? Because it's a bit sort of musical and singing nuns? Never got around to it. Blimey. It used to be on the television all the time at Christmas. I'm absolutely addicted to it. And John in Crewe says, I've often wondered who's your all-time favourite comedian. I don't have one. I've got quite a lot of comedians that I like. Mainly the older ones. Mainly the older comedians. But nothing... I mean, I like a lot of strangely, I like Frankie Boyle. Because I think he's so rude, I can't believe half the things he says. So I have watched those quite a few times. I have a couple of his DVDs. I like all sorts of people. I'm a very eclectic taste, which is good news. Oh, which are the worst Christmas songs to drive home to?
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, an hour to the weekend. Yeah, whoopee, and sausages. I got pinged by Amazon. And because I was checking out helicopters the other day, Cyma helicopters. Now, you'll remember that I bought 3 of these the other day. The last 3, I think, from Robert Dias. They'd reduced them to 15 quid, £14.99. And they've just pinged me. Get this remote control helicopter with altitude, hold, gyro, outdoor helicopter, model toys, 3.5 channels, blah, blah, blah. How much are Amazon selling it for? £76.49. I got it for 15 quid. Somebody's making a lot of profit. And that's reduced, apparently, from £90. It's the same, isn't it? It looks exactly the same as our ones. I don't think it's any different at all. In fact, it's the same size. Exactly the same, isn't it? And it's got lights and everything else. It's 18.5 inches and 3.26. It's exactly the same as our one. £90 originally, and we got it for 15 quid. I got a bargain. I wished I'd had 20. I'd have bought 20 and sold them on to to Amazon. I could have made a fortune out of it. Now, we're running a competition on the programme, as you know. This is for everybody, even those driving through the fog, who is Phil at the moment, bless his heart. This is for Make Some Noise, and this is Global's charity, as you know, and the idea is we try and make as much money as possible for people who are less fortunate than ourselves at this time of year. And this is the time of year some people really do need help. So what they've done is they put together, as you know, a prize package of all of these goodies, which I shall read out for you in 1 second. And you then text in with the key word, and hopefully you might win all of this. This is what's in your ultimate Christmas stocking today, which is more like a Christmas sack. An Apple iPhone 13. You get all of this. So the Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Jo Malone large scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys, which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits, and a kids' smart speaker. It's a nice package, and all the money raised goes to charity. For your chance to win, you text the word Xmas, X-M-A-S, Xmas, and you send it to 84850, 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise, so you don't see the money go. You don't have to write a cheque out or give credit card details, nothing at all. The voluntary donation is taken from you sending Xmas, X-M-A-S, to 84850. You've got until 9 a.m. on the 21st of December to enter. Keep the phone handy because somebody's going to win it. Somebody's going to win the whole lot, not just 1 or 2 items, everything. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, and we're playing across participating radio stations and regions. The rules are at makesomenoise.com. Makesomenoise.com. So text, please, Xmas, X-M-A-S, and send it to 84850. And don't think that you don't stand a chance of winning. You do stand a very good chance of winning. And thank you in advance. Martin in Carlisle says, one of the best experiences of my life was playing Bill Sykes in a school production of Oliver. I won a school award. Woo! A school award. Come here, Bullseye. Every time I see one of those dogs, I always think of Bullseye. I don't think of anything else, actually. Bill Sykes, you know, and Nancy. I'm a bit Bill Sykes, actually. Come here, Bullseye. I'm a bit, yes. I quite like, yeah, I'm a bit the Artful Dodger, I think, actually. Oh, no, actually, nobody could do what he did. He was very good. But, so playing Bill Sykes, it's good. I like watching, there's a school in, might be Canada or America, I can't remember where they are, but they have done a very, very good production. They do good productions of everything. And they do Les Miserables. And you get these sort of kids who are probably about 15, 16, 17 doing the Les Miserables. But because everybody wants to be in it, the stage is packed with people, which is amazing. Steve, I spent the day thinking about your comments on David Icke, how weird he was. I think that would be an understatement. Absolute understatement. I don't think, Steve, I've ever seen The Sound of Music all the way through, or The Wizard of Oz for that matter. I've seen Grease, says Jemima. Oh, so you've seen Grease, but you've never seen The Sound of Music all the way through. She marries him in the end. Oh, ruined it for us, ruined it. Yeah, spoiler alert. She was... Oh, because I don't think they actually got on very well together. Because he didn't sing either. All these people who didn't sing in movies, they had to be dubbed, which was good. Any other actress who hated it? Oh, well, there was Joan Crawford and Betty Davis, who hated each other. They had to make Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. They didn't like each other. And I believe that Moonlighting with Bruce Willis and whatever her name was, they didn't get on well either. But you get that. It's called a clash of egos. Brian says, there's a lady on my train doing her makeup. Oh, that's so ghastly. I want to say to them at the end of it, you don't look any different. Why did you waste your time? Yeah, you looked fine before, dear. You shouldn't have slapped all the war paint on, for goodness sake. A bit of fun in all this gloom is Lad Baby's Sausage Rolls for Everyone is out today, says Alan. Sausage Rolls for Everyone. What's that based on? What song is that one? Lad Baby. It's an original song. Oh, blimey, we're not used to having an original song. We're used to cover versions. I love sausage rolls. But, so, Sausage Rolls for Everyone. They might have run out of steam after this one, I suspect. Could be quite funny, actually. So, is it an original song? Have they written it? Or somebody written it for them? Oh, it's cold in here this morning. We're investigating. Steve at work listening to you now, and just say you make my day. You're a joy to listen to, says Bradley. Well, if you're at work, that's the kind of thing. Can I send you a set of my pillows, says Thomas, as a gift? They'll make you wake up feeling really refreshed. Well, they've not got Prosecco bottles in there, have they? It's the only way I could wake up feeling refreshed. But no, please don't send me pillows. I've got enough pillows to last a lifetime. Have you ever seen The Holly and the Ivy? It's a fab old Christmas film in black and white. The amazing British cast: Celia Johnston, Ralph Richardson, Denham Elliott, Hugh Williams, Simon Williams' dad. Watch out for it on TV over Christmas. We watch it every year, says Mary. I've never even heard of it. But it does sound festive, The Holly and the Ivy. It doesn't get any more festive than that. So, which is the worst Christmas song to drive home to? Very unfair. Mistletoe and Wine, apparently. Which actually did very well for Cliff. Very well. Followed by Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas and Do They Know It's Christmas? I thought they were all popular songs, all of them. In fourth place was Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues and Kirsty MacColl, while Ariana Grande's Santa Tell Me took fifth. Apparently, on Christmas Day, you used to be able to go on the motorway and it'd be completely deserted. Completely deserted. You wouldn't see anybody. Now they reckon nearly 13 million drivers will hit the road on Christmas Day. Every time I've driven on Christmas Day, I'm always longing to be stopped by the police. And the reason being is because I never drink over Christmas, which I told you the other day. Yeah. And I remember thinking, because my mother used to work for the police, and I said when I used to drive down to see her in Henley, I used to say, I was so desperate to be stopped by the police, but they just whizzed past me. I was very disappointed. So they could go, so have we had a drink over Christmas? Working on the assumption that most people will have a drink over the festive season, except me. I just don't do it. Whilst Lad Baby will be hoping to wake up on Christmas Day with their fourth number one, a load more pop stars will be singing their festive hearts out, minus the sausage rolls, on the telly. Top of the Pops Christmas show, blimey, I didn't even know it was still going. Top of the Pops Christmas show kicks off at noon, hosted by Clara Amfo and Jordan North. No idea, I'm afraid. Stars rocking around the Christmas tree will be Clean Bandit, Griff, Joel Corey, Mimi Webb, Tony Grit. Who are these people? I've got no idea. And then there's somebody called KSI and Anne-Marie. They sound like vaccines, don't they? Are you having a KSI? Yeah, having KSI. Yeah. Apparently me and the family would sit down every Crimbo and listen to our favourite songs from the year. So excited to be returning for the festive spectacular. So, as I say, two people you've never heard of will be hosting this thing, but it must already be in the can. Lad Baby does seem to be a new song, not a cover. Elton John and Ed Sheeran appear on his song to help him get to number one. Oh, make him get to number one. Make him get to number one. I think that would go very well. But they heard, aiming for their fourth Christmas number one, Lad Baby were brought to tears when they heard Elton John singing their song about a sausage roll. I can't imagine Elton John singing I Love Sausage Rolls. But they've been pictured. Strange enough, Elton wasn't in the pictures. It's he was in one of them, but he looks as though he's superimposed, which is always a bit interesting. But they're doing their bit to help poverty in the UK. But actually, the whole column is there. 2018, we built this city, number one. 74,000 copies of that were bought. 2019, I love sausage rolls. Da, 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 da. That got to number one. 93,000 sales. And 2020, Don't Stop Me Eating, taken from Don't Stop Believing, and that sold 158,000, and now Sausage Rolls for Everyone is the 2021 hit. And we wish them the very best of luck. I hope they do it, because it raises money for charity, and bless them for doing it, because they seem to get a lot of pleasure out of it, which is nice. Steve, I went to see the wonderful West Side Story at the weekend, and kept waking up in the middle of the night singing Maria, says Jilly. Maria, I never stop singing Maria, and suddenly a sound. Well, I'm glad you liked it, because the critics have annihilated it, I'm afraid. They've just completely... Which is unusual for a Spielberg thing. Steve, did you ever go to the theatre production of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? We went 3 times, says Catherine, and met Douglas Hodge. Well, I met Douglas Hodge years ago, but I didn't see the theatre production of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I've seen the films quite a few times, and I love those, but I didn't go to the theatre show, which is probably something that I'm missing out on.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
6:20 is the time. If you were listening to the programme earlier on, you will know that Theo Usherwood, LBC's political correspondent, was up there in North Shropshire, because we were waiting the results of the by-election, which the Lib Dems won. And it's very interesting. Helen Morgan triumphed in the contest, which was sparked, as you know, by the resignation of Owen Paterson. She got 17,957 votes. Now, that was ahead of the Tory candidate, Neil Shastri Hurst, on 12,000. I think the Conservatives had held North Shropshire for God knows how many years, and they lost. Labour just disappeared off the end of it. So let's go back to Theo Usherwood, who's now had a remarkable amount of sleep to cope with this one. About 30 minutes, I'm told. I don't know how you cope, I really don't. Morning, Theo.
Very good morning to you, Steve. Yes, I mean, it was an extraordinary result. The swing to the Liberal Democrats from the Conservatives, 34.2%. It is the largest swing from the Conservatives to the Lib Dems since World War II in any seat, and that is the second largest swing from Conservatives to Lib Dems since World War II, I should have said. And of course, the result will send reverberations through the Conservative Party, particularly to the top of the Conservative Party, and to Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, who, of course, will have noted the fact that this by-election was going into this by-election. The Conservatives had a majority of 23,000 left over from Owen Paterson, and, of course, a huge amount of discontent, firstly about the way Owen Paterson, of course, broke the lobbying rules, and then the Prime Minister stood by him. But then, of course, about parties within number 10 Downing Street, right across into Conservative campaign headquarters as well. And the feeling that the Liberal Democrats were able to put up a protest candidate in the form of Helen Morgan and win over voters in what should be a heavily Conservative constituency. This was this wasn't the same as Chesham and Amersham either, which of course the Lib Dems won off the back of protests about planning reform. This is a vote leave constituency. 6 in 10 people back in 2016 demanded that we leave the European Union and voted accordingly. So for the Lib Dems as the party of Remain to suddenly win this seat over 5 years later is extraordinary. Another, I think it should be noted, a fairly bad result for Labour as well. They came second last time round and of course and now find themselves in third position. So they're actually going backwards. But of course, many Labour votes, and this was alluded to in Helen Morgan's speech, Labour voters actually decided that it was easier they're more likely to get somebody other than the Conservative if they voted for the Liberal Democrat candidate. And of course, the Lib Dems gives another MP in Parliament. But more importantly for Labour, at a point in time when they should be making huge amounts of progress in this by-election, have actually gone backwards. Now, we're expecting later to hear from Tim Farron, the MP, Daisy Cooper, the Deputy Leader. I should say that Ed Davey is, of course, in isolation because he's unwell. And both will be in Oswestry, which is about 20 miles from where I am, because I'm actually in Shrewsbury where the count was. But they'll be there, of course, to welcome Helen Morgan to Parliament. And she'll be making the journey down. She'll be back in. She won't be back in Parliament until now in the new year, because of course Parliament itself is in recess for the Christmas holidays. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to let you go and get sort of about another hour's sleep. You're going to be staggering with your sleep today, aren't you? Yes. It's a question of staggering it. Yeah. Well, listen. Good luck. Thanks so much for that, Theo. I'm very grateful. Yes. Take care. Theo Usherwood, LBC's political correspondent. Turnout, incidentally, was confirmed as 46.3%, which was lower than the 2019 general election, which was 62.9%. But Mrs Morgan, in her victory speech, as you know, just heard tonight, the people of North Shropshire have spoken on behalf of the British people. Whether or not you believe that, of course, it's what they believe, and they were all very happy. And Theo's back throughout the day on LBC. You'll hear full coverage of the North Shropshire by-election with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7. And as you heard with Theo, he'll also be talking to the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, who's not very well, but he's rising from his sickbed to join us. So stay tuned to LBC. Other stories which are running in the papers today: more than 8 million homes, UK homes, are now able to access hyperfast internet. You can do something, can't you, on your computer, where you sort of type it. There's a website you go to and it tells you what your internet speed is. I was always amazed, actually. Mine was not as good as I thought it was, so we sort of cleaned it up a little bit and then it got marginally better. At the moment it's absolutely fine, but not as fast as some that I've seen. Yvette from Great Missenden, I know Great Missenden, says, did you watch Dickensian on BBC One? It's excellent. It's the Dickens classics all mixed together. I did see it. I didn't know what it was to start with. I remember getting a bit confused. There were sort of the ghosts of Christmas past popping in, but I thought it was very good. And somebody says, you were talking about the sausage roll song yesterday, made me get one. I was judged by a work colleague. Is it acceptable to have a sausage roll for breakfast? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think it's absolutely shameful. You should hang your head in shame and you should take it back. Absolutely. No, of course it's not. You don't have sausage rolls for breakfast. Audrey in Essex says, thank you for the smiles. Which don't get many smiles at this time of year, do we? We're supposed to be, but not necessarily. Andy says, Lad Baby's Christmas song is the same song as Ed Sheeran and Elton John's Christmas song. Some words have been changed to obviously include sausage rolls. It's a great song, and being such a great charity, it's well worth buying. I think Ed and Elton have been fantastic sports and fantastic people. Yes. Yes, although it's the first time I've ever seen, actually, Elton John talking. He's slowed his speech down a little bit, I've noticed. I mean, he is 76, so you would expect it. But we love Ed Sheeran to pieces, and we like Lad Baby. And what they've done is they've sort of released earlier so that Lad Baby stand a good chance of getting to number 1.
because they're raising money for a charity, which is excellent. Katie Price issued a grovelling apology yesterday. I suspect somebody probably said to her, "You need to say something." She said she was incredibly sorry and was working hard to address her mental health issues, which is the first time I'd ever heard that she had mental health issues. We knew she had issues in her private life, like bankruptcy, like 6 times drink driving. And she said, "I'm spending time getting better." But the family have always been with her all the way through. Even her sister got criticised by the trolls yesterday for saying, "Don't you feel embarrassed for her?" And she went, "No, she's dealing with her demons." Well, as long as she goes nowhere near a car for the next 2 years, we should be all right. But despite crashing the Range Rover during her 5th driving ban, she told the police at the scene, "I did take drugs. I should not be driving. I admit it all." So she got 16 weeks suspended prison sentence for drink driving after going into rehab, because that's the way it works. It's not a case of the court can't change anything. It's because she went to rehab that they were able to do that. So, but as I say, she still owes the court just about £7,500. That's for previous court cases, and yet she still manages to go on holiday to Turkey. She wants to go back to Turkey to have more cosmetic surgery. Should she not be paying the court fees off? That's the thing that's annoyed people. It really has, but she hadn't said anything, so obviously somebody advised her. I wish somebody had advised her, but she appears to think she knows everything. Unfortunately, she doesn't. John Cleese blasts the BBC in the papers today. We did this story a few days ago, and he did an interview with the BBC World Asia to talk about the shows that he's doing in Singapore and Bangkok. Instead, he said the interviewer started by asking me about cancel culture. And he said, I replied courteously and explained that if parents were overprotective, it didn't prepare children for the real and often not very nice world. She then asked a disjointed question, clearly trying to portray me as old-fashioned, uncaring and basically harmful. So he's made an official complaint to the BBC. But I mean, it's the World Service. Nobody cares. Who listens to World Service? Nobody. Absolutely nobody at all. It's moved on a bit. But he said, I removed my headphones, saying this was not the interview I'd agreed to. The interviewer had no interest in an interview, in a discussion with me. She wanted only the role of prosecutor. A BBC spokeswoman said this was a fair and appropriate interview which touched on topics John Cleese has previously been vocal about. Well, he thinks differently, Sweet Pea. He thinks differently, so that's why he's made an official complaint. Dishonesty, deception, and tone of a BBC interview. But as I say, it was only BBC World Asia, so nobody really cares about it. Doesn't make any difference. MasterChef hit by the veggies for serving up too much meat and fish. But I mean, this has been running for years now, and only now they've got round to it. Somebody says, are these programmes turning into dinosaurs? Not just because more people are turning vegetarian. Yep, not very many people, dears. Not many people. It's not like, 3/4 of the country. Last night, Dan Lee cooked crab and chicken to beat Leanne Rogers and Erin Middleton. And by the end of the semis, 10 of 100 savoury dishes were veggie and 2 vegan. The Vegan Society's Francine Jordan called it very disappointing. Well, don't watch it then. Don't watch it. They don't have to cater for everybody. They're making a programme. They'd be going, oh, it's vegetarianism, and some chefs might not want to do that. So, don't complain about something. MasterChef spokesman said there have been vegetarian and vegan dishes set as skills tests in every recent series. Well, there you go.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Hello. I just thought I'd say that because it's Friday and it means that, you should have got your Christmas tree by now. You should have bought the vegetables and all the bits and pieces. Shallots are very popular. Shallots are very popular at the moment. Lidl have got an offer on of 19 pence. For 19 pence for shallots, normally 83 pence. Everything's been reduced in price now and also the Harrods sale, the Boxing Day sale, starts today. Obviously worrying about what's going to be happening just after Christmas. But if you look at the price of things here, British Brussels sprouts in Lidl, 79p, now 19p. Years ago, LBC used to do a guy called Jonathan Choate as part of the breakfast programme from the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Information Bureau. Yes, it exists. And he would come on and tell you the best bargains of where they were to be had. British carrots, 19p. Potatoes, 19p. Parsnips, hate parsnips, I couldn't care less whether they were a penny or not. And British red cabbage, that's obviously going to be the thing to have. Postman Pat was fired after a boss spotted him working at a corner shop whilst on the sick. This bloke had been off with a painful shoulder when a Royal Mail manager, Kelly Bickerstaff, caught him carrying a box of drinks. Not the Postman Pat, no. They called him Postman Pat. He'd been a postie for 20 years, known to colleagues as Pat, ducked behind the counter and hid. And Pat was carrying a crate of soft drinks, and I walked behind the till. He's off long-term sick as he has an injury to his shoulder. He's obviously... Anyway, they decided to fire him because he's obviously lied. He tore a tendon in his shoulder in August and went off sick from the delivery office in Waltham Cross. After being spotted in the shop, he was found guilty of gross misconduct and fired, but then he tried to sue the Royal Mail. His claims were dismissed by the Watford Employment Tribunal, which found he was in fundamental breach of contract. In other words, you're a lying little toe rag. That's why they fired you. Honestly, these people trying to get away. Oh, I'm sick, I can't do this, you liar. I love it when they get caught out. Postman Pat. Not anymore. Steve, if you've not seen the John Cleese interview, it should be on YouTube by now. He walked off at the end, says Will. No, he said, I didn't walk off. I just left the studio. He said, I didn't walk off. People tried to make out that he was having a bit of a tantrum and an argument, but he said I wasn't. I was very calm and collected. Chris says, sometimes I have leftover Sunday roast for breakfast the next day. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, there is. You should be taken out and put in prison. I'm afraid we can't have people like that. Do you think Radio Shropshire is currently covering the election or asking listeners what their favourite biscuit is? If they're probably asking the biscuit question, I suspect. And somebody else says, Jill from South Norwood agreed with Chris entirely for regards to Christmas prezzies. I've thought about it for a long time. I tell friends, don't buy me any Christmas prezzies, as if I want or need anything, I can buy it for myself. I normally just buy for the kids. I'm not being a humbug, just tired of the overspending. Well, I think this year you should be very careful with the overspending. I always remind people every year that it's a long time if you're in work until you get paid again, because we get paid before Christmas. And then the next time you get paid is 6 weeks later. So it's a long time. I think we get paid Monday. Which is quite exciting, really, isn't it, when you think about it? I always think it's quite exciting. Spare a thought, though, for Meng Lan from the Beijing Zoo in China. Meng Lan is a giant panda, which is very sweet because the Chinese are very good at breeding giant pandas. Unfortunately, this one climbed out of his enclosure. Freaked everybody out at the zoo. A zoo spokesman said the naughty male youngster was lured back with food. He literally climbed up all this metalwork and everything else and nearly launched himself in. I mean, he was obviously just coming out to have a little look at people. But he's quite a big panda. He was roaming free. Staff evacuated people, basically saying, run! Don't mess with the panda. Definitely. Steve, when I worked at the London Dolphinarium in Oxford Street in the 70s, said Steph, I remember this very well, very well. Two regular visitors were Ron Moody and George Martin, who were big mates. One day they brought Lionel Bart, who was wearing a quite extraordinary safari suit and hat, which looked as if they were made from those chamois leathers we used to clear misty windscreens with. Yes, I remember the Dolphinarium in Oxford Street. Amazing. And little Julie, is it little Julie? No, it's not, it's JJ. Who says, couldn't agree more about the parsnips. Horrible things. I don't like them. I don't know why. Some people say, oh, you should really like parsnips, but I can't get excited over them. Mind you, some people, as we've discovered over the last few days, don't like sprouts and stuff like that. Playing Lucille Ball in a new film, and Nicole Kidman really does love Lucy. Can't wait to see that one. Lucille Ball was a big star. She had her own company called Desilu, and they used to make the Lucy show. And I did an interview with a guy who used to go and play chess with her in the afternoon. And he wrote a book called Lucy in the Afternoon. And she was great. She was big star. Big star. And the buses used to go outside her house when they did the tours, to go and visit the houses of the rich and famous. And she'd always make sure she was outside doing something. So that when the buses went past, they'd go, and this is Lucille. Oh, there is Lucille Ball outside her house. She used to love that. I'd do that. Stand outside my place, they go, and as the bus goes by, they go, and there is Steve Allen, Other special tour, people think I'm sort of a mythical creature. And but no, Lucille Ball used to come outside the house. She said because it was something she owed the public. The public had seen, and so for them to go back and go, we actually saw Lucille Ball. I thought it was fantastic, actually. Absolutely, nice sort of person. Nice person. Other stories in the papers for today. Well, it's all It's all basically the cops quizzing the party pair. This is the raucous bash thrown by Tory aides in the lockdown last Christmas. Also, Mark Lebet, who's lost an awful lot of weight. He's 6'6" tall. I didn't realise he was so tall. 6'6". He did a programme where I think about 3 of them went out. I think the Dark Destroyer and the Governess as well. I quite like them, actually, but some of the questions are easy peasy on that programme, and some of them are so ridiculous. But the one you've got to watch, though, is Anton Deck, who pranked the host of it, Bradley Walsh. By all the people on it were a setup, and they were listening on earpieces as to what the answer was and all the things. And in the end, this woman, I think, won £176,000, and Bradley Walsh couldn't believe it. And he managed to be pranked by it, because you could tell he was getting. In fact, at one point, he goes off stage and goes, "What's going on here? Are they trying to scam us?" He thought they were trying to scam because Dale had somebody on one of his shows when he did In It to Win It. And they were totally convinced that this person was cheating by sniffing the answer. And I remember seeing it some time ago on, I can't remember what the programme was. It wasn't. But it was, they stood there and they had to identify what the answer was. And this person sniffed. And I thought, am I the only one who's hearing this? Every time the correct answer, like the coughing major, where it was very obvious because he was cheating. And this person sniffed with the answers. So they'd say, is it A, B or C, and all the rest. And you think, no, wait a minute, they've given them the answers. What was the programme? Derek Beatty hosted it. Derek Beatty, and it was, I don't know, you could win a carriage clock. It wasn't very exciting. Derek Beatty, and what was the programme that he did? They also pranked, by the way, I should mention that poor old Bradley Walsh got pranked twice. Which is always quite good, actually. Always quite good. What did Derek Beatty do? Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. Which ran for years. Mr. and Mrs. Be nice to each other. And they used to bring them on, and then they'd sort of go for this programme. Want to be locked away. And then they came out and say, OK, and it was good fun. Very good fun. Locked away was the best thing, actually. So lots of pictures of pubs empty all over the place, from Lincolnshire to Bristol to Sheffield, to York, to Preston, to South Wales, Lancashire, in fact, quite a number of places, and Chester as well, where the bars are empty. Now, whether or not people are going to be not going to the bars over this weekend, but I do urge you that if you are, I would wear a mask, because at some point you're going to need to get back on a train or a bus and go home, and that's when you can pick this COVID up, and it's quite virulent. Quite virulent, definitely. Steve, even worse for the self-employed who not only have Christmas, then a big tax bill in January. Luckily, I save, but others won't, says Simon. Yes, I mean, but I'd always been very good about my tax bills. Always very good. I always made sure that by the time we got to Christmas, I had the money for the January tax bill, because nothing worse. Nothing worse. Viv in Walpole says, I'm going to Southwold Beach for a picnic on Christmas Day. A few people on medication go for an annual swim. I shall toast you with my Prosecco glasses on my tray and carry it all in my tote bag. Well, good for you and a Merry Christmas.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 7 is the time. 22 million of you apparently will hit the shops this weekend. So the trouble is I'm one of these people. I do go out and buy things, but not really. I've decided it's easier to give money to people at Christmas as opposed to trekking around the shops and buying presents. I appreciate the fact if you've got children, they want presents. So you've got to go out. You've got to find either somewhere to park the car or take the bus or do all these other little bits and pieces. And it's a bit of a pain, really. But I tend to find ordering online is the easiest thing to do. You order online, it gets delivered, or you go to one of these collection points where you can go and buy something, and that's even easier. However, Top Gear is at the centre of a row, a BBC row, over Freddie Flintoff promoting Jamie Redknapp's clothing range on the show. Well, I don't think that's allowed, is it? Flintoff has been wearing a variety of these jackets on the motoring series since January 2020. But I thought the BBC fire people for things like that. I seem to remember Carol Vorderman got into trouble for advertising something. And yet obviously certain people are allowed to get away with it. Very naughty. And of course, Jamie Redknapp, I mean, honestly, the most interesting man on the television. I mean, I wouldn't promote my clothing range on my show. You know, spandex pants, you know, and things like that. Yes, by Alan. Pants by Alan. I would never mention pants by Alan or anything like that. It's outrageous. So, but the BBC are very sort of flexible on these sort of things. In fact, I seem to remember Can't Cook, Won't Cook, that What's It programme on the television, was constantly promoting people. It was like freebies all over the place. They go, and here's somebody, and they make ice cream, and we're going to make anything. And they basically held up their packages. Ridiculous, honestly. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely fabulous star Helen Lederer has revealed she had a fling with Rick Mayall. Helen Lederer, oh gosh, she's an absolutely you'd know her if you saw her. Comedian, stand-up comedian. She's 67. She's an actress as well. She worked with Rick, appearing in The Young Ones, Happy Families and Bottom. And in a 92 episode of Bottom, she played Moldovan Lady Natasha, who seduced Rick's virgin alter ego, Richie. But Helen's let it slip. They'd already been intimate after meeting 10 years earlier. Lord above. Can't believe it. Asked if she was... No, they weren't. No, they weren't married at all. And, of course, he's not with us anymore, which is such a shame. I miss him, actually. He died in a quad bike accident in 2014. Never tried to hide their past. He was a gentleman. He'd just give a nod and a wink at any pass. He was so open. But she says, I mean, you know, she's made it clear the flirtation was very much in the past, saying Rick left behind 3 children and a beautiful wife. I thought he was great, actually. I'd love to have talked to him. Love to have talked to him. You know the story we did the other day about the school who's apologised after their pathetic Christmas lunch was served to pupils slammed by parents? £3.50 for this meal. But I mean, by comparison, what they got for £3.50 was a darn sight better value than the £18 burger and chips served at the football match. Dad Adrian Davies said he wouldn't offer the food to his dog. Oh, they're such dramatic people, aren't they? I wouldn't offer that to my dog. Yeah, well, boring old you, mate. He said his pets eat better. He said it's like something from Oliver Twist, because what they got... one said it was pathetic, adding that Staining Grammar School should hang their heads in shame, because they got turkey and stuffing in a bap with a pig in a blanket and a mini roll. It's three per... Well, no, mini roll on some of them. Yours one's got mini pie, I've got mini roll here. So, bit of a choice. But I mean, £3.50, and they're moaning about it, saying, oh, wouldn't feed that to my dog. Well, precious little you, then. Precious little you. And then somebody saying they should hang their heads in shame. I mean, this thing probably cost £2 to make, I should imagine. Rolls are not cheap nowadays, and mince pies and a bit of turkey. And there was some stuffing hidden under that turkey. Admittedly, it's not the greatest thing. It's only £3.50, loves. You know, and then you look at the £18 burger. Chips look delicious. The burger looks a bit crummy, I'm afraid. And it's also got 2 spikes in, obviously, to hold it together. But the chips do look quite nice. I like chips that look as though they're crispy. Yeah, I wouldn't pay £18 for a burger. I wouldn't even pay £5 for a portion of chips at Winter Wonderland. I thought that was a direct rip-off when we went 2 years ago, and they went £5. The place was not very busy because it had been miserable and wet and rainy and everything else. But I thought, I'm not paying £5 for a portion of chips. It's just, and also the staff look bored out of their minds. Yeah. Not that I hold a grudge. Seriously, you won't find me complaining about anything. But fancy complaining about this Christmas lunch. Staining Grammar School apologised. Yeah, I would like to unreservedly apologise for the situation. But I mean, whatever. It must have been discussed, because the head of the kitchen would have said, this is what we're doing and this is how... They have to cost everything out. But, you know, fancy saying... I mean, similar-looking meals were served this week, both there and at Bowhunt Academy in West Sussex, also part of the Bowhunt Education Trust. The meal's been blamed on supply chain problems and staff absences caused by COVID. But fancy calling it, you know, my pets eat better. God, what a boring person you must be. How dull. Let's come round and find how much you spend. You know, you spending a lot of money, are you? Good. Honestly, people moan about everything nowadays. Steve, I remember that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with the Major that cheated. Well, everybody remembers it. Because she turned up on a programme with Jeff Brazier, where he was sitting on the bed talking to her in his pants. And the Major's wife was on there. They were a peculiar couple. They really were. And another one here says, Mr. and Mrs. was great, says Maxine. The theme tune written by Tony Hatch. He wrote some great theme tunes. Emmerdale, Crossroads, Neighbours. He's also got a box set out, which has got about 6 or 7 CDs. Also some of Petula Clark's greatest hits, like Don't Sleep in the Subway and I Couldn't Live Without Your Love. Petula Clark, I love. I've got all the greatest hits albums from all those sort of people. All those sort of people. Oh, do you remember that stopwatch? I told you about the stopwatch, which was used to time Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. Has been sold at auction. £26,000. 26,000. Yeah, the Ingrams and Jeff Brazier went on wife swap. Was it wife swap, was it? But he's sitting on the bed in his pants, talking to her. It's an outrageous thing to do. Really. Not normal at all. But, Jeff Brazier. Oh, we could tell you stories. Ghislaine Maxwell here. And the winner of the MasterChef, The Professionals, celebrated with wine, a bucket of chicken and a jigsaw. Do you think that's KFC? I could celebrate with a bucket of chicken at this time of the morning. I see no reason why we shouldn't. And Britain's Got Talent judge, David Walliams, admits the 2022 show could be cancelled. The London Palladium is booked from January the 17th for 4 days of filming auditions for the show, which was cancelled due to the pandemic. But David said, obviously, it's a bit of an uncertain world, which is why we had to cancel the series this year. He was talking to the Mike Hoskins Breakfast Show in New Zealand, because we've all heard of that, the Mike Hoskins Breakfast Show. David says, I think the first year I did it, Ashley and Pudsey won. It was wonderfully joyous. And then Pudsey wrote a book. Do you remember Pudsey? And then Pudsey died. But I remember Pudsey. Great act. But he said it was sweet because it was so genuine. That's why we like the people who do the sausage roll things. I like that. Police made how many drink driver arrests every day last December, despite a nationwide lockdown? Do you remember we had the nationwide lockdown? How many arrests every day for drink driving? 118 every day. The worst areas, London, typical. Scotland, West Yorkshire and Humberside. Alex Kindred of the insurers said although arrest figures for December 2019, 178 a day, were significantly higher, last year's total was still shocking. I don't know why people think they can risk it. You know, people have a few bevies, and I've seen them on the television. They go, how many drinks have you had? And there was this woman, she could barely get out of the car. And it was really interesting that they said, how many drinks have you had? And she said, oh, I've just had a couple. And she was like nearly 3 times the limit. 3 times the limit. And still got in the car and drove. As if you think you can risk things like that. Not very good at all. Oh, garage owners have been accused of not passing on cheaper fuel prices. They're ripping us off. What did I pay the other day for petrol? £1.61 a litre. I mean, admittedly, I'm supposed to put in the best petrol you can get, so I put that 5 grade in or whatever it is, I don't know. But 161, I remember thinking, somebody's ripping us off. It'll be the petrol stations. You know, wholesale costs, which make up a big chunk of the price, drop 10p. I wish they'd passed it on to us. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? But I fear not to be. But make sure you do fill up with petrol over the festive season, just in case. Got to go. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 20th of December. 5 days. That'll teach you. I keep seeing all these adverts in the papers. They're fantastic. They're going, you know, this is how much a turkey costs. I mean, I was looking at some in Marks and Spencer, which are ready stuffed. Honestly, they think of everything, these turkeys. And £45, and then you can buy... I was listening to adverts the other day. One of the supermarkets is selling all their vegetables at 19p. I mean, you know, even if you're a vegetarian, you're going to do really well, aren't you? Very, very well. But it's going to get through so quickly this week. You know, here we are on the Monday. Before we know where we are, we'll be on Tuesday, then Thursday, and then it's Christmas Eve, and then Christmas is finished. Because that's the way it works nowadays. But we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Great questions like, was Robin Hood born in Yorkshire? And 12 million tune into the biggest bloodfest in dance history. Yes, it's Strictly. you. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. I didn't do very much, actually. Had 2 shows at the Magic Circle on Saturday, which went very well. I thought we were going to have a huge dropout because of the COVID and because of the fact it's spreading, but it went very well. We probably lost, I think, about 30 people between the 2 shows, 30 or 40 people, which actually was not bad. So my commiseration if you missed it. You missed a great show. And in fact, it was so good that we had a special guest on the first show of Mark Armand from Soft Cell. He was in the audience, so we dragged him up for a chat, and it was really good. The only thing we couldn't do is do close-up magic because of the distancing and all the rest of it. But apart from that, we had a lovely show in the actual theatre, and it was really lovely. But even at the Magic Circle, they've been affected by lots of magicians who've had to isolate, and it got so bad that the president of the Magic Circle herself was actually doing the lighting and the sound and all the other things. We had two young ladies in from RADA who've never been to the Circle before, and they were helping out, stage managing and doing everything else. It was a really all hands to the pump, and Catherine was there. It was really good, actually. It was very nice. Everybody was very good about it, and we had some lovely magic on the stage, and we had a few laughs, and God knows we could have done with a few laughs. But thank you for turning up, if you've turned up, and Kaz as well, who's now admitted that he's a secret listener. A secret listener. Him and his team downstairs looking after the bar and making sure that I got my sort of booze, which was very nice indeed. I actually had something I'd not had for ages. I had a vodka, large vodka, and Diet Coke. I haven't had one of those for a long time. It's amazing how it hits the spot. I had no idea, actually. But it was excellent. We had some really good magicians, and they've got the Magic Circle Christmas shows. So as far as I know, they're going ahead. They'll be socially distanced, but you get to see some fabulous magic. And I've seen some of the people who are going to be appearing in the Magic Circle Christmas shows, and they're really, really good, really, really good, including one that we had who did my brother's wedding, because my brother wanted a magician for his wedding, so I bought him two magicians turned up, and they entertained people, because it's quite nice when people see things actually happening under their very noses. Jane says, you've got pigeon trouble at home. I've got trouble with squirrels. Any ideas? I don't know what you do about squirrels. I can't remember if grey squirrels are classed as vermin. I think they might be classed as vermin. I have a sneaking feeling they are. That's why we got no red squirrels, because the grey squirrels killed them off. And I'm not sure whether or not you can legally get rid of... I don't know. You'd have to check with the council, because the council would know. I know that if you have a wasp's nest, then you can legally get rid of that. But if it's bees, you can't get rid of bees because they are protected. I don't know why there should be any difference between bees and wasps. But it is that case that we had wasp's nest on a few occasions. And the man came round and for £37.50 or something, literally managed to obliterate them in a matter of less than 20 minutes. What he does, he squirts the nest, which kills the wasps in there. And then when the other wasps come back from their foraging, they die as well. And so, because you can't have them buzzing around people's front doors, they're very aggressive wasps. But bees are protected because they're quite cute, aren't they? Quite cute. Noreen says, Steve, hope you're well and enjoyed the Magic Circle. Friends who went thoroughly enjoyed it, and Mark Armand is a listener. Whoa! We love Strictly Come Dancing, thrilled that Rose won, then the sad news that Carlos of Il Divo has died. Never saw them, but fabulous voices. Yeah, they had a number of albums out, produced by Simon Cowell, I believe. I did mention last week that he'd gone into this induced coma for COVID, and unfortunately they then had to take that decision. Can he survive if we take him off the induced coma? And the answer is he couldn't, and so he did pass away. He was only 53. I didn't know who he was. I knew who Il Divo were because obviously I've seen them and because I quite like it. But I was watching all sorts of things the other day. What did I watch? I ended up watching Michael Parkinson. It must have been filmed years ago because Parky's getting on a bit now. And this was a show of all sort of jazz type music and smooth and, bits of Artie Shaw and bits of Glenn Miller and stuff like that with this fabulous orchestra. And really brilliant. I'd never heard of them before, but I'd sat there captivated, loving every minute of it. And I loved every bit of the Magic Circle shows. It was really good fun, actually. Where I even got to come on to dry ice, which is always very nice. I like a bit of dry ice. But two of the boys who came down with their magic act, they do an illusion act. They've got their faces on the side of their truck, and they had like fireworks on stage, which was brilliant. You know, this huge. Oh, loved it. But it was very good. So thank you for coming down. Thank you for supporting, and I hope that if you weren't lucky enough to come down to the Magic Circle this year, then hopefully he says, hopefully by next year we'll be able to do the full show for you. And I shall expect to see you there, because you get to see some super magic. It's a lovely place to come to. And it was just great. It was really great. Steve, is Mark Armand as nice and lovely in real life as he seems to be? He is. He is. Absolutely. It's only because somebody had said to me before the show started, they said, I think Mark Armand's coming. And I said, what, the Mark Armand? And they went, yeah. I said, oh, right. Because I'd met him there before, but I had no idea he was coming to the show. And so we got an opportunity of a chat with him. There's a new Soft Cell album which comes out next year. And then there'll be another. They've had a few greatest hits albums. So he said, but no, he's a listener to the programme, which is fantastic. He was looking really good, really, really good. And we got to sit in two very posh chairs. So he is as nice and lovely in real life. Sue Ann says, my ticket didn't download, so I missed the show. No. Oh, Sue's. Steve and... 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve, I think your funniest quote of the year has to be from Friday's show, when you were speaking to Theo about the by-election and overheard somebody in the background mention Radio Shropshire, and you said, Radio Shropshire, what's that? Yeah, we used to laugh about Radio Shropshire. We weren't actually sure that it was actually a real radio station, and then we worked on the assumption that it was a real radio station, but it was BBC local radio. So not really a proper radio station. It's more like the local vicar, you know, and the local gardener get a show on there. And we were having a laugh about how they'd cover an election. Thought it was very funny. Shane says, I loved your Christmas tree. Thank you. Do you know what I've got at home? I've got a Henry Hoover. And for some reason, I've lost the attachments. In other words, the extension and the brush at the bottom, and all the other little bits and pieces. And I was thinking, oh, perhaps I'll have to throw it away. And then I thought, no, there must be a way of getting hold of all these extra bits. Blow me down. I go to Amazon, and they do a complete kit of the long extension pipes and the bit that goes at the bottom and all the other bit for 24 quid. So I've ordered it. I thought, why not? Because at the moment, I'm using a fairly small one for picking up... needles under the tree because it's dropping a little bit, and this lametta, and it clogs it up in the brushes, and it's driving me absolutely crackers. But on the Henry, it doesn't, because it goes straight up the pipe, straight into the bag inside. It's a fairly simple construction, but it seems to work absolutely perfectly. So I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited. Donnie says, no sign of the Bentley outside the Magic Circle. Did you come on foot? No, I didn't, actually. I didn't. I left it at a friend's house, and we got a car down, mainly because there's roadworks in Stevenson's Way, and it made it a bit of a difficult... I'd had visions of getting it in there, but not being able to get the blooming thing back out again. So I didn't risk it. I was up in the dress circle with my friend Carl, or rather the ashtray, as you called it. Great fun and super acts. It was, wasn't it? I thought they were really good. And somebody says, I'm shocked, Steve, at the price of the Christmas edition of the Radio Times. It's a £5. But I did see they're showing a remake of the amazing Mr. Blunden over Christmas. You can't remake perfection. You cannot remake perfection. Mick in Carshalton, first time, ticked my son Darren, his girlfriend, came to your show on Saturday, told me he loved it. He said, you smashed it. Well, we thought it was great. We thought it was great. Actually, I nearly had a row with somebody in Kingston yesterday. I was sort of in the middle of Kingston Market. They always have this sort of fake Christmas market kind of thing, which is sort of basically the same things every year. But I do like a hot sausage. And I fancied one of these Käsewursts and all the rest of it. And so they're cooking them. And there's a woman on this side. There's a bloke who's turning the sausages over, because otherwise they get burned. And there's somebody else. And I've been waiting there. And waiting, and the woman is sort of... I know that they served on my side because they've got all the sauces there, you know, the mustard and the ketchup and the brown sauce and all the rest of it. And so eventually this woman sort of turns around. She's the other side of this fire pit. And the bloke goes to me, oh, you have to come around this side. And I wanted to say to him, what, can she not walk or something? Is she disabled? I couldn't quite work out why. I had to go... And I said, I tell you what, I said, I'll leave it. How much were they charging for a sausage? £6.50. What a rip-off. So shan't be going there ever again, you know. I mean, you need to, if there were 4 of you, you're looking at like 25, 26 quid. Rip-off. So I've decided I'm not going back there. But I did see something that was very interesting the other day at Richmond Station, and it sort of started off as one story and finished as another story. I shall tell you about it in a moment. We take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I went to Pantoland Thursday, Steve, says Jill, in Scythe, Croydon. But why do people take very young children? And why can't they put their phones away? I know, but the trouble is, pantomime now, Jill, it's really for the adults. Little children just see it as something pretty and glittery, and, you know, sometimes you have a transformation scene at the end, and sometimes, if you're very lucky, you get sort of the transformation scene, and they'll have a little ponies pulling a little Cinderella-type coach and things like that, and kids like that. But there's always people on there who are either in the charts with a record or they're sort of known for doing something else, and it's a case that the kids don't know who they are. They've got no idea. You know, if you put, you know, for example, I'm trying to think of just somebody off the top of my head, you know, somebody who's in a sitcom or something like that, most of the kids won't know who they are. They've got no idea. You know, and I was reading a review, actually, of the Richmond pantomime, which stars Anton Dubek. Now, I said at the time, and I've had to stand by it, and I've been proven right, that why have they given him pantomime? He's never done a pantomime before. And he would earn a lot of money because there's nobody else known in this pantomime, so they've spent all the money on him. And I read a review in The Stage. Now, The Stage, the august organ of people in the entertainment business, they gave him a 2 stars, and they basically said he's the wrong bit in it because he's got no experience of doing pantomime. He doesn't know how to play comedic. He thinks that if you are funny, then you fit into pantomime. Well, you don't. And they said he was the weak link in the show, and I said that it's exactly the same as if I actually go on to Strictly Come Dancing, and because I can't dance, well, I can't dance like that, and he gives me sort of a top score. No, he would give me a very low score because I can't dance. It's a dancing programme, and unfortunately, pantomime is quite skilled. You ask Shane Ritchie, you ask any of the big people, biggins, who they do it. You think you just walk in and do it? No, I think he thought you just walk in and do it, and it'll be fine. Wrong again. Unfortunately, he was the weak link. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Hope you're well. It's cold. Don't bother going out today. If you don't need to go out, please don't go out. Please don't. It's too cold to go out. You might as well stay in. Pull the duvet up under your chin. Turn the heating up. Or if you haven't got the heating up, but put a hot water bottle together or something like that. But, I mean, stay in bed. It's warm. And if you don't feel too good, definitely stay in bed because I'm here for the next 12 days. Every single day for the next 12 days. Anyway, so Richmond. So I get off the train at, yesterday. I got what time? I got a slightly earlier train. I think I got a Windsor and Eton train, which leaves at 7:28, I think. And I managed to get that. And then it goes Clapham Junction, and then it goes Richmond. And I get off the train. As I'm going up the stairs, I'm looking at this girl in front of me, and she's got dreadlocks halfway down her back. And I remember thinking, wow, I've never seen anybody with such amazing dreadlocks. And they were sort of slightly bordering between violet and purple. So whether they were real or whether they were attached in, I've got no idea. But I remember looking at them and thinking, I mean, they literally went halfway down her bottom. And I was right behind her. And I was thinking, God, that must take for ages to do. You know, something like that. Me, didn't take me any time at all to do my hair. So, of course, I was strangely drawn to this sort of walking set of dreadlocks in front of me. And then we get to the ticket barrier. And she goes in front of me. And I remember thinking, I'm still strangely looking at these things, but I look up at the same time because I'm dead curious over how much credit people have got on their cards. Because I like to top my card up every opportunity. So I've always got in the region of 70 quid on there or something. I know it seems ludicrous, but I don't want to run out and get there. It goes beep, beep, whatever. So she puts her card on. Of course, I naturally look at the screen. What was she doing? She was using a child's card. It was a child's card. She's a crook. She's a crook. And I remember thinking, because it stuck out, it says child ticket. And I remember thinking, wait a minute, you're an adult. Why are you using a child ticket? Because there's nobody there to check it. Richmond Station, she arrives in every morning. It'll be between about 7:15 and about 7:45. And she's probably about 25, 30. But it was the fact, and as I say, I didn't notice that. First of all, I noticed her hair. And so she's very identifiable, but she's using a child's ticket, which, of course, is totally illegal. So she's a crook. She's cheating the system. It's like people, they had them, they do it, who does it? I'm trying to think, actually. Oh, the TfL policing system that they have. And they were following somebody who's been using it for the best part of a year, but they're using a ticket, but they're using it fraudulently. And so they eventually found this person who then ran away from them. People go on the buses and they cheat. I'm starting a campaign, by the way. Anybody not masked, don't sit anywhere on the bus with me. Go and sit upstairs on the bus, OK? If it's only a single decker, sit on the bloody roof. We don't want you anywhere near us. You're spreading it. You're the ones who are spreading COVID, OK? And this new one, and as was it Sajid Javid said the other day, he said these people are taking up hospital beds, whereas they could be used for people with cancer. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the anti-vaxxers, a sad, pathetic bunch. As I keep reminding you, and I've reminded everybody the other day, even at the Magic Circle, I said, you know, your car breaks down, you phone a mechanic, you phone an expert, you need somebody doing to your teeth, you go to see the dentist. You want to know anything about COVID, you go and check with a bloke called Dave in Shropshire who'll tell you on the internet everything he knows about it, otherwise known as the biggest prat under the sun. These people really annoy me. And I'm still getting people sitting on the buses. There should be a case of the bus driver should be allowed to turn around and go, get off the bus. You're not spreading it on here. I couldn't care less whether they're exempt or anything. I really don't. Very sad, very sorry. You're not spreading on my bus. Anyway, for the grey squirrels, we tried garlic. Garlic? What a funny thing to give to grey squirrels. Then fake owls. Finally, those kiddies' plastic windmills worked, although they do make a noise at 4 a.m. in the morning. Well, actually, yeah, I'm not really sure, actually, Dave, whether I think that's the thing. I thought an air gun would be the thing to get rid of grey squirrels, because the trouble is with grey squirrels, if they nest in your chimney or in your loft, that's a nightmare. A nightmare. And chimneys especially are those sort of things. I told you we used to feed them. I don't know why. Don't know why. Shane says, I love Mark Armand and Gene Pitney singing Something's Gotten Hold of My Heart. I loved it. One of my favourite Gene Pitney songs. Next to one called Trans-Canada Highway, which nobody knows. Nobody knows. I played it on Beat the Intro once. Somebody said, you won't know what this is. And they went, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. I said, it's Trans-Canada Highway. They said, how do you know that? I said, because I'm clever. I'm an expert. I know about these sort of things. Steve, after the Panto show at the Key Theatre at Peterborough, the cast appealed to the audience to urge the council not to close it. Another victim of the pandemic. I have a feeling that we're going to go back into partial lockdown. I think what they're going to let you do, it's only a guess, I think it's a case of they'll let you have Christmas, and then I think they're going to start bringing in some draconian measures, because this new COVID variant, and I can't impress on you enough, it spreads like wildfire, far more than the other one. And if you're not vaccinated, you stand a good chance of going under with it. And I keep saying to people, what would you rather do, live or the other alternative? It's your decision. If you want to play with a loaded gun, play with a loaded gun, but don't inflict it on everybody else. I'm only saying what the doctors will actually tell you. You know, and you hear the anti-vaxxers. What a sad, pathetic bunch they are, aren't they? You know, they don't want to get vaccinated. You think, wait a minute, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Why would you want to turn down something that's free to help you get through something that you could very easily pick up? I don't understand the mentality. I really don't. I can't get my head around it at all. I mean, I've got it because I'm high risk. You know, and if they go, would you like another booster? Absolutely. I'll be there like a flash. I came back on the bus from Kingston yesterday because I thought, there's no point taking the car, you've got to park somewhere and all the rest of it. And there was a queue of at least 100 people waiting to queue for the doctor's surgery in Hampton Wick. It literally went up, out of the surgery, all the way down the road and round the corner. And I'm looking at it thinking, good for you. Good for you. And yet we got some prat sitting on the bus with no mask on. And I felt like saying, why are you not wearing a mask? Oh, and I know the answer. It's going to be, well, I'm exempt. And you go, what do you mean, exempt from passing it on? More than 900,000 people were boosted nationally yesterday. Isn't that brilliant? Isn't that brilliant? The anti-vaxxers, nobody gives a stuff about. I couldn't care less whether you fall ill or not. That's your decision. You've made the decision not to get vaccinated, which can be pretty fatal. Pretty fatal. But as I say, what can you do about these people? Steve, I've been up since midnight with night. Oh, I was up before you. I got up before you. I woke up yesterday. One time I came in. Why was I tired? I was tired for something. I can't remember. I'd been out doing exercise or something, lifting the Prosecco glass up and then putting it back down again. You do that half a dozen times. That's a workout, as far as I'm concerned. And I remember sort of sitting there thinking, do you know, I think I'll go to bed. I'd made my phone calls. I'd done my bits and pieces. And I thought, I didn't even have anything to eat, actually, yesterday. I don't think so. Because I didn't have the sausage in Kingston Market. I thought, I'm not paying £6.50, rip-off. And I'm not being told where to stand to go and order one. It's a round stall. You serve people all the way around it. But anyway, so I climbed into bed. I was out for the count. At the moment, because, I've got a portable DVD player on my bed, because I cannot go to sleep, A, if the room is dark, or if it's quiet. So I have the lights on all the time. So I sleep with lights on. Just 2 table lamps. One on one side of the room, one on the other side of the room. I don't have the main light on, because I've taken it out. I don't know why. I had a momentary flash in my life. That's bloody coming out. I took the light out and all the rest of it. And I cannot sleep. And so I'm hopeless. If anybody says, why don't you come and spend the weekend? I don't think so. Because I can't sleep in somebody else's place. And also, I don't like using other people's toilet. I feel it's a bit of a personal thing. I'm a bit funny about things like that, It's like even when I go to hotels, I can stay up half the night thinking, I wish I could go to sleep. When I went to Vegas last time, I spent all night sitting in the air conditioning because it was too hot. I didn't like it at all. But anyway, so I climbed into bed and I put this, at the moment I'm watching first of all I was watching Fawlty Towers. I bought the box set of that, which is about the third, because I buy these things and I lose them. I don't know where they go to. There's obviously a vast pit somewhere in my place and all this stuff disappears. And now I'm watching Oh, Dr. Beeching, which has got most of the cast of Heidi High in it. And it's really good, actually. But unfortunately, I'm out within seconds, so I don't get through the episodes. I just get a little bit of it. So I can listen to the same DVD for about a month and not get through to the end of it. Which is nice. Steve, Nick Abbott had a bus driver call him who had a passenger aboard with a hole cut in her mask. When he asked why, she told him it helped her to breathe. It's the people who don't put it over their nose that's my stomach. Quiet. Shh. Not now. Later. It's like being a ventriloquist, isn't it? Your stomach talks by itself. I remember doing something once and somebody wrote to me and they said, what's going on with your stomach? And I said, can you hear it? And they went, yeah. I said, it's like a small waterworks going on down here. I don't know whether it's bad digestion or something like that, or it's the amount of Prosecco. I've got no idea. But, yeah, I mean, there is no excuse for people not wearing a mask. You can get a visor or you can do something. Or failing that, why don't they make them sit upstairs? Make it a lot easier. And then if they all want to infect each other, that's brilliant. Just don't infect us who are wearing masks. Thank you very much indeed. I was on the number 5 bus when a female ticket inspector got on. She turned to one passenger and said, put your mask on first. Another passenger didn't have one and walked away. I said to her, well done. Well, I told you we had a bus driver the other day who gave a lecture. He stopped the bus at one of the bus stops and he started saying, you should be wearing a mask. It's dangerous. And he's absolutely right. It is very, very dangerous. I never understand. I see there's a couple of schools on one of my bus journeys and all the parents are standing outside with lots of little kids, not one parent wearing a mask. And I'm thinking, if you come down with it, who's going to look after the kids at Christmas? I mean, are you that stupid? You really are dicing with death, and you end up seeing these people. And then I hear people who phone up LBC all the time, actually, saying, oh, I've checked and only one person's died of COVID. Yeah, only one person at the moment. Only one at the moment. How many out of the amount of times we've had COVID talked about? About 145,000 people, I think now. 160,000 people are dead. It's as simple as that. And the ones who are most at risk are the ones who aren't vaccinated. If you don't want to get vaccinated, I really couldn't care less. That's your business. If you've decided you've had enough, then fair enough. But it's too dangerous. Too dangerous to risk. Sue says, I had a big pre-Christmas ballyhoo with my brother-in-law yesterday as he refuses the vaccine. I told him if anything happens to him, I don't want my sister, who has underlying issues, to get it too. She's had the jabs. His stepdad died of COVID, but he reckons he wasn't close to him. Crazy. It is. I mean, it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. It really is. I don't want to go down with it. But, I mean, luckily, because I've been vaccinated and boosted and flu jabbed and everything else, I probably stand a better chance than most people of sort of coming through at the other side. But I spoke to a friend of mine who has gone down with COVID, and he said it's awful. He sent me a text, because I only just heard about it yesterday. And I sent him a text saying, thinking of you. And he wrote back and said, it's horrible. It's horrible. You know, you just got to be very careful. Got to be very, very careful. How long was the £6.50 sausage, says Ben? Well, you know, about average length of a decent sized because all Wurst is the same size. So it could be 7 or 8 inches. To be honest with you, I can't tell the difference. You know, difference between an inch. I mean, who goodness sake, honestly. Anyway, 4:30 is the time. Let's get the latest news headlines with Serena Farrow.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I thought she was the one who was instigating. Sorry, I was having a private conversation. Just mind your own business. Nothing to do with you. Thought I'd mention it anyway. Steve, I've had the COVID and a booster. I wear a mask where required, but the side effect of the 3 jabs has been awful. I'm not sure I want the 4th jab. I don't think there is a 4th jab, unless you want the flu jab. But I didn't get any side effects at all. I got nothing. Mainly because, and I think, I mean, I might be wrong, but it's the only way I've interpreted it, is that it's because I inject every day, being a diabetic. So I don't actually have any sort of problem with I just don't like watching. Isn't it fun? I don't even like watching myself. You know, I know where the needle's supposed to go. And, you know, I put the needle on and I can do all the rest of it. I've been doing it for years. But when you have the jab, the needle's about 3 feet long. It's enormous. I can remember a friend of mine telling me once he went to the dentist to have some work done on a wisdom tooth, which I found a little bit of a misnomer because he was as dim as a brick. But he sort of went there and he said, but the needle went in. He said, and it came out of my cheek. Well, that put me off completely. I always panic about stuff like that. Steve, you're not the only one who knows Trans-Canada Highway. Yeah, whatever. People always say that, don't they? Stephen says, do you like Christmas? What a stupid question. What a stupid question. I've been loving Christmas since... I talk about Christmas from April onwards. I don't have any problem with things like that. I love it. Because one day it'll be your last. So you might as well make the most of every single one that's there. Why can't you sleep in the dark, says Debbie? I don't know. She says, I'm the opposite. I can only sleep if it's pitch black. I think it's because when I did overnights on LBC about 1,300 years ago, at the end of the programme, there was an hour programme before I could then go home. And I could literally lie down on the floor of the studio and go to sleep. And I had no trouble doing it whatsoever. So I can sleep with the lights on. I can sleep on a carpet. I could sleep anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Public transport. I mean, if I'd been in town and I was coming back on a train and I'd had a few bevies, you know, few Cinzanos and lemonades, and I could easily fall asleep on the train, mainly because it used to go and you'd sit there and you think, and it would just lull you into a false sense of security. So I could go, you know, asleep very quickly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, here we go. Here's a really stupid person, you know, about, you know, somebody who's an anti-vaxxer. Listen, you don't have it, Popsykins. You do whatever you want. You do it. You do it. Nobody cares about you. And that's the good thing. That is the good thing. Steve, rest in peace, my lovely Carlos Marin. This is the bloke from Il Divo, says Connor. I mean, do you know, the moment he went into an induced coma, I then worried because I remember thinking there's sort of some downsides to things like that. I'm a security guard, Steve, in Norfolk, and I've lost count of the amount of people who've literally spat in my face after being asked to put a mask on. I expect a certain amount of abuse in my job, but since COVID it's got so much worse. These people are stupid. They really are stupid. They've got no argument apart from the drivel that they read on the internet. But, of course, you know, reading is another one of their little problems. Steve, we're getting a 4th jab in January, says Bev, because we're immune suppressed. We have 3 vaccines and we get a booster in 3 to 6 months. A friend of mine's still waiting for his. Still waiting for it. I said, when are you going to get it? He said, I think it's booked in January. And I went, oh, no. You have to be careful. Don't worry about the anti-vaxxers. They're a simple bunch and poorly educated. Somebody says, would it be better driving for the time being? No, I always make sure I don't get on full buses. I get on the train, but I'm sitting in my own seat and I'm away from everybody and I've got my mask on. And on the bus, I don't want anybody sitting anywhere near me with no mask on. If anybody does, I will move on the bus. It's as simple as that, glaring at them at the same time. You know, because you can't educate the stupid. You really can't. But the sort of somebody spitting in your face. I've seen it on the internet. People spitting or coughing in somebody's face. Disgusting people, honestly. Really. Somebody else says, oh, that's right, it was Joanna, who is a fan of Gene Pitney. Taken too soon. Taken too soon. I agree, actually. And Steve. Nick Abbott, the bus driver. Yes, we got that one. Oh, there's so many here. Steve, you have to be boosted, says Bev. The 2 are not sufficient. Oh, I know. I've been boosted. Steve, your shows are superb. You've got 12 more. Well, I've got a lot more than 12, but I mean, that's just 12 as a straight run. Normally, you know, counting down the... So I'm here Monday through Friday to Christmas Eve. Then on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, I'm here doing breakfast between 7 and 10. That'll be good. We'll still be doing the anti-vaxxers. Believe you me, I mean, I'm determined. I'm not going to be pushed around by any old Tom, Dick and Harry, you know, who thinks they know better. Somebody says, I agree with you totally. Well, let's face it, 900,000 people the other day can't be wrong, can they? Let's just push the anti-vaxxers to one side. Go away. Shoo. Go away. Silly people. Steve, for the grey... A lot of people advice on grey squirrels. Don't all the tools for the Henry live in the top of the Henry under the lid? No. Of course they don't. Don't be so stupid. It's just got a little... You lift it off and you put the bag inside. You can't put the tools in there as well. Bees, especially honeybees, are protected because they play a vital role in our ecosystem, unlike wasps, says Hillary. Well, I just don't like wasps, and I think they know it. I think wasps know that I don't like them. You know, I think you give off some sort of pheromone or something like that. And I have a dread fear of them. Funny thing is, I never get them indoors. I only ever get them outdoors. You'll be sitting... I remember sitting with a friend of mine, and we were eating outdoors in a restaurant. I mean, it's something we shouldn't do in this country. It's ridiculous. You see people sitting down here in the long road which leads down to the Garrick Theatre, sitting outside with their coats on and their mufflers and their hats and everything, and you think, oh, God, just eat indoors. So much easier. Mind you, I don't think they're going to be open for much longer around here. They can't be, because London was deserted the other day. 84850, Steve at LBC. Steve, I've got a weird routine, says Mary. I drive from Oxford to South London at 4 a.m. to do 2 days of granny childcare every week, and then the same journey back. I go straight through the centre, avoiding the congestion charge. Apart from unlit cyclists and scooters, it's a breeze. Oh, Mary, the other day, 3 Deliveroo drivers, no lights on their bicycles, driving in the pitch dark. What buffoons! What idiots! Small wonder there's accidents. No lights on their bicycles. Where are the police? What are they doing? Probably patrolling all the MPs' parties at the moment. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. And I've got asthma. I agree with your thoughts on masks. And he says, it was you that got me to LBC. I began to get insomnia during lockdown. But never had it before. But on days when I'm up at this time, I have the radio on, doing the house jobs before the kids are up. And it's a really great start to the day. Somebody said to me, why are you so cheerful in the morning? I said, because it annoys people. There's nothing worse is you turn on the radio and, you know, you don't want somebody going, oh, it's a terrible day today. The weather's all... Who wants to listen to that? God in heaven, even I wouldn't want to listen to that. Whereas this show, I mean, some days I've said, you know, it's been so good, I might go home and listen myself. But the one thing I don't do, and I do know a lot of presenters who do it, I can't listen back to a programme. I've never listened back in 43 years to any of my programmes. I've heard little bits of them, but I've certainly never listened to a whole show. Why would you want to? It's me. I know me. I know what I'm likely to say about something. Because somebody said something once, they said, oh, is it an act? And I went, no, I don't think so. No, it's exactly, you know, as I would think. You don't say anything for an effect nowadays. Far too dangerous. Imagine if you said something just for an effect. God, blimey. Definitely not. Lee says, can you sleep anywhere, even on the toilet? Listen, if I was so drunk, probably yes. We were talking about that the other day. I don't know why we were talking about it. I was talking about it to Mark Almond, that Judy Garland played the Hippodrome, and she died not too shortly after that, but she died on a toilet in Chelsea, in the same way that Elvis Presley died on the toilet in Gracelands. He got up to get out of bed and then was sitting on the toilet and then fell off the toilet and died. He obviously had a heart attack, and Judy Garland had a heart attack and died on the toilet. The only difference was everybody knew who Elvis Presley was. Nobody knew who Judy Garland was because she didn't own the name Judy Garland. So when she played here, they couldn't bill her as Judy Garland at the Hippodrome, which was then Talk of the Town, because the studio owned the name Judy Garland. So it was a really odd situation. You know, a lot of people changed their names in the business. Steve. Somebody says here, wait a minute, oh, so many of these. Somebody else recommending driving. I don't mind driving. I really don't mind driving, but I'd rather, if I'm going out to do a bit of shopping, I'd rather just go out and take the bus. But as I say, I make sure if it was a packed bus, I wouldn't get anywhere near it. But the good news is children are off school, and they're going to be the next lot of people who are going to come down with COVID. I can guarantee it. Guarantee it. Steve. Wait a minute. God blimey, there's so many of them this morning. And, God blimey, I've no idea how many we had of these things, actually, when they sort of come in. Here in Maryland the other day on UK public television, I watched Lucy Worsley's 12 Days of Tudor Christmas. Have you seen it? No, I think she's great. She talks about history. She does. She goes around Hampton Court. But, I love people like that. I used to like... Did you ever remember that nun who used to talk about art? And she was a bit like that. She was a proper nun. But she knew about art, which I thought was great. Somebody else says, grey squirrel's very hard to get rid of, says Carol Kruger. I had one a few years ago trying to gnaw its way into my 6th floor apartment via the air conditioning panels. They're very persistent and destructive. They don't like chili or hot sauce. No. I mean, the trouble is we just go, aren't they cute? But unfortunately, they do destroy UK forests. The potential damage to your home, business and health is bad. And the impact on the native wildlife, in particular the red squirrel. I mean, it's recognised as being in the top worst 100 invasive pest species in the world by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And people go, oh, they're so cute. And they go, no, take your fingers off. Take your fingers off. They were showing me the other day on YouTube. Oh, that's right. They strip insulation from electrical wires, tear up fiberglass, contaminate cold water tanks and attic space with urine and droppings. They cause damage when they enter roof spaces. And people also get sleep issues. Because what they do is they associate you with food, meaning they sometimes approach people. And we used to feed them without realising. Yeah, we used to go lunchtime. I'd buy a packet of custard creams and it would come up and take it. And because oh, isn't that cute? It likes me. It's like those buffoons who feed pigeons. They stand there. I mean, and they are, I have to be honest with you, they're mainly elderly and a bit doolally. And they feed pigeons. And, of course, pigeons will eat anything. You never see a starving pigeon. There's so much rubbish and food around anywhere that, you know, you don't need to worry about feeding them. But they still think, oh, the little pigeons might die. They go, no, they don't. The only way they're going to die is if somebody's going to run one over. And to be honest with you, I've worked in London for over 45 years. I've never seen a pigeon run over yet. Because you look at it, you see, oh, it's gone under the car, it's gone under the car. And then you look in your mirror and there it is still pecking in the road. Ridiculous. 4:45.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 5. My friend Henry sent me a text the other day. He, as you know, produces Nick Ferrari's breakfast show here, so he's way up the scale of people I normally mix with. And he said he was in Joe Allen's. He said, what can you recommend? Well, I mean, I couldn't remember the entire menu because if it's on the menu, I have liver and bacon and mashed potato, which I particularly love. And I had something there a few weeks ago, which was their salmon, a piece of salmon, which had some little potatoes, but a most delicious sauce with it. And although actually they've got a very good sandwich in M&S, which is, I mean, quite expensive, but it's chicken with like sort of a sort of coleslaw type thing with it. It's quite delicious. Not cheap, though. Anyway, duck and watermelon. It's a starter that they have in Joe Allen's. It works very well, actually. It's particularly delicious. My friend Rich is getting his booster today. Yay! Which is good news. I was very pleased. And my friend Anne Payne says, I was watching Fawlty Towers all weekend too. The episode is the best episode. And I just like all of them. But of course, as I said before, can't remember if Kieran was... No. And Connie Booth is American. The woman who co-wrote it. And when you hear her talking in real life, she kind of talks like, and you think, so she can do a really good English accent, because I never knew. It was only because on one of the DVDs, it's got interviews with John Cleese, interview with Connie Booth, and I looked at it, I thought, is that Connie Booth? And she's speaking with an American accent, because she's American. Amazing. I think brought up in Illinois or somewhere like that. But the nun who presented the art programme was Sister Wendy. I thought she was the funniest thing ever. Every so often, television throws up what I call novelty presenters. Novelty presenters. It's sort of people you go, and she was the nun's habit and all the rest of it. And I was so taken by her. I used to sit there transfixed by this woman on the television thinking, are you really like this? And then I'd seen her being interviewed by various other people, and I thought, God, it must be great to be a nun. It really must be. Anthony says, I wonder if the three wise men argued the whole journey. Oh, well, of course, because one got the gold. Who wants frankincense and myrrh? What all that for? Ridiculous. No, the gold. I mean, I'd have skipped off the other way. What, share it with the baby Jesus? I don't think so. What's he going to do with it? He's a baby. He'll only give it she'll only waste it on outfits, won't she? Although, as somebody pointed out once, if you had gold given to you, you'd have booked into the Bethlehem Hilton immediately. We'll have a suite. Mama Cass died in Curzon Place in London, flat 12, exactly 4 years ago. Exactly 4 years later, Keith Moon died in the same flat. Really? I remember Mama Cass dying, because people said she choked, and she didn't. She didn't. She had some food before she went to bed. Mama Cass was in a group called the Mamas and the Papas. Ba-da, ba-da-da-da, da-da, Monday, Monday. They were flower power. They were go where you want to go. I thought they were great. I thought a little bit dated, but still fun. Occasionally I have a little bit of a reminisce, and then I have some more Prosecco, and then I reminisce even more. Steve, Lee... no, it doesn't, actually, and that's why I'm banning you. There you go, it's good, isn't it? I often wondered whether I could ban somebody at this time of the week. I've eaten squirrel stew. Tastes like chicken, says Edward. Everything tastes like chicken. Crocodile tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. Chicken doesn't taste like chicken. Mainly because I've seen them. They fatten them up really quickly. I think it's birth to table in a matter of about 4 weeks or something. It's phenomenal. I mean, even turkeys are sort of fattened. They don't know they're being fattened up. Don't tell them, for God's sake. We're never at the end of it. But turkeys sort of, wonder what we'll do for Christmas. Perhaps we'll go out carol singing or something. I think not. I think very shortly. I mean, I have seen it sort of going on, and I was sort of, I don't know. I do like turkey. I just don't want to know the process that involves, then these things starting off as little hatchlings, and then they get bigger and bigger, and then they let them go outside, and then they bring them back in again. Gilly says, I'm stripping wallpaper. Oh, the most boring thing ever. Who puts wallpaper up? Everybody uses paint effects, don't they? I mean, I do paint effects. I do stenciling, stuff like that. And clouds, I'm particularly good at clouds, which is quite nice. But wallpapering, I don't think so. Steve, I think Aussie pigeons are stupid, says Shane. I squirt my water pistol at them, they fly off, then they come back. They do. I always recommend to somebody adding a little bit something to the water in your water pistol. I've got a super soaker. Add something to it, something that smells, like you can get sort of a floral, sort of like something you put in to make your toilet smell nice. Add a little bit of that to the water, because they recognise each other by smell. But they're very persistent and very clever, so you have to make them suffer because they are evil. Sorry, I'm a bit carried away then, I do beg your pardon. Steve, why doesn't the government use tablets instead of the injection for the COVID? It doesn't work the same way. Has to be an injection, and it has to be about 12 foot long. And Sister Wendy Beckett, I thought she was great character. Everybody knows Wendy Beckett. Isn't it funny, you just remember it? And I don't even think she's with us anymore. I think she passed on, I think some while ago. Steve, I've had 2 vaccination boosters now. I've got to have another vaccine jab as I'm high-risk diabetes, ongoing treatment for cancer. I'm in remission. My 2 daughters won't have it, or my stepdaughter won't have vaccines. Well, listen, that is their decision. You can't make somebody have it. If they don't want it, they don't want it. But please God, they don't get COVID. Wendy Beckett died in 2018. Bless her heart. She was 88. Was she 88? I love her. She was such a character. I like characters on the television. I like them on the radio as well. Steve, I've had a 4th jab. I had a kidney transplant. I did question it. I was completely eligible, though, says Mike. Well, listen, if it's available, go for it. That's what I always say. Right, let's take some more of your texts and emails. God, blimey, there's so many of these. So many. A lot of people coming up with how you get rid of squirrels. As I say, apart from sitting there with an air gun, I can't think of anything else. Another one here, which says, I've had the 4th jab. I didn't even know there was a 4th jab, actually. I had no idea. No idea at all. And, Steve, when watching the anti-vaxxers protests, I wish the police had use of water cannon, says Anthony. Yeah. Somebody says, I totally agree with what you said. Listen, I expect 99% of my audience to agree with what I was saying about COVID. I've really got no time for people who don't want to be vaccinated. As far as I'm concerned, you're playing with a loaded gun. But that's their business. That's their business. Don't come crying to us when you go down with it, because you will know about it. Why call a vegan food a meat name and food? I don't know. Why does it look like the original thing? You get vegan sausages. So quite clearly they like sausages. They just can't bring themselves to eat vegan sausage, to eat normal sausages. So there you go. The council can provide food that's more ethical to eat. It's not as if non-vegan food is banned nationwide. Vegan food is normal food without animal-derived one. Yeah, well, you eat what you want to eat. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me if you want to live on ice cream and sausages for the rest of your life. That's your business. It's like vegans, you know. But unfortunately, vegans and vegetarians you have to cope with. So if you've got one in your family, you have to cook a separate meal for them. They did it on Come Dine With Me the other day. Unfortunately, the bloke who was cooking breakfast cooked the vegan sausages on the same plate as the meat ones, until somebody pointed out that they said, I'm sorry, I can't eat those. They become very, very precious about it. And so they said, I'm not going to eat. And he said, I'm so sorry. He apologised. But they still gave him good marks, actually. So I'm not particularly bothered about what people want to eat. You know, it's their decision. But if you go to if they come to your house, you have to cook specially for them. If you go to their house, they won't cook specially for you. They just sort of cook the same thing. Very selfish. My mother's a vicar. And when I was a lad, a local farmer offered us a free turkey for Christmas dinner, but he dropped it off on Christmas Eve still alive. I don't like that idea. We ended up having sausages Christmas Day, and Bertie the turkey lived to a ripe old age, as we were all too soft to do that. I couldn't do it. Don't you remember, who was that, Gordon Ramsay, I think, reared 2 turkeys one year, and then the mobile slaughterer came round and he had a little trailer he was towing, and they hung them upside down, these live turkeys. The family had fed them throughout the year, and then they stick a probe into them which electrocutes them, and all of a sudden and their wings stick out to one side, and then they ate them. See, I couldn't do that. I know people do it. I know if you live on a farm, that's probably quite normal for you, but it's not normal for the rest of us. But I agree, being given a free turkey for Christmas and it comes alive, definitely not. Steve, from Wayne, my trolley dolly, saw Back to the Future at the Adelphi on Saturday. It was stunning. Full house in the theatre, masks everywhere. But one woman, maskless, coughing like a 60-a-day smoker. Never heard anything like it, and she thought it was funny. I thought of you and what you would have said. I'd have made an example of her. I would. I'm sorry, if you're going to cough and you're not wearing a mask, just absolutely no thank you. No thank you very much indeed. And another one here. No argument, Steve. Pigeons are vermin. Seagulls are worse. Those seagulls are dangerous. They really are dreadful, aren't they? 2 or 3 of those could carry you off. Got to be careful in London. They're huge round here. Absolutely raw, awful. And another one here says, Steve, intrigued. How do you balance diabetes and alcohol? There is no balance. There is no balance. Everything in moderation, Hillary. That's what they tell you with diabetes. Different people have different diabetes. We're not all exactly the same. Everybody's different. You know, I only inject once a day, whereas I used to inject twice a day. And I do have alcohol. I do enjoy it. Alcohol-free booze. Sugar-free booze, which is very nice, because you can buy all these things. You must check it out, honestly, really. Educate yourself. Go out there. That's how we balance it. I mean, I could also have Christmas lunch. I could also have a bit of fruitcake if I so choose. But I'm not really a sweet person. I'm more savoury. So that's how I manage it. People are always so curious, aren't they, as to what you eat if you're a diabetic. Answer is same as everybody else. Let's take a short break, shall we? The news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, you've only got a few days left. And then it'll be big man with beard coming down your chimney, dropping a load of presents, suddenly realising the fire's on. You know, all of a sudden, no more presents, because it's a week. So this week, you're effectively going to be rushing out there. Still, people don't buy their trees just yet. They actually like to leave it until the last minute. So that should be quite an interesting one this week. And then people will be ordering the turkey. There's no shortage of anything. But the advice is, if you're going to buy something, if you're buying a fresh turkey, well, then order it. So then at least you've ordered the thing, and that'll all be sorted out. If you're buying frozen, go and buy it today. In fact, the idea is if it's mainly frozen stuff that you're operating with, well, then go and buy it. Then you've got it out the way. The idea is to have a stress-free Christmas. And God knows it's not very likely, is it? The way we're going at the moment, it's a little bit of a problem. Steve, Sat from Gravesend says Holstein Pills is 0 sugar. Also, how do you know somebody's a vegan? Answer: they tell you. Don't they just? I'm a vegan. Are you really? It's like me saying I'm a diabetic. They go, are you really? Everybody's different though. Every single person is different. Every single person, which is good. Martin says, what would Dale think about this COVID situation? Oh, I think he'd have gone down with it. I think he'd have definitely gone down with it. Absolutely. And somebody says, I don't understand why the Freedom Pass doesn't start till 10. No, 9. 9, the Freedom Pass starts. And I've worked out how I can get mine changed, but that's another story for later, I think. So. I work for Bernard Matthews in Norfolk for 4 months. I no longer eat turkey. I shouldn't think so. But it's like, didn't they used to say that years ago? They said all these people who go and get jobs in chocolate factories that make chocolates, they said, eat as much as you like. Because after about the first 3 or 4 days, you won't want to eat any more chocolates. It's like fruit picking. You know, people go picking strawberries. They say, eat as much as you want. Because you can never eat enough. And then all of a sudden people go, do you want a strawberry? You go, no, thank you. Don't want that. Somebody says, I'm trying to read everything here today. Steve, I was at an Asda in Hampshire, surrounded by at least 4 idiots without masks at customer services. I approached a security guard and regarding face coverings, and he says there were far too many people wandering the store without them. He said Asda's policy is not to enforce wearing them because they run the risk of being spat at. I know, I mean, I find it amazing that people do that. They're obviously simpletons. Zach, I should imagine. But, of course, the law is you have to wear a mask if you're shopping. It's as simple as that. That's the law. I couldn't care less what Asda come up with. That's of no interest to me whatsoever. Locked into the spike, says Waj. Thank you. I had all my teeth out in the dentist yesterday, including 2 wisdom teeth. It was okay. They're so good these days. Yeah, it wasn't the best day out I've had, and the numerous injections, not pleasant. But now I would make Ryland Clark Neal jealous. Don't ask me what it cost, but it was a lot. Oh, I can well imagine. If you had all your teeth out and you had them replaced, you could be looking at minimum 25,000, 30,000. If you have all your teeth done and all with screw-ins. It's so... I remember, and this was years ago. We had a dentist on. We used to do programmes on LBC, and we had a dentist on, and somebody phoned up and said, I've had a quote for doing all my teeth with implants, and I've been quoted, I think, 35,000. And I thought the dentist would say, find somewhere else. He went, that's about right. So now it must be, in excess of that. That's what... but, of course, Rylands were all... He didn't have any teeth out. He had veneers. They would just stick on veneers. I've just ordered some glue from America, and it's a new glue invented by a dentist, and it cures... I don't know if you ever had this before. It cures with ultraviolet light. You can put a brick against a wall, put a layer of this glue over the top of it, take this ultraviolet light, move it along it, and it cures in a minute. You can step on the brick. It will hold your weight. So I ordered it. Because I thought, I do like a bit of glue, I think, actually. I don't know why. Whatever happened to veggie burgers and veggie sausages? Now it's meat-free burgers or meat-free sausages. I don't know, actually. I mean, I've never kind of investigated. It doesn't bother me. As I say, I couldn't care less what happens with sort of people who want to eat all veggie or all vegan. It really doesn't make any difference. I had a producer once who actually claimed that he was vegan. It turned out he wasn't really at all. He was what they call flexitarian. Which meant, I think, that he became whatever he wanted to become. That's just, you think that's made up? I think that's just called people who really don't know what they want. Yeah, because he used to tell me, oh, this and that. And then he said, I do like creme brulee. And I go, you can't have creme brulee. And he said, well, I do. Somebody else asked you about why the government don't issue tablets, as opposed to the injections. It doesn't work the same, actually. Does not work the same. A lot of people talking about how many vaccines they've had. Amazing how many. I'm still delighted to say that people are queuing up to get this thing because they obviously are far more intelligent than those people who decide not to have anything at all, which is a great shame because I'd rather people lived a lot longer than people who are just literally playing with their lives. But it's their decision. But it's the adults standing outside the schools with all their little children. With no masks on. No masks on at all. Connie Booth's married to Burt Lahr, who's the son of the bloke who played the lion in The Wizard of Oz. Put 'em up. Remember that one? Discovered that watching a documentary on the film recently. But it's amazing, the fact that she doesn't sound at all like Polly in Fawlty Towers. It is quite amazing. Quite amazing. Wait a minute. I've got so many of these blooming things, which is lovely. Somebody says, I agree with your thoughts on Mars. I think it's a reflection on the lack of community, moral code, and it's anger disguised in scientific opinion. But these people are so poorly educated. They read something on the internet. They've got no idea where it's come from or anything. You can put anything on the internet and there'll be people who want to believe in it. Like, the people who believe in crop circles, that they're made by flying saucers. I mean, there are people that stupid. Seriously. And people, I was watching, what did I watch the other day? Even though I've seen it a million times, Independence Day again. And, I mean, the special effects are very, very good. Very, very good indeed. But it's a case of, people want to believe that. I remember somebody sent me in a DVD, a little homemade piece of rubbish, years ago about crop circles. And I poo-pooed it on air. And they complained. They said, Steve Allen poo-pooed crop circles. And I thought, yeah, because you're mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake. And so they insisted I send the DVD back. So I did, but I deliberately didn't pay the postage, so they'd have to pay at the other end. Made it a lot easier, actually. But no, flexitarian. I think that's what they call it. Indecisive-itarian. Yeah, I mean, really. As I say, I really don't mind. I really do not mind. And Joanna says, excuse me, some individuals will never take responsibility for their own behaviour. I travelled by train and bus on Friday. Despite all the warning signs and announcements, so many people of all ages weren't wearing masks. I doubt they were all exempt. Oh, I don't believe half of them are. And also, if they're that exempt from something, what are they doing going out? They should be staying in. Definitely don't want people out, thank you very much indeed. Another one here, and Paul in Hemel says, came to see you on Saturday. It was a great show. Love the fact you spent so much time chatting with the audience at the interval. I know we had to do social distancing though. We couldn't not do it. So people were saying, can we have a photo taken? So I stood on the stage and people were taking photographs. Which was a lot easier. But no, it's a good show, actually. I thought it was a very good show. I sometimes nip round the back and stand at the back of the theatre just so I can sort of have a look and see what's going on, which is nice. God, blimey. I've got so many of these. So many. I have to keep refreshing this machine. Why are there so many conflicting reports on the wearing of masks, says John? No, there aren't. If you want to read the internet, you'll believe any old cockadoodle story that comes out. And, wait a minute. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of this list. I can't get to the bottom of this list. I might have to sort of delete all of these and then start all over again. because it makes it so much easier. I don't know. I mean, apparently, Oxford City Council have passed a motion banning the serving of meat and dairy products at official events. Yeah, that's appeared in some of the papers today. Which I love it when you get sort of these woke councils. They're fantastic, aren't they? The problem with the concept of lockdown is that it doesn't really do much. Care workers still need to work. Supermarkets need to remain open. NHS staff have to turn up. Buses and trains need to run. Easy to ask people to mask up. Well, I don't think train drivers need to wear a mask. They're the only ones in the carriage. They're the only ones sitting there at the front of the thing. You know, if you were the guard, I could understand it, but they do wear masks. But there's loads of people at Waterloo Station, I can only speak for Waterloo Station, who are not wearing masks. And I don't know why. I don't believe that they're all exempt. I really don't. Sarah said, were you wearing your sparkly shirt on Saturday? I was. I had 2 sparkly shirts, one in blue and one in black and silver, which is very nice. Another one. New word, says Lilybeth. Flexitarian. Love it. Had this for dinner at a pub at the weekend. Thought of you, a haggis and black pudding sausage roll. Ooh, could be sick. How disgusting. Going to see the new Spider-Man film 5 times. I've been to see it. Every single time it's been a packed cinema and every single person had a mask on. Well, that's good. That's good. I think, listen, as I say, want to live? Want the other option. Come on, it's not difficult. They say you could sleep with a red or green light on, but it's not recommended to sleep with blue as it's on the end of the rainbow. I don't know what colour's on. I just sleep with lights on. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Mind you, I've been driving in the car sometimes, and because it's so comfy and you forget that you're pootling down the motorway, you could still close your eyes, couldn't you? And just drift off. I can understand why people have accidents. Another one which says, thank God it's you. Yes, well, as far as I know, it's me. As I say, for the next 12 days over the festive period, I'll be doing breakfast on Christmas Day and Boxing Day and New Year's Day as well. So I shall expect your company. That's between 7 and 10. The rest of the time, it's 4 till 7, normal. So no excuses for not listening in. And judging by, as I say, we had about 400 people to the Magic Circle on Saturday, watching and enjoying some very good magic, and also a chance for people to bump into each other and go, hello, how are you? And people going, no, distance. Much safer. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the latest travel update, shall we? Get you to work nice and quickly with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Lily Beth says, new word for me, flexitarian. I know, I love it. I think I've just invented something new. And somebody says your February date is sold out. Well, it sold out when we did it. Sold out in an hour. We don't need to worry about the theatre selling out. An hour it's sold out in. Trish says, have you got a glue fetish? You cheer me up as my husband passed recently. Well, no, what's that got to do with glue? Unless you're having him put back together again. But, no, I don't know. I've got a thing about glue, because I found this really good glue a short while ago, and then they stopped selling it. And I remember thinking it was the best glue I've ever had. Literally, you sort of did it. But with this glue, this American glue, and I can't remember what it's called, it's a case of, you know when you get super glue and you put it on your fingers, you touch them, it sticks. This doesn't stick. The only way this glue will ever stick is if you put the ultraviolet light over it. The ultraviolet light affects it, and then it will stick. But if you don't put the ultraviolet light on, you can rub it over your fingers, do anything you like with it. It's good, isn't it? What do I use glue for? Sticking things. Your mouth together in a minute. I don't know, I just like glue. So I bought four boxes of it. Comes with a little torch which does ultraviolet. And it's just something to spend my money on. I don't know, it's either that or diamonds and rubies and pearls, but I look silly in that. So I thought, no, I'll buy some glue. Very, very nosy, aren't you, honestly? What do you buy glue for? What do you buy turkey for? To eat. Ash says, a flexitarian, isn't that somebody who teaches yoga? Ash is in Margate, of course. There's no reason for being in there, but I think I've just realised I was going the wrong way. So somebody else has given me a new word, but I can't spell it. Fear of an empty glass. Tony Unuke. I've got no idea how you pronounce that. I'm not going to make myself look silly by attempting to pronounce something. Le blockade, French. Your actual French. Le blockade is off, so the French can celebrate Christmas. And then after Christmas, they're going to go back and blockade. Such boring people. Never mind. And they found these 4 hairy mammoths. What do they call them? They don't call them hairy mammoths. Woolly mammoths. In Swindon. They were digging down for something. I think they found a bone or something like that. And they found them, and apparently they're in a very good state of preservation. That's Swindon for you. Most people in Swindon are in a state of immense eruption, I think. They love living there, and it sort of seems to preserve people. And so they're going to use them as part of a documentary on the television with Mr. Attenborough, which I can't wait to see. Cannot wait to see. Apparently they're so good, they're recognised. It's 2 adults and two baby woolly mammoths and an infant. And they found nails. They found all sorts of things as well. So they don't know how they were killed, whether they were killed by Neanderthals or whether they just died of natural causes. Could have been anything, couldn't it, really? Excuse me. I'm trying to think, actually, this week what I've got to do. Oh, put petrol in. I don't want to miss out on the petrol situation. The price has gone round the bend round our way. I don't know how much you're paying for petrol. I paid £1.61 the other day. £1.61. I know it's an expensive car, but that's the way it is. Steve, I used to live in an upstairs annex in Roydon Village. The balcony was at tree height, so the squirrels would often come in on hot days when the door was open, tried everything to discourage them, but nothing worked, until the landlord suggested a mega soaker water gun filled with diluted TCP. It's funny, I love the smell of TCP, but I always think it smells medical. You don't. It's like, I love the smell of calamine lotion. Calamine lotion, I think, is fantastic. We used to use it a lot in Hong Kong for prickly heat and different bits and pieces like that. So I'd go to bed covered in calamine lotion. You know, after it was put on wet and then it dried. You go to bed, you couldn't move anything. You kind of my mother used to have like a not facelift cream, like a face cream, and she'd squeeze it out of a tube and put it all on, and then it would harden. So it used to go from pink to white. I couldn't speak. And I go, Mum, do you just don't make me laugh, she'd say. She spoke like that normally as well. So anyway, yeah, I mean, it's something to do with smell. It's something to do with smell. So if you spray, things like pigeons and all the rest of it, but they're very intelligent pigeons. Don't ever underestimate them. Seriously. But I'm determined to get rid of them. So I've got this helicopter, which I bought. And I tell you, I think we found an absolute bargain. Unfortunately, you can't get it anymore. They were selling it in Robert Dyas. Normal price, 80 quid. How much were they selling it for? 15. So I bought 3. In fact, I bought the last 3 in the shop. And it's quite big. It's quite big, and it's got its remote control and everything else. And I gave one to Joe, my producer, and he's been playing with it at home, which he's very familiar with. And he said he has to stop doing it at night because it's banging into the walls and everything else. So he's obviously not mastered. Thank God he doesn't drive. Can you imagine if he drives? Will there be a recording of your show so we can listen to it? Oh, what, you mean a recording of the live show? No, we did stream it one year. We did stream it, but I don't think we're streaming it this time around. But no, it's sold out in an hour, which is always very pleasing. It's only a small theatre. It's only 400 seats. 400 seats, and unfortunately you get me rabbiting on about God knows what. Probably COVID, I should imagine. We did COVID the other day, and everybody's in the same situation, but it was so funny to see a whole audience, barring a couple of people at the Magic Circle, all with their masks on, because you can't tell what people look like. You can't tell if they're smiling. You can only tell by the sound they make that they're laughing. Otherwise, you sort of worry about it. But no, we did do a recording of it, and then we haven't done it. In fact, you could stream it. I did it one year. It was all done online. I sat downstairs. We've got a little studio downstairs, little TV studio. In fact, actually, most of the studios can go TV. I can do TV. I think you could. Yes, you can do it in the studio. It's got the studio lighting, and I've got two cameras in here, 3 cameras in here. So many cameras in here. Honestly, you can't move. Can't move. Eyes everywhere. Eyes everywhere. But I don't mind that, actually. Chances of a white Christmas have grown. They have grown. People are saying there is a chance that a gang of cash machine raiders have been jailed. They were nicking cash machines out of places. They netted about £200,000. They've all been named in the newspaper, so I'll name them this morning as well. And they've been told either pay the money back or you're getting longer time in prison. Lovely. The cost of biscuits is going to rocket, and the anti-vaxxer Piers Corbyn has been held by the police on suspicion of encouraging people, allegedly, to burn down offices belonging to MPs. You can't say things like that. That's absolutely no-no. Absolutely no-no. And the Beano favourite, I've never read the Beano in my life, so I wouldn't know what this was. Somebody called Spotty in the Beano. Does that mean anything to anybody? Spotty? No. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know anything about the Beano. I mean, I know it's a comic, but he's been renamed Scotty to avoid the wokes getting all a bit upset about it, because Spotty is... Oh, here he is, because he's got spots. So he's Cripes. He's actually become something else. He becomes Scotty as the Beano reflect... Oh, dear. Mamby-pambies. You don't upset people with spots. I had spots. Following the footsteps of Fatty, who's been renamed Freddy, because both changes made over fears the nicknames could be seen as offensive. What, for all these years you've been having Spotty and Fatty, and now they've had to change it because somebody might complain. It's not somebody has complained, it's somebody might complain about it. It's interesting, isn't it, really? I mean, the Bash Street kids, you're allowed to say bash. That infers physical violence, doesn't it? I mean, it was 1954 when the Bash Street kids... And apparently the Fatty renaming prompted criticism, including Jacob Rees-Mogg, who called it comically woke. Have you seen what he calls his children? They've all got, like, like Latin names. And you think to yourself, isn't he another anti-vaxxer or something? I can't remember if he was an anti-vaxxer or refused to get something done. I can't remember. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, fancy calling your children these funny names. You know, but they really are bizarre names. But then I saw, doesn't he have one of his sons who looks like a mini-me version of him? Same little suit, same little things. Quite sweet. Another one, any other dates in mind? What, for the live show? No, only the one next year. It's not till February, as I say, so hopefully we shall look forward to seeing you all there. It's always quite nice, actually. We like it. We like it a lot. And Gary says, I was that good-looking chap who gave you your special edition of the Tatler. Yeah, my birthday, March the 17th, 1954. Yes, I know 67. I know 67. The papers were happy to tell me that, weren't they, a short while ago. Steve Allen, 67. Like it's... I just keep telling people it's a number. I think you're as young as you feel. I think I'm looking quite good for my age, provided my age is about 90, in which case I look fantastic. John Waite could be the financial winner of Strictly. He's one half of the gay guys. And they sort of go, oh, he's going to be inundated with offers. And I kept thinking, why? What, because he's gay? Why would that be it? He sort of said, or his agent has said, or somebody said, oh, he'll get endorsements and probably book deals and presenting. I thought, on what? Why would you give him a presenting job? So what, because he can dance with another bloke? Why would that mean he's qualified to do anything? I don't get it at all. But they've said that for all of them, haven't they? Oh, you know, the deaf girl, Rose, she's inundated with offers and all these... And you think, no, they're not. Most of them will disappear without trace. A bit like poor old Naga Manchetti. She appeared on the programme and she's still stuck on the sofa. She hasn't really gone anywhere, has she, at all, bless her heart. But I quite like her. She was on the other day with Charlie State, who vanished for a few days, and with rumours that he'd been sort of sidelined, whereas I think he's much preferable to any of the other male presenters on there. It's like the I'm a Celebrity celebs, isn't it? I mean, some of it, they go, oh, yes, now all this is going to change, and, you know, they're going to be making a fortune. Think, why? Well, because they managed to sit on their bums for 3 weeks, annoying the hell out of everybody. You know, and then you get the bloke who wins, the Miller bloke, who wanted to climb into bed with Davide Ginola, and because he had a man crush on him. It's basically sort of latent homosexuality. I don't think it's anything else. And so he's now invited David Ginola, anybody else David Gin, and he's invited him to his forthcoming wedding. Very exciting. That's the only way you're going to flog it to the newspapers, aren't you, really? Paul in the Tesco van says, lovely lyric to a song. How old would you be if you didn't know when you were born? Yeah. My favourite line from a song is, nobody loves a fairy when she's 40. I thought it was quite a good one, actually. Top property sales this year. We found a 4-bedroom flat in Whitehall. It's very nice. Very nice. I mean, to be honest with you, I could go for this one myself. It's in Whitehall, so it's not too far from here. I could probably walk, but I wouldn't. 4-bedroom flat, and the price to you, 40 million. 40 million for a flat. There's a 9-bedroom house in Upper Phillimore Gardens, which is quite desirable. I've been past it, it's not that desirable. And that's only 30 million. But you get extra bedrooms. I mean, you could rent out to some homeless people, couldn't you? That'd be quite a nice idea. And your favourite Christmas pudding topping is... Your favourite Christmas pudding topping is... You know, you could have a choice of custard or... It's double cream, apparently. Double cream. I don't know why double cream. I do like double cream. I like slopping it onto fruit salad. Slopping it on. I like it when it's really thick. You know, when you can stand the spoon up in it. I like that. So if you drop it on the floor, it doesn't go everywhere. But I can't have fruit salad because there's always going to be something in the blasted fruit salad that I can't have. Technically, I can't have it. I suppose I could have it. I mean, there was one the other day, which was, what did it have in it? It had blackberries, blueberries, and grapes. Well, of course, grapes are a bit of a no-no for me. I do pinch them from Paul Cooper's shop. I just sort of have a little taster. But they're so full of sugar, it drives me around the bend. You know, I literally... You can always tell if I've had sugar to eat for breakfast because this programme races through like there's no tomorrow. People always say, like, you know, Nick Ferrari will always go, nobody does what Steve Allen does. Or as fast. You know, 3 hours in the morning, freewheeling. Woo! Is that clever or what? I don't know, really. Steve, you should try Gorilla Glue. But you have to, it's the dampening of the surfaces. You have to sort of wet a sponge and I can't be bothered. I just want to squirt it on, turn my little light on and it to be rock hard in seconds. That's it. That's the way I work. Let's take a short break, shall we? 5:31, the latest news with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Bear Grylls says he regrets killing animals for his TV shows. But the trouble is, it's no good apologising for it because that's what happens on those sort of shows. And let's face it, we must be killing animals every single day. That's why, because we eat meat. And so there are hundreds, and if not thousands, of abattoirs and things like that. So him killing animals for his TV shows, I don't really have a problem. If somebody's living off the land, well, then you have to do that. You have to do it. I mean, I'm not over... I mean, I couldn't do it, but other people could. Bros are sadly attempting another comeback. I know. I think it's a waste of time as well, but, you know, I mean, what could you do? And it was a little story that came from little Matt Goss again, who must be sitting there twiddling his thumbs, wondering what to do for work. And so this story has emanated of Bros making a musical comeback with their first album in, wait for this, 31 years. Nobody's been clamouring for it. Anyway, Matt, who's the mouthy, foul-mouthed one, you remember Matt in the documentary, he was the one who had issues. His brother was absolutely fine. Whereas, in fact, Matt would be having tantrums every 5 minutes. There's something the matter with him. He teased the upcoming collection could be released in the new year. And he says, after the documentary Bros, after the screaming stops, led to a renewed interest in the duo. He said he revealed their fly-on-the-wall film helped heal old wounds with his drummer brother. No, you were the nasty piece of work in there, swearing at him, you know, saying, I'm not been allowed to sing and all the rest of it. I mean, what a tantrum you were throwing. People laughed at you. They weren't laughing with you. He said it was like therapy in front of the world. Oh, don't over-exaggerate, dear. You had to cancel concerts left, right and centre due to lack of interest. He said, I didn't realise how angry my brother was about me being the front man, but it was like the never-ending apology. I couldn't apologise anymore. It was 27 years ago. Yeah, I'd give up now with the album as well. Seriously, you don't want to embarrass yourselves. You know, most of the Bros fans have grown up now. They've moved away from it. I remember when they sort of... because we had Matt Goss turn up to threaten me, believe it or not, years ago. He turned up. I did a piece on the programme. They said, Bros are going to be playing a concert in Hyde Park. I said, good Lord. I said, the next meeting of the Bros fan club will be in a phone box at the end of the M4, and we hope both of you can turn up. And he turned up at the studio drunk one morning, threatening all sorts of things, threatened my poor producer at the time. And he was absolutely revolting. So came as no surprise to me that concerts were cancelled. They were going, they've all sold out. No, they didn't. They ended up doing about 2, I think. That was about it. But, I mean, nobody's interested in another album in 31 years. Luke's got his own career, whereas Matt doesn't have anything apart from tantrums. You know, it's like your worst nightmare. Matt turns up. He could have played it so much better. He could have really done it really, really well, but he just didn't. He didn't learn. Bondicook for UV glue, says John. I think that might be the one that I've ordered. I think it might be, actually. I think it might be. My brother's just texted me. He said, who was the magician with the rabbit? His name is Guy Hollingworth. Guy Hollingworth. Very, 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 very clever. They were all fantastic, but it was Guy Hollingworth who was doing it. Yeah, this is this glue now. Bondic. That's it. That's the one. Bondic. LED UV plastic. So it's $19.99. Where'd you get that one? Is this on Amazon? Oh, right. I've just ordered it from America. I don't know. It's only because I thought it was only available there. So it's 20 quid, isn't it? And it comes in a case. And I thought, hello, we like that. We like that a lot. If I'd known it was on Amazon, I'd have bought it from Amazon. But too late now. But it doesn't matter. I just got a thing about glue. I don't know. I know. It's odd, isn't it? You learn something new about me every day. I'm also not 6 foot tall. I was a bit disappointed. I remember saying to my mother, do you think I'm over 6 foot tall? She went, I don't think so, no. It's a nice thing to say, isn't it? To your son, number one son. Yeah, very encouraging. No, it turns out I'm 5'10". If I stand on tippy toe, I can be 6 foot, but normally 5'10". Steve, I went to see a drag queen version of Dick Whittington at the Phoenix Theatre. Absolutely hilarious. It included a renditioning of the 12 Days of Christmas with lyrics. And which I can't read out, actually. Far too rude. Not for the faint-hearted, just what you need. Drag is incredibly popular at the moment, isn't it? Everywhere you go, you've got RuPaul's Drag Race, and it's sort of... Somebody said it's the new generation of drag queens. They don't actually have any talent. They just put on lots of makeup. And that's it. Whereas the old drag queens did an act. They either mimed or they sang or they did, you know, what sort of... what loads of drag queens do. The Garrick had a drag show. Yeah, it was a drag come spy with me kind of show. And they all sort of dressed up. But I don't think they're actresses or anything like that. Chris from Birmingham. He says, lovely to see you on Saturday at the Magic Circle. It was amazing to see Mark Armand too. If you could check out one of his solo songs called Child Star. Bloody brilliant. Did Mark see all of the show? He did. He says, I was in two minds giving you chocolate, given the fact that you're diabetic. But, well, it must have been a big surprise then that you got Mark Armand. He looked really good, didn't he? Really good. I know he's a regular listener, so that's good. I wish I'd known about that blasted, that UV glue. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Yesterday I made a pasta made from coconut milk, korma spices, celery, mushrooms, carrots and baby sprouts. Well, that sounds quite nice. So I could eat that, but I wouldn't want to eat that all the time, you know. And somebody says, why are you giving this clown airtime? I'm assuming they can't be aiming it at me because, as you should know, Ant, I'll try and explain to you in simple terms for you. Figures gone through the roof. Gone through the roof. Okay? No way to lose listeners. Gain listeners. Sell out shows. Huge audience increase. It's amazing, actually. So you got me for the next 3 years. Just thought I'd mention that now, actually. That'll wind you up. I love winding up people at this time of the morning. They're always the best ones. Always the best ones. And another one which says, I've currently been tested positive for COVID. Just have mild symptoms. So thank goodness for the vaccine, says Eve. Good for you. Good for you. And David in the Philippines says, Steve, I went to the garden this morning to clean out the chickens, and there was a collared dove. I don't even know what a collared dove is. He said, I went to pick it up. It wasn't the least bit anxious. Doves are very easy going. That's why magicians use doves, because you can do all sorts of things. They're very placid. A friend of mine breeds doves for magicians, because you can use them. So if he's working in another country, he can pick up some doves in another country to use in the act, and they will happily do what they want. They tend not to just fly away, even though they can. They tend to be a bit lazy. So with these doves, you can just pick them up, put them in boxes and produce them and vanish them and do all sorts of things with them. He said, I'm going to build an aviary for it as it's most likely domesticated. Yeah, make sure it's a bigger... I don't like seeing birds caged. Really, because I always think they're birds, they fly. And if they can't go anywhere, although I've seen some beautiful little birds, little tiny Chinese robins I've seen. Have you ever seen those? I saw them in a garden centre a short while ago, and they were absolutely delightful, but you need a lot of them in a cage. You know, you'd be tempted to buy the whole lot. And they were not very expensive. And I remember thinking, that's pretty, but I thought, no, you need an aviary for these things. And they were so pretty. I think they're little Chinese rock. Whatever they were lovely. Absolutely fantastic, which is brilliant. Prue Leith has been urged to stop joking about calories on telly because it triggers people with eating disorders. God, blimey, got to worry about... I'm worrying about all sorts of people nowadays. Now you can't do jokes about this because somebody's going to be, upset by it. God knows. Steve, I know how you love your Christmas lights. There's a farmer in Liverpool who does a 10-minute YouTube video every day showing everyone what he does at work. He spent a lot of time and money organising over 100 tractors. I saw the pictures the other week, actually. I saw all the pictures the other week. And he covers the tractors all with lights, which I absolutely love. Steve, I fell for that glue too. It only sets if the blue light actually shines on the glue. Yeah. So if the glue is placed behind an item... the light can't reach it. It doesn't set like ordinary glue. No, I know that. Yes. Another one here. Apparently it wasn't aimed at me, says Ant. It was aimed at Lawrence Fox. Who's Lawrence Fox? Oh, the actor. Oh, right. Oh, Billy Piper's other half. Good Lord above, Ant. No, but you still got me for 3 years. Could be longer. Depends how long I live, actually. Somebody says, I got a chicken korma sauce from Rick Stein's Indian travel programme. I loved that. I thought that was one of the best programmes on the television. I mean, I love Indian food. I can't eat it, but I love it. I love watching people cook. I go onto YouTube regularly and type in either Chinese street food, Indian street food, any of these, and you watch these things. Oh, sorry. The only thing I don't like is when I watched in a Chinese market, they were cooking fish, but they were cutting it up while it was alive, and they were doing as well. Is it squid? Oh, I went into a deep depression. They literally take this squid out, push it down on the table, so all its thing, and then just literally cut all the way round it. And of course, this thing's still moving, and I'm thinking, oh, and then they just sort of cut it up, and I'm thinking, perhaps I'm a little bit too wussy. Perhaps I'm a little bit too sort of, oh, don't do that to it. I just don't like it. And crabs and lobster. I don't even like watching lobsters being killed. I'm a little bit funny about things like that. I'll put it this way. If somebody said to me, you're going to go and live on a desert island, Steve, there's going to be you and Bear Grylls, and you're going to have to catch your own fish and eat it, I'd have to starve. I just wouldn't, Zach said, don't hold your breath about the fancy UV glue. Well, it's sold all over the place. The only way it doesn't work is if you have to cure it behind something because it needs to see the light. But I wouldn't be using it for things that, can't be, behind something. So it'll be great for me. Steve, would you have any photos from when we met at Sparrows Can't Sing, says Alan, with me, you, Dale, Freddie Foreman and Tony Lambriano. I loved that. That was one of the funniest nights of my life because we go to this Barbara film. She appeared in Sparrows Can't Sing, and it was at this private cinema in the East End, which always is nostalgic for me because my mother used to talk about the East End all the time. And there were loads of the old gangsters, Tony Lambriano and loads of other people, Freddie Foreman. And it was just quite, because you look at these people and they sort of made up the bad boys of the East End. It was like, I've met convicted murderers who were part of gangs and things like that. And they come over as just like, one particular man, certified criminally insane on 3 occasions. And he was only a little lad. And he was another one of these boys who went out there and he looked after people, know what I'm saying? And I remember looking at him, and he's wearing a suit, and he had a girlfriend with him, and he was about 70 when I met him. And I said, when did you first commit, an act of something not very pleasant? And he said, I was in prison, Steve. He's only a short bloke. He said, and one of the prison warders took the mickey out of me. He said, so I had to teach him a lesson. And I thought, oh, my God. But it was so interesting because it was like that in the East End. People always said in the East End years and years ago, you didn't need to lock your doors. The reason being nobody had anything worth nicking. Everybody had nothing. Nobody had anything. Nowadays, people had everything. Steve, I'm late, says Penny in Bexley. A letter, please. Apologies. No more apologies. Letter, OK? And a £5 postal order. Let's have a travel update, shall we? 6:15, just gone with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 6. Somebody says, you're talking about Mad Frankie Fraser. I am, John, yes. Seriously, I always think things like that are fascinating. It's like we were talking the other day about sort of different houses in this country and, you know, how much things cost. And I love history. I've got a thing about London history. I really have. I spend most of my time looking around in London and going, oh, that was the site of this, that was the site of that. So you remember we mentioned the other week, and it's the new book on the Hippodrome, which is just, and I gave a copy to a friend of mine, and he said, he phoned me and he said, this is the best book I've ever read. I said, that's what I thought. You can buy it. Just check it out on the Google, and just put in, you know, Hippodrome book, and you will find it. It's fantastic. Steve, I've been listening to your show for the last 20 years, and I've enjoyed tuning in to the early hours. But recently I've been disappointed in your agenda with masks and vaccines. I'm really not remotely interested, okay? I have to tell you that. I really couldn't give a toss. You have your own opinions on it. It's as simple as that. I've got my opinion. You don't want to wear a mask? You don't want to do anything like that? Fantastic. You know, you do what you want to do. It's your business. Your business. But don't blame me if you come down with something. Steve, just getting ready to go off to Heathrow Terminal 5. Guinevere's arriving home from the Middle East to make herself more easily identifiable. To my failing eyesight, she's going to be wearing a faux tiger skin coat, says Trelawney. Can't wait. Sounds wonderful. And Steve, I watched the Snowman film on TV at the weekend. Love the song, but the Snowman reminded me of you. Did it really? What, because he was lovely and cuddly and wonderful and we love snowmen? Or is it because you're sad and lonely and you've never seen the film before? I'm assuming it's probably the latter, actually. Have you seen the American guy on YouTube who speaks fluent Chinese, interacts with all the locals? Yes, his name is Sharma. And he's an American guy. And he's one of a number of people on YouTube who actually speaks fluent Chinese and loves going out to different places. And he speaks fluent Chinese, and he'll converse with them. He'll go into a Chinese restaurant with his friends, and they'll start in English, and then he'll be saying, oh, you know, what's that nice? And then as they're going, he'll go, oh, have you got chopsticks? But he'll say it in Chinese, and they then respond. And then the reaction of other people in the restaurant to hear, you know, white guy doing fluent Chinese. It's really good. I've watched him for ages and ages. I think it's fantastic, actually. And he does it, and then they go, where did you learn Chinese? And he goes, oh, I've been speaking it for 10 years. So he can converse with people in China, in all the street markets, I mean, imagine going into a Chinese restaurant and being able to speak to somebody in Chinese. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. I spent 2 years living in Hong Kong. I got as far as counting, and he learned that from the telephone dial. So, yes, I have seen him many, many times. Connie says, I had my booster on Friday. Fantastic. No side effects, just a sore arm. Well, if that, listen, least of your worries. It feels very good to be triple jabbed. Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. Definitely. And another one says, I've been off work for a couple of years now. And due to ill health and my sleeping pattern is awful, came across LBC, was after a good listen, was fed up with the usual commercial radio, now set my alarm to wake up for your show. And I've seen you were doing a talk, and I went to purchase tickets, but it's sold out. Will you be doing it again? Well, we've been doing them for the past about 15 years. But we only do sort of one a year now, and that's for Make Some Noise. But they sell out. I mean, the last time we sold out, it sold out in an hour. So, I mean, I can't apologise because we're always very, very grateful. But, Natalie, it's you have to be really quick off the mark. When we go to... In fact, actually, this time round was even funnier because the tickets went on sale and people were watching the website and I didn't know. So by the time we actually came to mention the tickets on air, we'd sold a third of them already, even before I got round to mentioning it. Caroline says... M&S Mini Chicken Kievs. Yes, I've had those on a few occasions. Very nice indeed. And they cook in 10 minutes in the oven, or you can deep fry them in about 3 minutes. They're very sucky. You've got to be careful though, because remember the filling's hot, so you've got to bite them very, very carefully. But very nice, very, very nice. Did you ever meet Tommy Cooper? Yes, he was drunk. That's all I can tell you. Tommy Cooper enjoyed booze. And found some old YouTube clips of his show, and we were all in stitches, says Penny. Yeah, I compared in Ealing, for the Ealing Police one year, a raffle they were having, and Tommy Cooper lived locally, and they invited him along to pull the raffle. but he was 3 sheets to the wind completely. And I was doing this thing, and he said, I can't read it. And I said, give me the tickets and I'll read the number. I can't see it at all. Oh, what number's that? And he was like that. He was very sweet. Very, very sweet. And, Steve, it was great at number 12 Saturday. The only downside was having to squeeze on the tube because of all the cancellations. We were rammed in, felt very uncomfortable, says Jackie the gardener, but hopefully the mask kept us safe. Yes. Yep. I mean, the trouble is, it was very interesting. Very, very interesting. Roger says, every time it's on for some reason, I enjoy the film Uncle Buck. I never enjoyed it. I saw it the other day. They said, Uncle Buck's on, and I looked at it, oh, no, I can live without it. Harry Styles has been offered some money to do somebody's private New Year's Eve gig. It's at a luxury hotel on Miami Beach, and he's been offered £1 million, or $1 million, I suppose, which seems fair enough, actually. Nicki Minaj got 500,000 for a bar mitzvah. Beyonce got 2 million for Gaddafi, Colonel Gaddafi's New Year's Eve party. Ugh. Mariah Carey got 1 million for Gaddafi's son's party. J-Lo got 1.5 million for President somebody of somewhere. Kanye West got 3 million in the year 2013 at the wedding of the grandson of Kazakhstan's long-term leader. Wow, they got that much money. Wonder where that came from. And Sting got 1 million for the daughter of Islam Karimov, who is Uzbekistan's late decades-long dictatorial leader. £1 million, £1 million. That's not bad, is it, really? I can cope with all this food in the papers. All this food, blooming parsnips, honestly, I hate them. Couldn't do with parsnips at all, but quite fancy a gammon ham. And they've got all their veggies in Sainsbury's, 19p for a pack. It's got to be crispy roast potato. Everywhere 19. I think Aldi are doing 19p for vegetables. Each packet of vegetables is 19 pence. So cheap, isn't it? I mean, for a couple of quid. Well, I don't know. There's no shortage. In fact, if anything, they've got too many. They need to get rid of them fast. Lord Rogers, who designed some of the world's famous buildings, has died. He was responsible for all sorts of things. He was born in Italy. Family moved to London. And he was the dyslexic kid who came good. And he did the Welsh Assembly, Terminal 5, Millennium Dome, and Lloyd's of London. I'm sure he did the Gray's Inn Road building for ITN. I'm pretty certain that was another Lord Rogers building. I might be wrong. If I am, I apologise. But I'm pretty certain he did that one as well. Andrew Marr echoed his comedy mentor, Ron Burgundy, as he signed off from his politics programme. He's leaving the BBC after more than 2 decades. And he's coming to LBC. Coming to LBC, which is good, isn't it? I'm all in favour of that idea. And another one here. Have you not got your Christmas Scot on Christmas Day? How the heck are we going to do roast potato recipes? I thought the boys were brilliant on Saturday night. Rose, I thought the boys were exceptional. Poor old Warren's had computer problems for 4 hours. 4 hours. Warren was the one who wrote to me some time ago. I mean, very old. I mean, of course, I knew. He said, did you know that seaweed in a Chinese restaurant is actually Savoy cabbage? And so I said to him, of course I knew. Everybody knew. What did you think it was? Really thought it was seaweed? Steve, my friend was a dancer at the Talk of the Town at the Hippodrome. That'd be a great present for her. Google says there are a few books. Which one is it? No, as far as I know. Could you find it for me on... we'll have to do it after news. We'll find it. But it's as far as I know, this is the only one. It's by a woman called Lucinda somebody. It's a fabulous book. Fabulous book. And it's on the Hippodrome, and it takes you through all the areas, including when it became Talk of the Town. So that, and it's £30. The problem is, Lucas, they've only printed 1,000, and the majority have gone. You've got to be very quick. You can buy it from the Hippodrome itself. Go to their reception desk, which is open from 12 o'clock. Or failing that, Cecil Court, just over the back of our building here. The bookshop there sells it as well. And they've got some signed copies. But it's a fantastic book. Really is. I mean, you're right. That would be an ideal present. And I would thoroughly recommend it. News at 6. Here it comes.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
nice to have your company. It's 4 minutes past 6. It's Monday morning, the 20th of December. Told you it would creep round very fast, wouldn't it? This week, you've got to get it all done. If you're queuing to get your jabs today, I think yesterday, 900,000 people got their booster jab. So well done. Even though you had to queue and wait for it, I promise you it is worth it. Don't take any notice of the anti-vaxxers. They're naive idiots. Don't bother about them at all. Did you watch Escape to the Chateau Christmas edition? I did. I love them. I love the Strawbridges. I think they're fabulous. You know that they came over and they'd made me a special book because they're listeners. And I thought they've done tremendously well. I think they're fab. I think the programme is good. They had her mum and dad over and they were doing their own Christmas lunch and they were making things and the kids get involved in everything. I think it's fantastic. I think Dick Strawbridge can turn his hand to just about anything. You know, and they've sort of hired in equipment. They've done the roof and they've done everything. I think they're lovely. I think they're both super people. Because, you know what a lot of these Christmas programmes are like. They're a bit schmaltzy and they're a little bit, oh, aren't we clever? They're doing it for real. They're absolutely doing it for real. It's a business for them. And they absolutely crack it for me. I think they're absolutely amazing. Steve, talking of the talk of the town and the Hippodrome, didn't they have a talk of the South at Southend? I don't know, actually. But the book, incidentally, is called, it's the only one that we can find, The London Hippodrome by Lucinda Gosling. It's 30 quid, and you can get it from a company called, I forgot what it's called now. What are they called? Goldsborough Books. Or you can go to the London Hippodrome at 12 o'clock today, and their reception desk got it, but they've only got 1,000. And they take you all the way through from 1900, when it opened its doors as a circus of variety. This is literally 5 minutes from our front door. They had water spectacles. They could flood the whole arena at the bottom in a matter of 5 minutes. And from the top of the Hippodrome, you can still see it there because they restored it. Elephants would come down a chute into the water. I mean, you can't believe it. And they used to have native Red Indians coming down in canoes. It must have been spectacular. And there are photographs. And they had performing polar bears. Everything. And then, as fast as the arena was filled with water, they would then drain it, and it then became the stage again. Throughout the decades, they had music, dance, revue, and musicals. And then, in 1958, they had the Talk of the Town. It was totally innovative. It was a theatre restaurant with glamorous floor shows. And so it was girls with all feathers and sparkly bikinis and stuff like that. And then at about 11 o'clock, you'd have the stars, people like Charlie Chaplin, Julie Andrews, Judy Garland, Houdini. All these sort of people appeared there. And it was a dinner show and it was fantastic. And then after that, you had the Hippodrome, which was taken over by Peter Stringfellow, and it was turned into a discotheque with a fabulous light show, and it was huge. It would hold thousands of people, and nearly all the waiters were all drag queens. And they would be, one of them called Sybil was about 6'6", and some of them were sort of post-operative transsexuals. It was amazing. It was the kind of place, it was recreating almost like the world of cabaret. And they had people walk around with snakes, and they had jugglers and all sorts of... It was really fantastic. And this fantastic sound system. And then it was taken over, and Simon Thomas and his company set about transforming it into the fantastic building which it is today, restoring it, putting in a casino, but restoring all the original bits of the Hippodrome. And it's the most fantastic place. They've done such a sterling job. And I went inside. I was lucky enough to go inside when they were doing it. Full of scaffolding. They were golding all the bits and pieces. It's got gold leaf everywhere and it's just amazing. And a theatre. And I played the theatre 3 times. But I can't at the moment because Magic Mike is playing it. I think people would rather see blokes with fantastic bodies taking their clothes off than Steve Allen struggling to put himself on a stool. But still entertaining. But no, it's fantastic. So this book brings back great memories. Great memories. So if you fancy it, 30 quid, but they've only got 1,000. They only had 1,000 printed. Grab it quick. Have you been up the London Monument? Yep. Yes, absolutely. Kids at my primary school were learning about the Fire of London and the monument wasn't even mentioned. Oh, right. Oh, interesting. Steve. No, somebody else asking about Escape to the Chateau. Fantastic. Somebody says they're very fed up with the London mayor. Well, I think so many people have been fed up with the London mayor. But listen, nobody's ever satisfied with anything nowadays, are they, really? Steve, I've learnt so much from your shows this year, including the Isleworth Studios, recipes, deals in the shops. You and the listeners are very good. Yes, my listeners are very loyal. Thank God. You imagine if they weren't. You'd imagine what a terrible time we'd be having over the festive season. But no, as you know, the Magic Circle proved it. But as I say, this blooming COVID thing, you've got to be careful. Oh, you know what's coming back to the television, or they're saying it could come back to the television? Big Break. Do you remember it with Jim Davidson? Mercifully, it won't be with him. But somebody's campaigned to bring it back. They think Jim Davidson did it. Yeah. I don't know who's doing the new one. I've got no idea. They're thinking that Jimmy White could take on the role filled by John Virgo, who's 75. So I've got no idea. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought snooker was the most boring thing on the television. Not for me at all. Definitely not for me. I don't mind watching it, but it doesn't interest me. I couldn't do anything like that. There's a woman here. Do you know what snow globes are? Somebody sent me a beautiful snow globe this year. It's all to do with Prosecco, which is very nice, thank you. But this woman's got 4,238 snow globes. She's now run out of room. Not at all surprised. Not at all surprised, poor soul. Rose, well done. Julia Bradbury has said she's gone backwards in a worrying update to fans. She's struggling after her brutal mastectomy following her breast cancer diagnosis in September. We love Julia Bradbury. We wish her the very best of luck. Hope everything goes well. Trailblazing champion Rose Ayling-Ellis will quit her EastEnders role within months, claim cast. And she's tipped for TV and film stardom. I don't know, they always do this, don't they? I'm convinced it's their agents who go, they're tipped for stardom. Also, Emily Stonell got the needle after her 30-quid Christmas tree went bald. In fact, it looks like they've cut the branches off, because I don't know where all these ones have gone here. It just doesn't look like the same tree at all. It just looks like it's been made up. I don't believe a word of it. Emily from Bicester says, my husband and I both assumed each other had put water in the stand. Then I shook it and it was just bare branches. No, somebody's cut these things off, dear. You can see it. You can see it. I don't believe it. Why not? Comedy legend. And this is Billy Connolly battling Parkinson's. He's out fighting on it. I love him. I think he's so great. What a legend. What a legend. And so I said the other day, I've actually got him. And he's singing folk songs and stuff like that. You know, before people knew him as a comedian and telling stories. Parky's favourite guest. Parky's favourite guest. Lucas said, sorted, I've got one. And another one here, Hannah says, my copy of the Hippodrome book arrived Saturday. Thank you for the recommendation. Perfect gift for my difficult-to-buy-for partner. Beautifully presented and signed as well. Beautiful book, isn't it? I love it. I really, I gave a copy to a friend of mine and he was over the moon. He said it's fantastic. He said it's got everything in it, with all the photographs of people who appeared on stage there. And oh God, never a night went past before celebrities popped in. It was great. Fog blanketed the country. When I left London on Saturday evening from the Magic Circle, which is up the top of Tottenham Court Road, Stevenson's Way, it was very misty and foggy, and the post office tower was swathed in mist. You could see the top of it, the light bit, but apart from that, it was misty, which I've not seen in London for ages. But they say it's coming back. They say it's coming back, and they're also predicting a white Christmas for many. Not everybody. It's not for me. I still haven't decided over what to do for Christmas, whether I go to my brothers and my godchildren. It's a bit of a decision. Excuse me. Well, that sounds bad, doesn't it, really? Quidditch leagues are changing the game's name after bosses said Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling was anti-trans. Oh, honestly, things build up, don't they, on the internet? They really do. You can't win. And meat-loving civic chiefs have got the wind up over a ruling that all meals served at official functions must be vegan. Well, how ridiculous. I've never been so stupid in my entire life. But, people like that. And double cream is your favourite Christmas topping. Some people like custard and single cream. Who likes single cream? Put that on mince pies, can't you? But for many millennials, they'll go for almond, oat or coconut milk. Oh. I've never had almond milk or coconut milk or anything like that. But coconut water, I love coconut water. Big fan of that. And look at this picture of Sainsbury's. They've all got adverts in all the papers, you know, encouraging, because they've got loads of veg and loads of turkeys, and these look like really crispy roast potatoes, which I will miss if I don't get my Christmas lunch. Another one here, an NHS nurse has been struck off after she tried to persuade a vulnerable cancer patient to buy cannabis oil from a company she worked for. She abused her trust. Oh dear, well, she should have been thrown out. That's just ridiculous. And also, watch it. If you're ordering stuff from the shopping channels at the moment, there's a very good chance you won't get it for Christmas, because they're all just, they're almost saying, they have to say it on there just to help you. But, you know, there might not be enough time to get stuff delivered because everybody's having stuff delivered. So, you know, John in York says, hope you're on Christmas Day morning. Hope so too. Between 7 and 10. Lee says, driving down to Brighton for a couple of nights. Any recommendations? Turn around and come home. Freezing cold. You mad? The year I didn't watch Bake It, MasterChef or Celebrity Get Me Out, but I did watch Strictly. Love both finalists. They're both fantastic. Yes. Yes, I agree. I work in a theatre in Birmingham, Steve, and we're having a real problem with getting audiences to wear the mask. People are just being bloody-minded and ignoring the rules. Hey-ho, the great British public, says Mark, for you. Happy Christmas to you and the team. Oh, they'll be thrilled. Nobody ever wishes them happy Christmas. They say happy Christmas back in their own caring little way. It's quite sweet, isn't it, really? Bless their hearts. But no, people don't want to. But I'll tell you, I'm sick of the anti-vaxxers. I really am sick of the anti-vaxxers. I'm just bored witless with them. You know, if they get it, good. You know, because we have warned them. What else can you do? You can't do any more. Scandinavian snow blast will plunge Britain into a Christmas freeze that'll last into the new year. -10. See, the other day I thought it was okay. And now it's not okay. It's now got very, very cold. I say poor little Jessie Nelson, just doing the photo thing. Did that record chart, dear? I'm not sure. I think I think, what do these people do if you're in a group and then you leave the group and then you attempt to make a comeback into the industry? I don't know. If it doesn't go the way you want, what do you do then? Do you have to get a job stacking shelves? I don't know. I really don't know. 6:15 is the time. Let's get the latest news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 6:20. The producer very unwisely thinks he's going shopping this afternoon. I've said this week's going to be rammed everywhere. I think it will be. I think the thing to do, if you're going to go shopping, do it early and then you can get back, because by the time you get to the afternoon, it's all over the place. My friend Johnny Perry, who seems to hold together, there's a few people actually, together with Chris Lowry and Steve as well. He holds an LBC archive because he used to produce Clive Bull on LBC, and now together with his partner, they've got a hotel down in Bournemouth. And he sent me a picture, Clive Bull's Helps at Hand phone-in, which is on YouTube. So you could probably just type in Clive Bull's Helps at Hand phone-in and you will get it up on YouTube, which is brilliant. Because it was the forerunner, Clive Bull Helps at Hand. He used to do this thing where, you know, people would phone up with the answer to a question and set a question. Where does that sound familiar? It sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Very familiar. But Clive did it, you know, the legend. The legend. Steve, we listen to you every day live, says Rose in Chigwell. Feeling the cold as we've got no hot water or heating. Oh, you're joking. Oh, blimey, I wouldn't recommend that on anybody. Oh, I hope that gets sorted out for you. I really hope so. Jill in Ireland says, Steve, I worked at the Arts Theatre Club in 1958/62. It was great when the Talk of the Town opened. They used to bring over big names from America. They always gave them top of the bill on Sunday night at the London Palladium, so the general public got to see some of the world's top-class entertainers on our TV. Yeah, I mean, they were big stars. Big stars. Big stars. The Talk of the Town, nobody'd seen anything like it. You got to have a meal. And you got to see a fabulous cabaret with some huge names. Watch out for robbers stealing deliveries from blocks of flats, calling out as meter readers. There's been a lots around West London. They have an app in West London. You've probably got an app around your area, and it's for all the shops. So if there are shoplifters, a friend of mine has got it. He said it pings every 5 minutes. He said shoplifters are out in force at the moment, especially around West London. All the shops, Waitrose, Marks and Spencer's, everybody else, people go out thieving. You can spot them. You can spot people who thieve. Marks and Spencer's in Kingston, I watched a woman the other day, and what she was doing, she had a bag over her shoulder, And as opposed to putting stuff in a basket, she was putting it in the bag. And I'm thinking, that seems a bit strange, doesn't it? But anyway, sort of watching, you'll be strangely drawn to these people that they'll be nicking everything. Turkeys, the whole lot. People will be pushing trolleys out of supermarkets. Kevin the Milkman says, I wish I'd been at the Magic Circle for the interview with Mark Armand. Been a fan for 40 years. Oh, you'd have loved it. You'd have absolutely loved it, because literally I called him out. I said, Mark, come and join me on stage. And he did. He came up. We had about 10, 15 minutes. Good chat. Very good chat. So I wish you'd been at the Magic Circle as well. In fact, there's a photo. They put up a photo of him, and it's on my Twitter. Steve, I was on Oxford Street Saturday, absolutely packed, and we were overcome by the anti-vax campaigners. You couldn't move. I took shelter in John Lewis. Awful, says Calvin. Yeah, ghastly people, really ghastly. But listen, they're in their own little world, which is okay. Let them stay there. Somebody says, how do you milk an almond? Oh, I've got no idea. I don't understand all these different milks. I really don't understand them. I mean, I suppose they're supposed to be more healthy for you, aren't they? No, I just get the stuff from the cows. I'm not particularly bothered about anything else. Cow's milk seems to sort me out fine. More than 3/4 of Brits are planning to ensure they get the perfect Christmas present by buying it for themselves. That's it. I'm just giving money to all of the people I need to give money to. It's a lot easier like that than opposed to sort of having to worry about trekking around the shops to buy things. Or failing that, order it on Amazon. But I did recommend the other week you went to buy from Amazon or wherever you happen to buy your stuff. Because, you go out, if you don't go on public transport, you've got to find somewhere to park. If you've got to find somewhere to park, you've got to pay for the parking. Oh, it's just a nightmare. I'm just going to make sure I fill up with petrol this week, and that's going to be it, I think. A long-serving lollipop lady's hanging up her stick at the age of 88. She's been helping kids cross the road for 28 years. I quite like lollipop ladies and men. This is a lady called Betty Timbrell. Was given a Guard of Honour on her last day outside a primary school in Bingley in West Yorkshire. She said, I love being with the children. Everybody says I don't look my age, and I say it's the fresh air. It's been an honour to do it. Even though the children grew up, they still remember me, and it all makes my day. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Nice thing to say. It's almost like the Goodbye Mr. Chips programme, isn't it? Where he gets married and his wife is killed in a bomb. From an aeroplane or a buzz bomb thing that came down, and then he retires from the school. There's about 4 different versions of the film, and it's really brilliant. And he retires, and he says, "But I'm not going to disappear completely. I shall take lodgings in the town, and you're most welcome to come and visit me," and all the rest of it. And it was just wonderful. Wonderful, absolutely super. Who's this a picture of? Charlotte Church plans to spend her fortune instead of leaving it to her 3 children. That's a good idea. Paul McCartney said exactly the same. He said that he's not going to leave the money to the kids. They've got to work for it. You can't just hand money on a plate, 700 million quid. Thank you very much indeed. The crooks filmed ripping out cash machines from hospitals and shops. Must pay back over £200,000. The gang carried out. They're all thickos, aren't they? The gang carried out, but now they've been caught and they're going to send 31 years in prison. The ringleader, Craig Matthews, must repay $160,000. Oh, diddums. What a shame. Otherwise he gets extra time in prison. Oh, leave him in prison. What's the point? No point. Bear Grylls regretting killing animals. He culled rabbits and frogs. Frogs? Why would you want to cultivate frogs? I don't understand that one. He said also killing snakes and an iguana. Oh. There's an island off Brazil where it's overrun with snakes, all deadly. And you know the reason why? Pirates used to hide their loot on the island. And so in an effort to deter people from stealing their loot, which they'd stolen, they filled the island with these snakes, which hang from trees and strike out. I tell you what, there's a bloke feeding snakes on the internet. I found him on YouTube the other day, and they're all in drawers, and he opens the drawer, and this thing comes out like they're angry snakes. Very angry snakes. Steve, says Brett. I worked for a very well-known home shopping channel for 5 years, arranging the schedule for promotional material. Every year I have the same argument about when to stop running the order now for delivery by Christmas. And he said, so I pulled it a week before. I got sacked shortly afterwards because I wasn't a team player. Yeah, I know loads of people, actually, who work on the shopping channels. And it's a bit high pressure. Some of them, it's a load of old baloney, isn't it? I love the ones who sort of stand there on some of the channels selling a bit of jewellery, and they go, wait a minute, and we're going to... Sorry, and they then pretend they've got a voice in their ear, which is basically saying, you still look crap. And they sort of say, are we taking the price to what? Are we allowed to do that? And you think, of course you are. It's been programmed into the computer. What are you, stupid? They're such bad actors and actresses, mainly actresses, I'm afraid, that I always find it a bit disappointing, but quite funny to watch at the same time. And they're sort of flogging all this stuff, and of course they've got about 3 million lights on it. So it makes it sparkle, and then the camera pulls back, and you see this thing, which is about the size of a full stop. And you go, who would buy that? The answer is, we're selling it everything under £30. You go, yeah, they're probably making about 100% profit on it. Steve, and I'm double jabbed, got my booster 3 months ago. Yeah, I'm COVID positive. Well, that's all right, Francis. But it means that you're going to stand a much better chance of surviving, you know. And Sue says, I was on the Spikers page. I'm gutted. I missed it and my tickets failed. Oh, blimey. We don't like anything like that, do you? Do I? Do you? No. But I still feel sorry for poor Kevin the Milkman, who definitely would have loved to have seen Mark Almond on stage. You'd have loved it. Mr. Neil says, glad to hear the magic show went well and Mark on stage too. What a bonus. It was a bonus. Everybody was delighted. Everybody was delighted, which I was thrilled for him because he turns out to be a listener. But as I said, we've got all sorts of people who listen to this programme. Actors. I mean, I could sit here and run through a cast list of famous people who wake up in the morning and they're going off. They're either cooking on television or they're not cooking on television or they're shopping or they're doing all sorts of things. And either way, they're all very, very welcome. Christmas and New Fear. They say it's on the bus, off the bus. The economy stops and starts. We can't keep doing it. This is a Tory rebel, Tobias Ellwood, and why he's against more restrictions. We're going to get them. We're definitely going to get them. 53% of Tory voters think the government isn't honest. Isn't it a case, really, of the Prime Minister? Not a case of when he's going to go. It's not a case of if he's going to go, it's when he's going to go. That's what people seem to say. He can't tell the truth. He doesn't seem to know what the truth is. And the Queen is set to make a decision about her Christmas celebrations in the next 48 hours. They've already cancelled the lunch, and she's waiting for advice. She's determined to celebrate the festive season with the family at Sandringham, and she'll fly by helicopter. Normally she'd take the train, but fly by helicopter this time round.
For over 70 years, the Royal Mint struck every official UK coin of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's record-breaking reign. Now, budding and experienced coin collectors alike can collect the final commemorative coins struck during the monarch's final year. Celebrating a range of themes, from British royalty to music and cultural icons, the limited coins will only be available until the 31st of December 2023 from the Royal Mint. Don't miss a chance to own a unique piece of history. Visit royalmint.com today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. Mr. Neil says the jewellery channel, Steve. All the collectors buy it. I know, it's hilarious. You've got some woman on there, and I've got collectors in Perth and Sheffield for something that costs like $7.99. You go, really? What sort of collectors are they? Answer: mad ones. Mad ones. Steve, another insider. If the info about that channel, if ever they say we're running low on stock for this item, it means they're not selling them. Yes, I was as cynical as that one. They go, listen, and 20% of the stock has gone already. You go, well, that's all right, because there's still 80% left. And they always go with the bicycles, yet they always manage to find new ones for the following day. You know why? I've always said, if you're running short of something, order more. Order more. And Steve had a lovely lunch at Joe Allen's yesterday. Wouldn't have known it existed without your recommendation. I know, I don't know how I'm going to manage to fit in another one before Christmas. I might not, actually. And Steve, I've got your present from the Hornimans. I shall drop it off as soon as possible. How nice. Thank you, Sue. And bittersweet weekend, Steve. And lost my son's brother-in-law, aged only 52, to COVID on Friday. And and then went for my booster on Saturday. I think it's worth queuing for the booster, isn't it? And Steve, triple jabbed, been ill for a week with COVID. Very frightening to imagine how much worse it would have been without the vaccine. Don't be idiots. Get the jab. Absolutely. It's free. It's free, and it could save you all those problems because, very shortly they're going to be turning you away from hospitals because they're completely, completely sort of, out on a limb, I'm afraid, with all these people. And then all the other people who are genuinely ill don't get a look in. It's as simple as that. So you've got to go. You've got to go and get yourself jabbed, even if you have to queue. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I used to work opposite Mark Armand's house off Portobello Road. Oh, it's nice. I was lucky enough, says Kerry, to join you at the Magic Circle on Saturday. Thoroughly enjoyed the experience, had a good laugh. A big shout out to Ben. Poor fella sat in the front row, was unknowingly selected by every magician to exist. He did it with good humour and grace and helped to keep us all entertained. I'm a new listener and I love your nuggets of knowledge that you unselfishly share with us. So Merry Christmas. Thank you, Kerry, very much indeed. The trouble is nobody knows when they come out on stage who somebody else has actually picked to be a magician's stooge. And you're right, you have to do it with good grace. It's always fun. Years ago, people go, I don't want to do it, I'm too embarrassed. But if you go to a Magic Circle show, at some point the magician's going to call you out. And, when you get the likes of Graham P. Jolly and loads of other people, Danny Lee Grew and people like that, they need people to help them with their act. And then it's sort of even better. Because then you suddenly realise there's no such thing as stooges. You don't need stooges. You can find members of the public to play along with you, which is good. Gary Barlow is looking forward to seeing the end of 2021. He plans to take a sabbatical next year to recover from it. Gary Barlow, really? I thought he loved the publicity. Can't imagine why on earth he'd want to sort of give it up. He wants to draw a pretty big line drawing under this year and will take some time off amid the uncertainty of live music performances. That's exactly what Mark Armand was talking about. He said they keep getting cancelled, and pushing them back and all the rest of it. But he will be touring next year. Fingers crossed. The top 10 movies for Christmas. They always do. It's called a quarter-page filler or a half-a-page filler. It's an easy thing to do. So at number 10... they don't tell you which one. Miracle on 34th Street. There have been 2 as far as I know. Number 9 is Scrooge. Again, they don't tell you which one. There's a few Scrooges out there. Number 8 is White Christmas. Number 7, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Isn't that funny? That's above Miracle on 34th Street. Yeah, I quite liked the film. I didn't think it was up that high, though. Love Actually is at number 6. Love Actually. I thought that was quite sweet, actually. Home Alone is number 5. Never seen it. Oh, there's about 3 of the blooming things out now. Then they used another kid because the other one grew up a bit too much. I mean, I actually saw the original Home Alone boy in Joe Allen's drinking booze. No, not Mackenzie Crook. No, from Home Alone. Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, he was drinking booze, but of course he was about 20 by that time. Number 4, Die Hard. There's always been controversy over whether Die Hard is a Christmas film or whether it's not a Christmas film. It is a Christmas film. Number 3 is Elf. Did you like Elf? Oh, you liked it, okay. Number 2, The Muppet Christmas Carol. Did you not like it? I thought it was really good. When you consider they're all puppets. Oh, sorry. It's clever. Yeah. And the number 1 film, what do you think number 1 film is? Come on. It's a Wonderful Life, absolutely. There's 2 versions, colorized or black and white. I've got both because it came on the same CD package. You get the both films on there. So there's one done in the original black and white, and then there's the coloured one. It's still a good film. The little girl at the end, who goes, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. You never seen it? I think I hadn't seen it till a few years ago, and now I watch it all the time. I absolutely loved it. I think it's just so good, and it's so mind-blowingly happy. And yet when it came out, it bombed. It bombed. They didn't do great business at all. But now I'm delighted to say everybody's discovering the wonderful It's a Wonderful Life. If you haven't bought it, go get it. Go on, it'll cheat, especially if you're a certain age, like me. And another one here. Steve, took my mum to Joe Allen's on Saturday. She absolutely loved the food and the music. She had one brandy sour and was tiddly. I took her to the garden next door, to Frozen, then home to watch The Bishop's Wife. Mum said she had a wonderful day. I love my mum, says Sidcup Julie. My God, you're just trying to get your mum drunk, which actually is no bad thing at this time of year. And Steve, I watched The Lion King in Covent Garden, and the shark is broken at the Dominion. Glad I got to see them as they're now cancelled, says Stella. Yeah, it's only got to take one person in the cast to get COVID, and they have to shelve the performance. And a lot of the I think 10 shows were shelved the other day. Steve, watch It's a Wonderful Life every week. Never mind Christmas. Absolutely love it. I always cry at the end. When George Bailey comes back, and because he's been basically shown his sort of life if he wasn't known, and he didn't like it, and he came back, and he was so delighted to be back with everybody, but he owed all this money, and then all the townsfolk and all the people that he'd ever lent money to came back and started giving him back his money, and so he was able to have this Christmas. I mean, he is sensational. He is absolutely sensational. I mean, it was done, I think, 1943. Jimmy Stewart is just great. Love to have talked to him. Love to have met him. This is a radiotimes.com research poll. Macaulay Culkin. He was very good, Macaulay Culkin, as a kid. I mean, he was very clever. And the snow looked fairly real, but I've never discovered, actually, in that film, I should have checked, actually, whether or not it's real snow, because in Shop Around the Corner and a few other films I've got, including It's a Wonderful Life, the snow, I think, is fake. And I always tell people, I'm such an idiot, honestly, I keep repeating the same thing, but the one which was set in Russia, Dr. Zhivago, was actually filmed in Spain. They went nowhere near Russia, and it's all fake snow. The whole thing. When you look over the countryside, it was all knee-deep in snow. All fake. Ruined it completely. But the producers couldn't afford it. Snow wasn't in the film's budget. But after snow covered the entire set the second day of shooting, they had no choice but to call in the snow machines for the remainder of the film's production, because otherwise there'd be no continuity. So they did get snow, and then they had to bring in their own snow, and it started sort of petering out. You can rent that house. It's an Airbnb. That house in the film is available to rent. Very cheap. Very, very cheap. Because there's loads of Airbnbs in America. Steve, my top Christmas films are The Snowman, says Alan, in Teignmouth, and Polar Express. I love The Snowman. I won't go into the "we're walking in the air." Little things hadn't dropped. And the Polar Express I didn't like. I thought the kids looked a bit freaky. Their eyes were a bit sort of scary. But I loved the train, if only they hadn't used kids in it. Paul says they used to use asbestos for snow in the 40s. I don't know. I mean, I just know that I've seen them using paper before now, which is shredded into a huge fan, and it whips it up, and then a fan, it throws it into it, and the fan spreads it. It looks lovely, except if it's been raining, in which case it's particularly bad. And, Steve, my daughter turns 13 on January the 9th. As a treat, we're taking her to see her first theatre show, Wicked. Could you recommend anywhere to go and eat beforehand, says Rick. I can't. I don't know that area very well. I mean, the show I know very well indeed, but there's loads near Victoria Station. There's going to be all sorts of places, mainly probably catering for tourists, I'm afraid. But there's loads of places. It's not like you won't find anywhere around there. There are loads of places. You will find it, but I can't recommend anywhere, Rick. I'm sorry for that. But she'll love Wicked. She'll absolutely love it because it's good. Steve, yes, It's a Wonderful Life. It's a lovely film. Lost a friend to cancer yesterday evening. He's at peace now. Myself and another friend, says Rachel, were at his bedside until the end. What a comfort LBC will be when I wake up in the small hours. Yes, well, we get a lot of that. I know it sounds awful, doesn't it, really? And I wish it wasn't like that, but we do get a lot of people who do lose people, and people don't know what to do. They're a bit of a loose end, so we're always very grateful to have your company. Paul says, before driving for Tesco, I was a cameraman. COVID paid to that. And somebody else says, my mum has a Christmas morning tradition. One year we watched Scrooge with Alastair Sim, and the next year It's a Wonderful Life. Miranda says, did you mention The Holiday is the best Christmas movies? No, I don't know The Holiday. The Holiday. I know a film called... I can't remember what it's called now, but it's like White Christmas. It's like Happy Holidays or something like that. I can't remember everything, can I? For goodness sake, honestly. I've got more than enough to worry. Look at the time. 7:45. No, it's not. It's 13 minutes to 7.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. 10 to... No, it's not. It's 9 minutes. I can't read the clock this morning. I'm so sorry. I'm absolutely useless at reading clocks. I don't know why. So, the dream coming true for Rose. And I think a worthy winner. Tougher restrictions imposed in England this week as COVID infections soar, because this one is particularly virulent, this strain, and that's why they're saying it's well worth getting your booster jab. Still, some people don't want it. That's their decision. You know, if you don't want it, don't have it, but just leave everybody else alone. Don't go anywhere near anybody. I still think... Because I think anybody getting on buses who isn't wearing a mask, I mean, seriously, is just putting everybody at risk. They're really selfish. You know, and I'm not buying into the, oh, I'm exempt because of this and that. Well, you shouldn't be going out if you're infectious, you know, and you're in danger of sort of picking something up. Don't go out. Much easier. Somebody says, wait a minute. I'm sure with all the royalties, Home Alone Macaulay won't need to work again. He's got a band, hasn't he, I believe? I'm not sure if he's made any other films. It just, you can't really sort of take away from him what it is, because he was just one of those sort of kids. I still want to know what The Holiday is. I've never heard of this, The Holiday. I've heard of... I've seen it, but I don't know what it is. I mean, I know there's... It's not Happy Holiday, is it, or something like that? Is it the same as White Christmas? The Holiday, or is it something completely different? I've watched a few Hallmark films on the television recently. Here you go, The Holiday, romantic holiday, 1999, produced by... filmed in both California and England. Oh, Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz. It came out 2006. Oh, right. The plot is... Kate Winslet is a society columnist for The Telegraph, madly in love with her ex, played by Rufus Sewell. Blah, 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 blah. That sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't think I'll be getting it, but I quite like the idea. So it's got everybody in it. Eli Wallach's in it. Jude Law's in it, so that's all right. Music by Hans Zimmer. From fame, I should imagine. I don't know. Henry Winkler in An American Christmas Carol's a great watch. Is it? Well, that's, might have to go for that one as well. Did you watch any of Gary Barlow's lockdown duets? Loads of great singers. Misha Paris, Sheridan Smith and Cliff Richard. From his bathroom in the Bahamas. I did see that. I remember seeing that one, actually. Steve, any Christmas top 10 movie list that does not include The Grinch has self-evidently been compiled by anti-vaxxers or Trump supporters. I never liked The Grinch. You've not mentioned Die Hard. Yeah, we did mention Die Hard, Ross. Need to get some new batteries. Steve. The Holiday is a cheesy Christmas movie filmed in Godalming, says Karen. I don't mind cheesy. I can do cheesy Christmas movies. I really can. I mean, some of the ones that they put up, as my friend Ian will tell you, he's an addict for the Hallmark Channel. He absolutely loves them. And they're sort of fairly simple things. It's sort of generally some hick town in America. And somebody will be living out there. She's going to set up a shop and all the rest of it. And then she bumps into good-looking bloke in village. And then the next thing, it's Holiday Inn. That's the film I was thinking of, Holiday Inn, which also contains White Christmas. What was the thing here? Star Oti. It says Oti Mabuse has skated over to ITV to their ice show. But they've got a problem, haven't they? That might not go ahead. Somebody's gone down with COVID, I think, already. So we don't know whether they're going to be filming that one just yet, which is it's affecting lots and lots of people. Soon, if you don't know anybody at the moment, you will know somebody who has been affected by COVID and is having to self-isolate, which, of course, has completely ruined Christmas for a lot of people. 12 million tuned in for the Strictly final, mainly because there wasn't anything else on. And the judges, Motsi Mabuse and Tony Beek, AJ Adudu and runners-up Johannes and John did well. And apparently everybody's going to make millions. That's what all the agents are saying. They're going to make millions. The Scout Association has apologised to a campaigner after investigating her for 2 years for misgendering someone on Twitter. Assistant Cub Scout leader Maya Forstatter inadvertently called a bearded transgender scout leader he rather than they in 2019. That prompted an inquiry that found that Miss Forstater had brought the organisation into disrepute. Now the Scouts have issued an apology saying that she didn't deliberately misgender the complainant in order to cause harm and that she did not spread lies about them. Honestly, I get so confused by everything that's in the newspapers recently. I don't know where to begin. I really don't. The death toll at the moment, they say, is saying low, but sky-high cases. Infections now, on Friday, 93,045. Sports Personality of the Year. They seem to have loads of people who seem to be presenting it. I think I saw 3 people, including Alex Scott, who can't really carry that well. But the Personality of the Year is Emma Raducanu, which, to be honest with you, wasn't really any choice. It had to be her, didn't it? Definitely. Truss takes control of Brexit you've had. And went from relatively unknown to a Hollywood star. This is Tom Holland, for the 25-year-old who is Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Oh, look, a picture of someone we've not seen for ages, which is almost good news, I think. Heather Mills. She was married to Sir Paul McCartney. That was a bit of a strange marriage, wasn't it? I think. But here she was. For some reason, they say the former model. She's done skating on ice in America, I think. But what she does at the moment, I've got no idea. But she did get 24 million out of Sir Paul McCartney. The Arctic Blast is in all the papers, plus what you can get and how cheap it is now. You know, eat, drink and be very merry. And they've got different budgets from different places to tell you exactly, how much you can spend. But there's no shortage of anything. Don't get panic-stricken into thinking that there's going to be huge shortages. There isn't. But this is the week, because you've only got a week now, where things are going to be really... I think they're going to be rammed. I think people are just going to be going absolutely crackers, worrying in case it runs out. So you don't get certain things, but you can get it. You can get it. I did watch the Royal Variety performance with Alan Carr. I don't think Alan Carr was the best host of the Royal Variety. I really don't. But the whole thing was a bit flat. Oh, I thought some of it was... I do like Ed Sheeran. The more I hear Ed Sheeran, the more I like Ed Sheeran. Paul says, I'm very surprised how quick films come out on DVD. The latest 007 is out today. Wow. And there's a great series on Netflix called The Films That Made Us. They mentioned how Home Alone and Die Hard were conceived and the difficulties in making them. And Macaulay Culkin was also in My Girl. Yes, you're right, that was it. I'd forgotten about that one. And The Holiday is a brilliant film, says Lee. I thoroughly recommend it. There you go. And what else we got? Oh, we got to go, I just realised, honestly. Heavens above, there's shopping to do and things to queue up for, like Sprouts or something else. I wish you a fabulous day. Fabulous day. My Little Bit Extra podcast is free to listen to on the Global Player. Great stories today, including Peter Andre. It's all a bit confusing, actually. Strictly nonsense, and why I want Lewis Hamilton to find a girlfriend, because he's got the wardrobe for it. Dear Lord, make me funny, make me interesting. Dear Lord, make this be the biggest audience we've ever had. Oh, hello, there you are. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Tuesday. We've only got 4 more days, and then it's all finished. Might as well make the most of it. Small wonder I want to start celebrating Christmas back in April. I see no reason why not, for goodness sake. It's also your last chance today to win our amazing prize package, which will brighten your life up, I promise to you. The good news is you can hold on to your baubles. The Prime Minister warns of new COVID curbs at any moment. I think he'll let us have Christmas and New Year, although the Mayor has finally seen sense. It takes a bit of a while to knock it into his head, but the very idea that you were stopping the fireworks, I believe they were doing it for financial reasons, but they claim it was because of COVID, and yet they were prepared to cram 6,500 people into Trafalgar Square on New Year's Eve. The answer is now, we'll cancel it. He's determined to bring misery to people, isn't he, really? But there you go, you can't have everything. A Christmas shopper who was a bit shocked to see a used sex toy in a charity shop window. Apparently, it was put there as a bit of a joke. Bunch of perverts, if you ask me. What's going on in charity shops nowadays? Nottingham, I ask you. And a woke head teacher has ditched the outdated head boy and head girl titles. They're now male ambassador, female ambassador. I mean, just head ambassador. I mean, to be honest with you, what is the world coming to? It's getting a bit desperate, isn't it? The Queen's called off the family do. She's staying in Windsor. So she would have gone... You imagine them, they're all in Sandringham at the moment going, OK, so we've got the 3 turkeys. They've been killed. They're ready stuffed. They're ready to go in the oven. And we've made 600 mince pies, because there's about 20 of them coming for lunch, and Her Majesty will be here, so we'll be doing breakfast. Oh no, she's changed her mind. Sorry? She's changed her mind. She's not going to Sandwich. She's staying in Windsor. I've just prepared all these vol au vents. What do you mean she's not coming up here? It's ridiculous. So what they're going to have to do is pack it all up in Tupperware boxes and send it down to Windsor, who unfortunately have also probably just ordered the turkeys in. I don't know if they've got their own turkey farm, but I'm quite sure she has probably a super-duper bronze turkey from Norfolk, which is where Sandringham is, so they're only down the road. But not anymore. So all the kitchen staff up there, all the people they'd hired in to cater for the royal family over Christmas, they've all been let go again, because there is no Christmas at Sandringham. The Queen has decided that her dinner will be, I think they have here, 3 turkeys, plus enough for the staff, mashed and roast potatoes. The Americans enjoy mash. We enjoy roast potatoes, but they have the choice of both. Chestnut or sage and onion stuffing. See, none of this Ponzi stuff. Apricots and pomegranate, and all that kind of thing. Cranberry sauce, bread sauce. Hate it. Brussels sprouts, carrots, roasted parsnips, and then traditional Christmas pudding. No pigs in blankets, you'll notice. They don't have them. I don't know why, whether or not Her Majesty popping something that small in her mouth has disagreed with her in the past. I have no idea. I just know that there's no pigs in blankets, which I thought was an integral part of it. They're having roast potatoes and having Brussels sprouts and carrots and roasted parsnips. You probably find they actually like roasted parsnips, but I can't bear them. But no pigs in blankets. So there you go. What do we say about that? We say a white Christmas is on the cards for some areas. We're not it down here in London. And what was the other one? George Michael can't rest in peace. 5 years, and they're still arguing over his money. And they're still arguing over all sorts of things. I can't believe it. He would be turning in his grave, poor soul. Strawberries have overtaken bananas to become the nation's favourite fruit. Because a lot of people, for Christmas lunch, they don't have the Christmas pudding. I shouldn't imagine the Queen eats Christmas pudding. I really don't. But a lot of people have a fruit salad, which is quite nice. I like a fruit salad. We always have a bowl of fruit salad. Do you have fruit salad? Yeah. Oh, you have Christmas pudding? Yes. Well, as is patently obvious. But no. But a fruit salad's quite nice, which you can have with cream poured lightly over it, or custard. You can have custard and fresh fruit salad, which is quite nice. Or both, actually. I mean, sometimes I used to like a jelly. A lime and lemon jelly was always my favourite, because it was refreshing. And but we haven't had jelly for ages now, because I'm diabetic and I don't sort of enjoy it. Well, I enjoy it. I just don't enjoy the side effects, which are basically going complete. Well, jelly with, I like condensed milk or evaporated milk, because that's no, not custard with jelly. You put custard with jelly? Oh dear, no. We're learning a lot, aren't we, about the producer boys and girls today? How exciting. Gemma Collins astounds Romesh Ranganathan. They apparently put her on The Weakest Link, which of course is what she is. What did she not know the answer to? I mean, I wasn't sure if she was actually playing stupid or she really is stupid. She didn't know what a twin bed was. And the answer she gave was, the reason I don't know is because I stay in the penthouse. I thought, well, no, you don't, darling, because most hotels don't have penthouses. They have suites and things like that. And I believe you'll find in suites nowadays, although obviously not for you because you're obviously blind and you can't see, they have twin beds. They have twin beds. So she thought she was being clever, but unfortunately she just emerges as a bit thick, which is bad. Can you imagine not knowing what a twin bed is? You can't quite get your head around it, can you, really? But there you go. Trees facing the choppers, fallen apples, apparently, are a trip hazard. A Christmas lunch 1800. Pub lunch, this was. Owl, turtle and reindeer tongue. I think I'd rather go with the royal family, even though they're not having pigs in blankets. How can they not have pigs in blankets? I wonder what it is about pigs in blankets they don't like. That's a very odd one. I can't work that out at all. I mean, are they newish? What, pigs in blankets? Relatively, for the royal family, I shouldn't imagine when the Queen came to the throne years ago, they had pigs in blankets. They wouldn't have put sausage in. But there again, you see, a lot of us now have, what do they call them? They call them, those round things, Yorkshire puddings. Couldn't remember what they were. Yeah, we still have Yorkshire puddings, because I like Yorkshire puddings to go with the Christmas lunch, and I also like cauliflower cheese. That's quite nice too. I mean, the plates are getting bigger and bigger. At the moment, we're roughly working on a canoe, which is good. Did you ever meet Roger Cook, who did the Cook Report? No, he was a bit of an old fake. Roger Cook was an old fake. He used to have a radio programme years ago, and it was doing the Cook Report, where he would expose things. When he did it on television, they used to cheat. They had one thing that they were doing where they ended up putting glycerin into a child's eyes to make it look as though they'd been crying. Yeah, his career went a bit downhill after that, actually. Tara says, how I laughed at the news of the cancellation of the Trafalgar Square joke of a New Year live choir, which nobody wanted. But also, I'm more upset, Tara, that the mayor thought that 6,500 people were going to cram into Trafalgar Square. 6,500. If ever there was a case of transferring this COVID virus. You know, in a week, 140,000 people in London have gone down with this. It spreads that fast. That's why I love it when you get the idiots who write in and go, you don't need to have all the inoculations. No. Do you know the majority of people taking up beds in hospitals at the moment are not vaccinated? They should be kicked out immediately. I cannot absolutely justify turning people away who've got cancer because they don't have the beds because of some idiot who won't have the vaccination. Disgraceful, people. Disgraceful. Barry's a surveyor in Hounslow. Good God in heaven, you must have your work cut out down there, I should imagine. And somebody says, was Dale big into Christmas? No, he never liked Christmas. He didn't do New Year either. He didn't do Christmas or New Year. But there again, I mean, I don't think his mother did. She spent most of her time in bed. So Christmas kind of bypassed them. I don't think they ever had Christmas lunch or anything like that. Don't know. I don't think so. I mean, put it this way, every time I went round there, she was in bed. She spent all the time in bed. She would wake up to go to the bathroom, and that'd be about it. She was on sleeping tablets for a lot of the time, so I don't think she'd have made it down to the kitchen for the oven. Steve, I purchased a Norfolk Black Crown from Marks. All the top brands were massive, 8 to 10 servings, but it's only 3 of us that eat meat. Yeah, well, can't you buy a little piece of turkey? Can't you buy a little piece of turkey? There must be like a little itty tiny bit for you. I don't know why they don't care. Or if they just go and buy a turkey sandwich and take the bread away and just have a few slices of turkey. That's quite nice, isn't it? I like things like that. MPs blast the delay for the new laws to gender change. And Macron's wife is to sue over claims during the rounds of the internet she was born a boy. I mean, I don't know where these things start, but it always amuses me that they start and somebody goes, I'm suing. You know, you've got to find originally where this sort of came from. I'll tell you what I did find. I was watching the Beatles on Hey Jude, singing Hey Jude on like a Top of the Pops kind of show. You know, the one that goes, na, 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 and it goes on forever. Na, 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 Hey Jude. And I watched it all the way through because it does go on for about another 3 minutes at the end. Na, na, na. And all the crowd, all the young people in the audience were all singing along and climbing up on the drums with next to Ringo, and it was really good, very good. Wouldn't do it now, far too dangerous, far too many lunatics out there. But health and safety, definitely not. But they've had how many views do you think they've had for that song with the Beatles? 300 million. 300 million views. It's fabulous, especially for you if you were there, because you can go, look, that's me. I was standing next to Ringo singing along. So clothes are hilarious. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, if you're stuck for a late present, Prince Charles has got the answer. How many views has Ed Sheeran's song Shape of You had on YouTube? Oh, I don't know. 60 million? 5.5 billion? No, he's bought those. He's bought them. Yeah, he has. He's bought them. It's 5.5 billion. Wow. What is the Shape of You? I don't think I know. Well, I know what the Shape of You is, but I mean, what does it mean? The shape is it his Christmas song? Oh right, is it a well-known song, The Shape of You? Oh right. I'm in love with The Shape of You. You wash your mouth out with carbolic. Don't start that kind of malarkey at this time of the morning. Good Lord above, I've never even heard it. I might have heard it. If I hear it, I'll probably go, oh yeah, I know that. Dave in Plymouth. Somebody's got to be. Says, I'm doing my first shift as a volunteer steward at the local vaccine centre today. Wish me luck. You won't need luck. You just have to... They'll quite happily stand there and queue because they know it makes sense. They know it makes sense. I was saying about Charles's Christmas thing. 60 quid it is. What do you reckon it is? What do you reckon Charles has come up with to entertain you for Christmas? Come on. I tell you. Oh, right, OK. Can't play that game anymore, can we? It's a jar of honey. A jar of honey for 60 quid. Blimey, you can buy Manuka cheaper than that. 60 quid, honestly. I think they also make their own gin. I'm pretty certain the royal family, gin. Happy Christmas, Mummy. Happy Christmas to you. Happy Christmas to you. Happy Christmas, dear Mummy. Happy Christmas to... Are you all right? OK, that's why we don't have... Actually, it's made by bees on his estate. Yeah, because somebody moved their house there. That's what it is. It's got a lime pollen flavour. Whatever that means. I don't know. They're trying to make... Listen, it's a jar of honey at the end of the day, and it's 60 quid. But people will buy it because it's got the royal family's name on it. People like things like that, don't they? I like things like that. But I can't eat honey. Highgrove honey, a unique, soft, set honey. I mean, it's beautifully decorated. So bloody well should be. So wait a minute. So it's gone on sale for 25 quid. Oh. That was like, well, it's 60 quid this year, they've said. Can't have gone up from 25 quid to 60 quid, can it? It's beautifully done. You know, as indeed is all this stuff. They would, you know... Charles apparently kick out the bees, bees, honey. And we like the bees, sit on your finger and it's great fun. Great fun.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, he says. Tuesday. You've only got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Christmas Eve, and I promise you, because I know it from previous years, believe it or not, that people will be going out there and on Christmas Eve they'll be stocking up like there's no tomorrow. That's the only time you see the shelves getting empty, as people go, Oh, you know what? Guess who's got... You know, I told you the other day that a number of the supermarkets have got cheap vegetables. They've reduced them to 19 pence a pack. OK, hold on to your hats. This is one we've never done before on the programme, but it comes with stipulations. Iceland are doing their vegetables at a penny. A penny a pack. The stipulation is you can only get them until tomorrow online. And the boss of Iceland is going to be with Nick this morning. A penny. But it's only for online shopping. You can't go into the shops and buy them for a penny. I wish you blooming could. Isn't that clever? Isn't that clever? Because all the other people are doing them for 19p, which I thought was clever in itself. I thought it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Steve, when I was a child in Yorkshire, I remember a bowl of mixed fruit salad and cream with 2 slices of bread and butter. Really? Oh, a bit strange. Wasn't sure about that, actually. Speaking of vaccine steward volunteering, I did my first shift last week and everybody was grateful, says Lou in Newbury. Oh, I know Newbury. How is Northbrook Street? Probably still going well, I should imagine. They still have the Michaelmas Fair down on Northcroft by the swimming pool. Do they still have a swimming pool? Goodness sake. I used to go to Park House School in Newbury. I worked in Newbury. I worked in Camp Hobson for many, many years. Well, actually, it was about 2 years or 3 years. My first job, £5.19 and 6 a week. £5.19. This was a long time ago, of course. I was a very young person. But I can get double that if I loved it. I really loved it. Will you be wearing a sequence jacket on Christmas Day? Do you mean sequin? Honestly, I tell you, I'm getting them all today. Steve, I also purchased a boneless turkey joint that is double the size. Solution, cut it in half and put the rest in the freezer. That's a good idea. Never thought about that, actually. I'm going to my work's Christmas party on Friday. I'm 55. Can I wear white trainers? You can wear what you like, but I wouldn't go to a works Christmas party if you paid me. Are you mad? Why would you want to go to a works Christmas party? I mean, ours has been cancelled. Ours has been cancelled. I mean, we have obviously far more people than you do, but I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't go to a works Christmas party. They're cancelling them left, right, and centre. This COVID vaccination in a week, the number of people going down with COVID in London, 140,000 people. Why would you want to go to a party? Definitely not. Steve, says Chris in Birmingham. He says, I'd read that for every billion YouTube viewers, a typical artist with official monetized content would earn about £1 million per billion YouTube views. Is that how it works? Do they have adverts? I don't know, actually. That Ed Sheeran would make over 5 million just for views of The Shape of You. Wow. Wow. And Steve, Winter Wonderland was fantastic, but next day felt rough. And yes, COVID, 14 days off work. Just had the blood test to find out I've got type 2 diabetes. You're getting the set, aren't you, John? He said, I have no idea how to deal with it. I'm not overweight, so big shock. Merry Christmas. And to you. Actually, you can pick up all sorts of things like that. I would have thought, actually, that Winter Wonderland, much as though I adore it, is another place where crowds go. And where there's crowds, there's COVID. You know, and people don't think, you know, you have to deal with diabetes. I mean, there's so much help available to diabetics. It depends. If you've only just found out that you've got type 2 diabetes, then they will put you on metformin, and you'll do metformin. It depends just how bad it is. Could be all sorts of reasons. Could be also, it doesn't have to be overweight. That's one of the most common, but you don't have to be overweight to catch it. But the interesting thing is that you'll probably go on to metformin, and that will keep it in check. Shane says Manuka honey is expensive down here. $30 a jar. $30 a jar. Which is, you know, but it's nice. It comes from New Zealand, Manuka, and only from New Zealand. You can't have Manuka honey from anywhere else. It only comes from New Zealand. Yeah, it's like champagne. Can only come from the Champagne region of France. And there's only a few little places that make champagne. To be honest with you, I quite like it, actually. Mark's in Kew are open till midnight. Wow. Good Lord. Tara says, just before I close the keyboard and snuggle back with the bloke to giggle along to Steve until 7, I just wanted to say, prompted somewhat by Darren's discussion about depression, there will be thousands or perhaps millions of people who, whether bereaved, lonely, just sad or otherwise not overjoyed, will have their Christmas day so very much brightened by you being on. So I'm grateful to you for that reason on the big day itself, more so than all other days. Is it 3 p.m. that you're on? I wish. I wish. No. 7 till 10. No excuses. You'll have to AM. Yeah, 7. Can you imagine if it wasn't? And Carolyn in Kent, very Merry Christmas to you as well. And one here that says, I missed your show yesterday. Medication kept me asleep. But I enjoyed the magic show on Saturdays. First one I've been to, but it won't be the last. I was even brought up on stage by Graham P. Jolly. How he could work out the dice number, I don't know. Loved his joke about sharing a sense of humour with his wife. Just as well she doesn't have one. Says, I wish I had a ticket for your February show. I'll have to be quicker off the mark next year. Yes, it's sold out in an... Because somebody wrote to me the other day. I said, I've got a show in February. And somebody wrote to me and said, it's sold out. And I went, yes, it's sold out in an hour. In fact, less than an hour. In fact, we'd actually sold a third of the tickets before we'd even knew they were on sale. It's only because the producer, bless his heart, checked. And went, we've sold a third of them out already. It's only 400-seaters, but it's a nice 400-seater. Steve, I remember my first school Christmas party in 1978. 5 years old, watched Superman and had ice cream with jelly. Woo! Woo! Ice cream and jelly. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I could eat that now. Orange jelly with ice cream. Oh, how lovely. With fruit. Yeah, it's got to have fruit. Definitely got to have fruit. My mum did it with fruit, and there's a way of doing it so the fruit doesn't sink to the bottom, it floats to the top, and I can't remember what it was, but very nice. Kevin's sitting on a beach in Thailand. He said, I may stay here till February if I can listen to you. Well, you can. You can listen all the way through, actually. Pets enjoy listening to the programme. Is that where he is? Oh, I hate it. It looks ghastly. Blue sea, little boats, empty beach. Oh, it looks horrible, Kevin. I wouldn't bother. No point staying in a place like that. There's not even anybody else there. It's a bit like London. Where'd you get your ice cream from? You know, is there a Mr. Whippy? I used to worry about that years ago. I used to think, Mr. Whippy, fancy advertising. And the other one I used to feel sorry for in Hong Kong was Bill Stickers. All over the Hong Kong were these big signs going, Bill Stickers will be prosecuted. I remember thinking, well, all right, leave him alone, for God's sake. Picking on the poor bloke. Just like that. So I really thought it was a bloke. I'm that stupid. Steve, have you ever received a Christmas card when it's too late to send one back? No, not really. People are sending less and less Christmas cards because now you've got email and stuff like that. quite nice actually. And young people don't send cards. They really don't. Mainly it's their mum and dad will send one and it's signed from all of them. Text, Happy Christmas X. Happy Xmas. Which actually reminds me that Xmas is the key word for my Make Some Noise competition, which I'll tell you about just after the news at 4:30. Claire Foy says filming sex scenes is grim. Well, not for those people watching it, but I should imagine if you're actually in it, it is a bit embarrassing. I have heard of actresses who say, listen, if I'm going naked, you're all going naked, so the whole set will have to go naked, which is a little bit embarrassing when there's some people who think, I wish you hadn't. Kate Beckinsale's latest accessory, she's going shopping with a cat in a box. I mean, I've never heard of anything so stupid in my entire life. Why you want to... She put it in a little child's thing as well, which you hold in front of you. You don't take cats out like that. That's just awful. And also the hunt for the Treasury insider who leaked the party pictures. Here we are all working in the garden. No, you weren't. There were no computers. You were sitting there with cheese and wine. That wasn't working in the garden. They must think we fell out of trees or something. God, blimey. Declan says Gary Newman released a track on Spotify, which was listened to over 1 million times. His royalty check was $34.17. All right. Oh, there you go. Downing Street Garden Gathering did not break the rules because staff were in suits, says Dominic Raab. Fantastic, isn't it? Honestly, they must think we fell out of a coconut tree. Oh, yes, you're wearing suits, so that was a business meeting. Was it really, love? Yeah, so that means that all the doormen on all the London clubs and bars, they're all having business meetings. They must really think we fell out of trees. If you're wearing your sequin jacket, could you also put on some red trousers? I don't have any red trousers, actually. And if I had any, I wouldn't wear them. Red's not my favourite colour. They'd be blue if I was going to wear them. Danny Lee Grew, if I wear yellow, I look like Rupert the Bear. I used to like the song, actually, that went along with the show. Rupert the Bear, everyone sings his name. Rupert the Bear, everyone sings his name. Rupert the Bear, everyone sings it. Yeah. I know a song that'll get on your nerves, get on your nerves, get on your nerves. Rupert the Bear. So it goes on. That was pinched, actually, from Joe Pasquale, who does that. Tequila! I love him. Doctors should stop dishing out pills for depression. Give them all a radio. Let them listen to LBC. That'll take your mind off anything, I promise you. Seems to work, doesn't it? Also, the fans have branded Walk the Line a fix. It's a television programme, because the winner's already had a top 5 hit. Well, they must be running out of people, actually, because most of these people must have appeared on every blooming television show under the sun. Must have done, mustn't they? They think so. Nobody just turns up and they go, oh, it's like Britain's Got Talent. Most of them came from East European circuses. I mean, do you seriously think somebody juggling with axes lives on an estate in Worcestershire? Of course not. They're from a circus. Villagers have saved their pub in time for a festive tipple. People cannot resist a festive tipple going out there. And 1 in 10 adults admit they don't wash their hands after using the loo. I know, it doesn't make any sense, actually, to me. Although it's funny, actually, you wash your hands and then you put your hand on the door and, that's where all the germs come from. They come from the door handle. Yeah, or the tap. That's where all the, I think you should have electronic taps, which I'm sure you must be able to get, and you run your hand over the top of it and then it comes on. You can get things like that, which is very nice. I mentioned strawberries overtaking bananas. The producer's got a bit of a penchant for strawberries. He doesn't get out very much, and he quite likes strawberries. He's bought them before, so he's doing very, very well.
This is LBC.
With an approved used Volkswagen, you're in good hands, because these are no ordinary used cars. We carefully inspect each car's history. Our Volkswagen technicians lovingly check them over, and we look after you too, with 2 years warranty, 2 years UK roadside assistance, and up to 2 years MOT cover. Find your perfect car. Search Volkswagen approved used. You're in good hands.
Cars with up to 100,000 miles at activation. MOT cover underwritten by Bespoke Underwriting Limited. Subject to eligibility, exclusions and terms.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 5 is the time. Final opportunity today, for our competition, for our charity Make Some Noise, which helps an awful lot of people at this time of year. In fact, actually throughout the year, we've got ongoing projects, and this is your opportunity to help people who are less fortunate than ourselves and win a fantastic prize package. Everything you need for the ultimate Christmas, including, and bearing in mind this competition finishes this morning at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, so keep your phone handy. This is what is in my prize package for Christmas: an Apple iPhone 13, a Nintendo Switch, thanks to Game, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Jo Malone scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. For your chance to win, and it only runs till 9 o'clock this morning and then the lines are closed, all you have to do is text the word Xmas, X-M-A-S, Xmas, and send it to 84850. Xmas, X-M-A-S, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You don't even see it going. It's not like you have to hand over sort of, different bits and pieces, like sort of, credit card details, nothing like that at all. And you've got until 9 o'clock this morning to enter, so keep the phone handy because it could be you we call and we've sorted Christmas out for you, which is a very nice idea. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. You're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules you will find at makesomenoise.com. So text Xmas, X-M-A-S, and send it to 84850. It's the word that triggers you going into the right section of the building as opposed to going to the wrong section of the building, in which case they don't have that fantastic prize package: the Apple iPhone 13, Nintendo Switch thanks to Game, the 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, the waterproof Amazon Kindle, the smart speaker, the Nespresso coffee machine, the Jo Malone large scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys including the micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kids' smart speaker. All you have to do is text Xmas, X-M-A-S, and send it to 84850, and good luck, because I wouldn't mind winning something like that myself. If you had one wish for Christmas, who would you dance with on Christmas Day? Absolutely nobody. Absolutely nobody. Who wants to dance with anybody on Christmas Day? Definitely not. Apparently, to stop the fruit sinking to the bottom, you set the jelly layer by layer. You could be there forever and a day. My mother did it. I'm sure she didn't. No, she didn't do it like that. Otherwise, we'd have waited a long time. There must be another way to do it. Did you see the documentary on the film Saturday Night Fever? I did. I just thought it was very nice, actually, because it was one of those films. Resurrected the Bee Gees again, didn't it, really? Amir says, will your Feb show be on YouTube? I don't think so, no. I haven't signed away any rights to my my live show. Somebody says, I don't want to overtake Ed Sheeran. I don't want to embarrass the boy. Listen, And also, Lad Baby, look on course, thank you. Word dyslexia this morning, I'm afraid, for being number one again. Did you know if you have a Tesco club card, you can get a joint of gammon down from £21 to £10.50? I don't think a joint of gammon is worth £21, to be honest with you. It seems an awful lot of money to me. I think £10.50 would be right. And I was going to tell you this one. Do you remember the woman pictured punching a horse? Do you remember that one? She was trying to get it on the horse box. She's been fired from both jobs. One, as a primary school teacher. They had to investigate and do everything else. And also she worked in a riding stables and they've dropped her as well. You cannot, in this day and age, punch animals. I couldn't give a toss who you are. I really don't care. I think that is absolutely the lowest of the low to actually. And she didn't just punch it, she kicked it as well. Vile piece of work. So they had to get rid of her. You just cannot do that. I've noticed as well, the woman who is in prison at the moment for murdering that little child apparently is on 24-hour watch because she's on the high risk. As if we cared. Apparently, according to rumours, where they get these rumours from, lags in there are all on the same wing, people who've committed heinous crimes, and apparently it's a case of, when something happens to her, so that's why she's on watch at the moment. Steve, I went past Kew Gardens. They have a light show. Have you been? I can't get a ticket. Strange enough, my driver this morning, Jason, was given 2 tickets the other day, and he's going to go and see it. It's very nice. You look. Am I supposed to be saying that? Oh right, you just put the. I'm just nodding. Well, don't. It's very odd. Don't nod. Steve, says Jazz, I need your help making a very important decision. What colour should I go for my manicure later? My nails are currently a nice dark nude shade, but I don't know what to get today. I think you should get plum. Plum's very popular for the colourblind, and, I mean, you might want to go for something that's sort of bright and racy-pacey, but it depends what sort of person you are. If you are a sort of person who is, like, very outgoing, well, then you can go for bright red. If not, pick one of the darker shades. Yeah, black's very popular if you're going to a funeral. And but no, I think red, sort of like a pillar box red, something that's bright and in your face. But remember, when you do it, then you can get some of them now which come with a little bit of glitter in, and you just do that at the tips. Okay, you don't want the whole finger looking like glitter because that's just ridiculous. You'll be holding up traffic in Piccadilly Circus. But no, I think something bright. But if you're an outgoing person, if you're a shy person, don't go for a bright colour. Yellows are out, greens are out because they're just dull and boring, and blue looks a bit as though you can't make up your mind. So the idea is you're either plum looks sophisticated, it's got to go with a nice outfit, but the red, I think, is what colour were you going for, Minty? I can't remember what colour red you were going for originally. Scarlet. Scarlet's good, you see, but I think scarlet, you have to be a scarlet woman. You know, you've got to go for that because that looks really nice. Really, really nice, I think, scarlet. But and that would go with anything. That would go with any outfit. But as I say, who picks greens? Oh, gosh, I can't think of anything worse. We are here to advise, which is quite good. Somebody says you're on form this morning. Have you been drinking? Drinking? What an outrageous thing to say. I've never drunk in my life before a programme. Oh, once. I tell a lie, once. Somebody's texted 84850 to 84850 for the competition. Honestly, you do your best, don't you? You do your best. Yes, eczema's too complicated a word. Oh, cup of tea's nice, actually. Yes, I've really got a very large gin and tonic with loads of ice in it. I was trying to persuade them at the Magic Circle to get an ice machine. Kaz, who looks after the bar and sort of runs all the things out there, they have to bring in bags of ice. And you can buy a little ice machine on Amazon. They're only about £100. You have to, admittedly, I think you either fill it up or you plumb it in. I can't remember which one it is. And it's sort of, it takes about a week to make an ice cube. But, I mean, it sounds good fun, doesn't it? I think, could you find me an ice machine on Amazon? I remember seeing one because somebody said to me a short while ago, Steve, you need to get an ice machine because I love ice. I can just suck ice cubes. Here we go. Oh, there we go. An Andrew James ice making machine. It makes ice cubes in under 10 minutes. No plumbing required. Self-cleaning. And it's 139 quid. The problem is it's not on Prime, so I'm guessing it doesn't come from here. It's available. There was another one. Here we go. Ice machine, £109. Free delivery. Bullet ice cubes, 24 hours, ready in 6 minutes. Wow. See, I think that's quite nice. 6 minutes. And it's on Prime as well. You save £20. £20, which is very good. And there's another one here, a 2.1 litre water tank, because you need a big water tank to make ice cubes. There you go. Perhaps I might have a word with a friend of mine who looks after these things. These are so cheap. So cheap, aren't they? And you can make sort of your ice cubes and just have it in the kitchen and just nip out there every 6 minutes. So if somebody comes to the bar and you've run out, you go, you'll have to wait 6 minutes for the ice. And they go, that's okay, Steve. I don't. Yeah, I'll pop out and get some ice. But they normally get. I see people around our way who sort of buy bags of ice because it's £1 in Iceland for a bag of ice. I mean, I did that once, and it was lovely. Unfortunately, I forgot about it, left it in the car, came back 2 days later to 3 bags of water, which was very exciting. Not, because one of them had a hole in it. Which wasn't very clever at all. But no, £1 for a bag of ice. Very good, actually. Very good. Steve, would a bottle of Blue Stratos aftershave still be acceptable as a Christmas present? You having some sort of laugh or something? A bottle of Blue Stratos? I don't think so, no. I mean, you know, you want something that's acceptable. I'm sure there are some people who like Blue Stratos. I've had it in my time, but not acceptable in 2021. No, you're looking for something a little bit better. It's like saying, can you do an Old Spice gift set? Which when I was younger, I would buy for my father, which came with, you know, aftershave lotion and a shaving brush or something like that. And that was quite nice, easy to wrap up. But I mean, not now really, because it's an older person's thing. It's like Brute, isn't it? That's for an older person. No, you have to go for classy things. And there's so many lovely aftershaves out there. Go and smell them all, but just remember when you do it, which one is where on your wrist. Because otherwise you'll never blooming remember. And you'll be going, I like this one, but I can't remember what it is. No good asking people. They won't know. Steve, buzzing for Christmas. Keep the slurping going on. I have no intention of changing. Not in a million years. Why would I want to change? I like winding people up. It's very entertaining for me and for us here. You know, somebody writes in and goes, will you please stop slurping? It's disgusting. And you go, good. And then I deliberately do it. And I do it just to annoy people. It's fantastic, isn't it? The things you can do nowadays, because people are so woke. They're so snowflakey and so woke. I love it. In a moment, people cropping dog ears. Yes, there was a BBC thing on it the other day. Some people are disgusting.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company. 13 minutes to 5 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Yeah, the BBC, these people cropping dogs' ears. And I've got no idea why. But again, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, it's just abuse of animals. Steve. They're doing a double pack of chocolate hobby for £1.50. I don't even know what that is, actually. I've got no idea what it is. Hobnobs? Could be hobnobs. You have to try and guess on some of these things. Steve, could you please take your magic show on the road? Would love to see you play Cornwall or Devon. And will you be selling any Mr. Allen tea towels this year, says Palm? No, we've already done the tea towels. They are not available anymore. And we only do them once a year, and we do them coming up to Christmas, which is quite good. Somebody says, this is my first time of writing to a radio personality. I can't disagree with it. I am on the radio and I am a personality. I mean, I don't know what else you can call it, really. I first listened to you in 2019 while staying with my mother in hospital in the final weeks of her life, and I've continued to listen ever since. Well, that's good, actually. That's very good. And, you know, the longer people listen, the happier we are, which is great. And Steve, learn from my mistakes. If ever you make a jelly, remember to put a plate under the mould when upturning it, otherwise the jelly will run through your fingers. I was so disappointed. I used to love jelly. My mother had all the jelly moulds. And also you could use it for blancmange as well. And, I mean, people had, you know, different mixing bowls. There's a certain mixing bowl that I've seen all over the place. My mother had one and everybody else seems to have had one of these things. And but I mean, it's only if you make cakes or you make things. I mean, you don't like blancmange? Well, nobody cares what you like. Well, no, there's only two of you in there. What do you mean none of us do? You make it sound like the Royal Albert Hall was given a survey. Actually, talking of camp, the Royal Albert Hall, we were defining the other day what we thought was camp. And we couldn't think what it was. Somebody said, this show's fairly camp. And I said, well, I don't care. Listen, as long as it gets an audience, who cares? And then I watched the television, and it was Kylie Minogue at the Royal Albert Hall doing her Christmas show. It was camp. It's the only way you could describe it. She came on in various little outfits and sort of sang, you know, about Frosty the Snowman and all these other sort of things. And she had dancers with her and everything else. And the crowd seemed to love it. But, of course, the crowd were camper than she was. Which only goes to... Because we couldn't work out before why she had such a huge gay following. And somebody said it's because she's camp. And I watched her and I couldn't work out why. I mean, she was Charlene in Neighbours. Why that would make her camp. I mean, I don't quite get it. But then Judy Garland was considered a camp icon, a gay icon. Dusty Springfield, well, she was gay, but I mean, it's sort of, why would Kylie Minogue... Garland wasn't camp. Well, she was a bit. Because she was a bit diva-ish. She was very diva-ish. In fact, on some of her shows, when she did one at we were talking about this the other day, actually, very strange. There was a guy called Jim Bailey. And Jim Bailey is not with us anymore. I interviewed him. And he was a Judy Garland impersonator, Barbara Streisand, and he only did 3 characters. But everybody went to see him because he did the whole show as Judy Garland in one of her last appearances. And not only did he look like Judy Garland, he sang like Judy Garland. He had one of these, you have to watch him. He did clang, 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 went the trolley. He was absolutely amazing. He looked like Judy Garland, so much so that Liza Minnelli went to see him and thought it was her mother back again. He looked amazing as Judy Garland. Look at him there. Look at him. I mean, it just uncanny. He'd had cosmetic, yes, he'd has cosmetic surgery, but he sang like Judy Garland, and he played it to the T. So when he came on stage at the London Palladium, the orchestra would play the intro, nothing. He would be late showing up on stage, which is exactly what Garland did. She'd be sitting in her dressing room and I'm not ready. I don't want to go on stage. And sometimes she'd come on and she was drunk. But when you look at pictures of, a bit like me actually on this programme, I do the same. But I mean, you look at Jim Bailey and you go, that's a man. Yeah. And if you find him on YouTube, Joe, you'll listen to him and you'll go, he sings like Judy Garland. You do, seriously. I mean, I'll tell you, I'd point you always in the right direction to the most interesting people, because he died a little while ago. And I remember thinking, I must remember to mention the fact that he passed on, but he was very, very good as he did another character. I can't remember who else he did. He did, oh God, I can picture her. I think she's a blonde woman. But are you listening to him? He's good, isn't he? He's very good. He has all the movements. It's as if they've literally taken Judy Garland and transformed her into this bloke's body, and he sings as her. But of course, as he got a little bit older, he started putting on a little bit more weight. But he was, it must be really bizarre that you play somebody else, a woman no less, and sound like them. And his Streisand is the same. He does Barbara Streisand. But when you look at him, you sort of think, that is so clever. So clever. Always fascinating. And drag is huge at the moment. Everybody's talking about drag, aren't they? Because you've got RuPaul's Drag Race. But they're not the same as the early drag queens that used to do London. You know, there was a whole raft of people who went out there. Some mimed, some had a mime act, some sang. Some did all sorts of things, but the ones nowadays seem to spend most of their time putting their makeup on, whereas I suspect most of the drag queens could do their makeup fairly quickly, and they just put the wigs on. But Paul O'Grady said he's not going to revive Lily Savage. He said, to be honest, I can't be bothered. Because it takes a bit of time and trouble. And I worked with Paul years ago as Lily. He worked as Lily, and he would work himself to death every night. He could do 6 clubs in an evening. He would do 6 clubs, and you would think to yourself, where'd you get your energy from? Absolutely amazing. In the van, says Thomas, listening to the Steve Allen show. Hey, Steve, when are we getting on the beers down the boozer? I've never drunk beer in my life, Thomas. You know that. I've never Guinness man. I've never ever had a beer in my life. I've worked in pubs, I've worked in bars, and never has, everything else under the sun, but never beer, never lager, not cider either. Never done that. And that's strange. I find that really bizarre, that somebody who works in a bar, and in the middle of summer, I remember working in a bar in the middle of the countryside. Lovely bar. It's a little restaurant now, but very old, very, like almost 16th century. And it was really fantastic. And people had come in, and I used to pull off lager and lime. They go in lager, and I used to think, it looks really lovely. It's ice cold. And I tried a bit once. It was revolting. It was absolutely terrible. And yet, show me I used to drink Southern Comfort. Started on Bacardi, moved to Southern Comfort, and what did I go to after Southern Comfort? I think I might have discovered the delights of vodka. Yeah, absinthe. Pernod. I used to hate Pernod. Pernod was the most awful stuff I've ever had in my life. And also, if you ever had it in a bar, they'd have to wash the glasses separately because it would infect the water, and it was dreadful. But we had a glass washing machine, which was great. It was brushes that turned round, and you put the glass over it and cleaned it. I loved that. I tell you, I loved it. Loved it to pieces. But then I discovered the delights of vodka, and thus became my downfall. I used to go to the local off-licence. You don't see off-licences now, do you? Where's it not? You don't get them because people go to the supermarkets and buy all their booze. In my area, there used to be about 4 or 5. We had a bottoms up, We had an Odd Bins. We had Threshers. There was loads of places, and I used to go in and buy vodka, and I was particularly partial to Grey Goose. Grey Goose vodka. It's very expensive for what it is, and I used to, and they go, "Oh, you got a party?" I'd order two bottles of vodka, and I'd go, "Yeah." I'd have to pretend party for one person, and then I suddenly realised that vodka was so easy to drink, so I cut vodka out completely and went on to Prosecco, and thus increased the Italian Prosecco market, because it's just drinkable. But beers, Thomas, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Although actually, I don't mind scampi in a basket. I like scampi in a basket. Out of all the things you can have in a pub, we used to do pub food when it was in the basket. We used to do chicken in the basket, scampi in the basket, and steak in the basket. But the most popular thing was soup with a baguette. People would have soup of the day, whatever it was. And the landlord, he used to make his own soup. And each day he would add a bit more to it. Out of the food that came back, he would then add it to this huge pot. So by the time we got to the end of the week, God knows what the soup was. People would say, "What is soup of the day?" And I'd go, "I don't know, but I don't think you'll be disappointed. It's very nice." We used to put all the beer back in as well. If there was beer that came back, it would go into the best bitter. The only thing you couldn't put in there was Guinness. But you put in all the different beers and lager, and everything else went into the best bitter. It really was the best bitter. They were getting great value for money. Great value. Steve, I've seen Kylie 3 times. Both me and my brother are gay, and we love her. He inquired on hiring her for his wedding just to see how much it was, and it was $750,000 per 15 minutes. He said no, says Tim. Not surprised. Actually, that's unusual, isn't it, to have sort of 2 people in the same family who are gay. But I knew gay brothers years and years ago. They used to go to a club. Yeah, I had to get there first. Yeah, stick in 6 pence. And they were both gay. And I remember thinking, how strange. How strange. But obviously not. But no, 750,000 for kind. Well, Harry Styles has just got $1 million. Well, he will do for performing on New Year's Eve for a private party. A private party, they're paying him $1 million. Can you imagine? I'll sing for $1 million. Could it be forever? I'd be quite good, actually. What would I sing? I don't know. Probably do. Yes. Everybody's doing the brand new dance now. Come on, baby, do the locomotion. Didn't Kylie have a hit with Locomotion? Yeah. She probably sang it a lot better than I did, but it doesn't matter. At least I've made an effort. Listening all the way from Jamaica, says Mark. Love your show. Jamaica? No. She went of her own accord. Thank you. I'm here all week. Seats at all prices. It has to be. And Steve, I've been loving you talking about Talk of the Town, Stringfellows and Peppermint Park, where I had my 19th birthday party many, many years ago. Wonderful reminiscing with you, says Pippa. I can only do reminiscing. It's the only thing I'm famous for. I reminisce and people go, how do you remember all these things? The answer is I've got no idea. I mean, I can't remember what I did on yesterday's programme, and yet I can reminisce quite happily about different things. But still don't do beer. But it doesn't matter. Steve, we've been making bird's eye trifle every Christmas since 1982. I switched the milk with cream in the custard and added a tin of peaches when the jelly's set, and before the custard is poured, whipped up the fresh cream on top with fresh raspberries. Oh, I love a trifle. I like the ones that Marks and Spencer's do, and they do a rhubarb trifle in Waitrose. That's very nice. But I have to scrape the custard and the cream off the top, because I think my little body just wouldn't. I know, but my little body wouldn't handle things like that. I'm quite precious, actually. Quite precious, if not a bit fragile. Thank you.
This is LBC.
Get that Euro Millions feeling this Friday. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires. That's 10 more reasons to dance. That's 10 more robots, 10 more limbos, 10 more salsas. 10 UK winners are guaranteed to be millionaires this Friday. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Count terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or older.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Join the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the rest of the world join us in the wee small hours of the morning. But we see you through. But I tell you, yesterday was really quiet. I get back to Waterloo Station And I looked around thinking, where is everybody? I mean, I'm sure that probably school children take up a lot of the space on the trains and the platforms, but there was nobody yesterday, nobody, which is very good. And then I get back to Richmond. Richmond was quiet. The buses were very quiet, and I thought perhaps people are doing this avoiding people. Oh, and by the way, happy solstice. Thank you very much indeed, because today's the longest day. Shortest day. It's the shortest day for the solstice. Hope you'll all be celebrating. I'm trying to celebrate, but it doesn't kind of work really, does it? Perdita, good morning, says new berry fruits are not the same as back in the day. Bought a box plus some York fruits as a present. The cost for both, £13.25. They're only small boxes. They had a thing on the television the other day showing you how they make new berry fruits. It's on one of those programs called How Do They Make That, or How Do They Do That? And I remember thinking, oh, that's quite interesting. And they do this candied fruit as well, which sort of not my ideal thing. They do look very, very pretty. But no, I used to love new berry fruits, but they're covered in sugar. But £13.25. It says, Perdita says, hope you'll wish me a happy birthday on Christmas Day like last year. So happy Christmas to you and yours. Yes, I took some sweeties in to my chemist the other day. For Mr. Shah, a box of chocolates, and for the rest of the staff, a big tin of Quality Street. Not the little piddly ones you buy. This is the big tin, which you can only get in Costco, I think. Anne says, I've just watched Jim Bailey as Judy. Sensational, very emotional for her fans. Hugely emotional. People would shout out, "We love you, Judy," when he was on stage. I went to see him at the Palladium. And you'll find him on YouTube. Just put in Jim Bailey as Judy Garland. And you'll be amazed that it's a man who sings like Judy Garland. Kate says, steak in a basket. How does that work? You cut it up. You cut it up. What do you mean, how does that work? You put it in the basket. You cut it up and you deep fry it. Worked beautifully. We sold lots and lots of steak. I can still do it now, actually. You just cut it up into little cubes. Yeah, with my scissors, because I only use I don't use knives in the kitchen. I can't be trusted. And it's easier to use a pair of scissors, so I use kitchen scissors. And I've always used kitchen scissors. I cut vegetables, I cut everything with kitchen scissors. I know I'm not normal, but that's my business. You know, I'm having medication and seeking help. So you cut it up, and then we used to deep fry it. So you'd have the chips in one side, and on the other side of the deep fat fryer, you'd be doing steak. And if they went well done, I'd just sort of lift it out of the basket every so often to see what it looked like, and then popped it back in again. It was delicious, and you could eat it all with a fork, or if you so chose with your fingers. I had those little chicken Kievs the other day from Marks and Spencer's. They're quite nice. Got to be careful though that you don't, because you bite them, and you've got to be very careful. The filling's boiling hot. Garlic down your chin. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. Steve, happy winter solstice. Every day now gets a bit longer. Roll on spring, says Chris. And he says, have a happy Christmas. I think so. This year, the solstice happens Tuesday, you know, when we will experience a measly 7 hours and 49 minutes of daylight, with the sun due to rise at around 8:03 a.m. and fall at 3:53. Like you care. Like you care. I love the way they say that. 8:03 a.m. and then a little bit later. I mean, the reason we get, as you know, so little sunlight on this day every year is that this is the day when the northern hemisphere is tilted the most away from the sun, effectively shortening the amount of light that we get. Conversely, on the summer solstice, which usually falls on June 21st, the opposite effect takes place, and we get the longest days of the year in the northern hemisphere. If, of course, you're one of those people who believes that the world is flat, then this is absolutely pointless for you. You won't understand anything about that at all. So that's the origins of the longest day and shortest day. So what was it somebody wrote to me the other day? Somebody wrote to me the other day about, they'd had a vegan sausage roll and said it was very nice. I don't know what's in it. Well, mind you, I never know what's in any sausage rolls. It could be all sorts of strange stuff, couldn't it? The Queen, bit of confusion at Christmas, but she's not leaving Windsor Castle. She's going to stay at Windsor Castle, so they must be bringing the food down. They're not going to waste all that food, are they? Unless the staff are going, oh, goody, goody. Look at all the marvellous stuff that we've got. What else we got? Never ignore a mole that grows after you hit 40. I spend a lot of time looking at my body. Not for any other reason apart from I'm just incredulous. I just sort of look at it and go, Yeah, mirrors everywhere in my place. I mean, literally mirrors everywhere. Over the bed, under the bed, you name it, I tell you. Makes no difference. Still just me and Teddy, but who cares? It's my business. Who's Teddy? Kate's latest accessory is a cat in a travel case. She took her pet Clive with her. This is Kate Beckinsale. The actress, she's got a cat called Clive. And it was a clear plastic cat carrier that appeared to be won by Vitreska, costing around 145 quid. I do not think you should take a cat shopping. I really don't. One said one of the chicest cats travel by clear rolling cases. They don't want to sit in a rolling case going round. What, looking at people's feet? Others were less convinced. Somebody said, I'm not sure about this, Kate. I don't think your cat's enjoying it. It's a cute and neat idea, though, if a cat might actually enjoy it. I mean, at one point, she carried him baby style in a sling. I think this is animal cruelty. I'm sorry, I do. You don't take them out round the shops in a carry case. That's just something the matter with you. It's not normal. Not normal at all. What else we got today? We've got Cabinet Data Gap Backlash. And it's all very exciting. But I don't believe them when they say that it's Boris and Carrie. Does she go to meetings at Downing Street? Is this what happens now? And the baby. But as I say, and there's wine and cheese and everything else. I mean, I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I mean, there are some people lying down on the grass. It's just ridiculous. What else have we got here? Oh, dear, I hate things like this. This is a couple of lads. 13-year-old Daniel McDiarmid and his brother Calvin, who's 18. They were suspended 115 feet up in a hammock overlooking the sea. And it's a case of I'd be worried I'd roll out of bed. Or failing that, the thing would actually break. But they thought about it. They were 115 foot up a cliff in Pembrokeshire, but they've raised a lot of money for charity, so that's good. You wouldn't find me doing it. It's like people, when they climb mountains, they have to they knock a few little metal posts or something into the mountain and then suspend themselves from it. Well, that would just be madness. Absolute madness. I can't think of anything worse. A lot of old age pensioners have started gambling. That's 600,000 of them, I think. And Laura, this is Laura Kuensberg, who's apparently going to swap politics for a senior presenting role. I'm told it's the Today programme. Oh, sorry. Have we broken an embargo, Laura? Nobody cares. So I'd tell you what, she could walk in here now. I wouldn't know who she was. I've obviously never seen her. But Piers Morgan's... Oh, this was an interesting one. I like this one. It's completely separate from Laura, who's swapping the top job. So she's stepping down as BBC political editor after 7 years. But she's been linked with the Today programme and tipped as a replacement for Andrew Marr, who very wisely decided to get out the BBC because they're so dated and old-fashioned, and join an up-and-coming station, which is so up-and-coming we have peaked. Sort of. Got loads more to go. He's joining us, and he'll be with us actually in the new year because he joins LBC and our sister station Classic, so that's fantastic. Piers Morgan's rant, do you remember, about Meghan Markle, helped drive a record number of TV and radio complaints to Ofcom. Complaints to the regulator surged 124% to 150,000. Morgan's remarks about the Sussex's Oprah Winfrey interview, in which the presenter questioned claims made about her mental health, came top at 54,595 complaints. That was how many mad people decided to complain. I don't think it was upheld, was it, really? I don't remember that one. A Love Island episode was second. Somebody complained about Love Island. They were too stupid, or something like that. But anyway, that got nearly 25,000 complaints about a contestant's expletive-laden rant. Well, they can't string two words together. Third was an episode of the Channel 5 programme Celebrities, What's Happened to Your Face. 7,000 people complained about that one. Good Morning Britain had 4 of the top 10 shows with the most complaints, and Love Island had 2. The Oprah Winfrey interview was 4th with 6,486 complaints. This Morning and Lorraine were also in the top 10. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. But I don't think many of those were upheld. If in fact any were upheld. I know the Piers Morgan one wasn't upheld at all. I think Ofcom have got better things to do than worry about somebody who's had an opinion, which of course Andrew Marr will be having very shortly, and we're very much looking forward to letting him have it as well. Steve, apparently you can't use beef stew. It's not as a password. Do you know you can't use that? Because it's not stroganoff. You get that one? You're barred, Stella. Okay, you'll never hear the light of day again. I seriously, when I was looking at it, I was thinking to myself, because some of these things I get and some of these things I don't get, well, you can imagine. And Dale says, I've just tap in Jim Bailey on Ed Sullivan's show. Truly amazing. Looks like Judy Garland as well. Well, of course, because he's playing Judy Garland. Although, actually, as a man, because he had surgery to sort of enhance little bits and pieces, he looked even better. Stephen Bury St Edmunds says, I get steak in a basket. Did you say you had soup as well? Surely not in the basket. No, we just use it. The reason people use baskets is because you just lined it with greaseproof paper. And then at the end, when the basket came back, you just emptied the greaseproof paper into the waste paper basket, and then you could use the baskets again. It was brilliant. Tara says, our little girl, Sophie, asks me to say to you, Happy Christmas, and she still wants to marry you. So I'm joining her in the first sentiment, and to the producers too. Thinking about it, it's amazing that LBC is free. I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? I know. They always say, no such thing as a free lunch. There is here. There is here. And Jeanette says, thank you so much, Steve, for talking about blancmange. I'd totally forgotten. Don't turn your nose up. She likes a public service. She said, I used to love it, especially when bright pink. We inherited a beautiful Victorian glass jelly mould from my father-in-law, so I'm going straight out tomorrow for blancmange mix to christen it. You should do. Blancmange is delicious. And you can have it with evaporated milk or condensed milk. Blancmange, it's good, it's nice. Oh, God, you are so drippy, honestly. Oh, I can't have that, Steve. But we're going to have custard with fruit salad. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I got a bit confused by something. I might need some clarity on this one, because for many busy people, it's the place to go to for lunch on the move. It's Pret a Manger. And they had a deal which, for £20 a month drink subscription service, you can get 5 drinks daily, offering a big saving. So for 20 quid a month, I don't understand how this works. So are you buying something and you're getting them at a discount, or it says you get 5 drinks daily? Well, I mean, if you get 5 drinks daily, so you pay £20 a month, and you get, so that's drinks free every day for the month for 20 quid. Really? So you get up to 5 free drinks a day every day for a month, and that only costs you £20. Really? Blimey. I mean, because you pay £3 for a cup of coffee, don't you? Really? Is that how it works? Because a lot of people said they couldn't actually get certain drinks because they'd sort of run out. So you pay £20 a month, get up to 5 free drinks a day. So how many drinks is that in the court? You must be saving hundreds of pounds, mustn't you? So it's up to 150 for 20 quid. Wow. Wow. A Pret barista who quit after 3 years said staff can't take much more. So you have a 30 minimum gap between drinks. 30-minute gap. Can't get 5 at once. Well, that's all right, because most people would be wandering past, and you have a card, do you, or something like that, which they swipe, and so they know whether you've had other drinks. Oh right. So that's yeah. Wow, that's really good value, isn't it? But apparently it's backfired on them. 5,000 complaints, 5,000 people not very happy, saying the drinks are not available. So I mean, you could save more than £300 a month. Wow, that's. Well, I'm just trying to. Well, I mean, they say that a lot of people said you couldn't get smoothies and iced drinks because they sort of ran out or something like that. So you could just basically. But I mean, even if you just had a cup of coffee 5 times a day, and you do that every day, is that every day of the week, Monday through Sunday? For £20? Blimey. I mean, that's got to be the bargain of the century, isn't it? Well, no, the bargain of the century is Iceland's vegetables at £1. And my tea tray. But, I mean, £1 for but this I can't believe. So it's £20 a month deal. They started it in September, so you can get 5 drinks daily, 7 days a week. Could save you more than £300 a month. Pret banked on a sales boost with any losses offset by profits on extra food sold. Oh, right, so they're expecting you to buy something else in there. You don't have to buy something else. It's not a condition of sale. But staff are said to have quit, and following 5,000 complaints, the advertising watchdog warned Pret to amend its ads. I think that's amazing. One customer, Isabel, tweeted, "Have been to 4 Prets this morning that have stopped doing smoothies. Is that because of the subscription? The smoothies were a key part of me wanting to sign up." I mean, you can't drink 5 smoothies a day. That would just be madness. But Rachel says, "I thought I'd treat myself, but most of the times I'm told I can't have a cold drink because they're unavailable." There's obviously something going on there, isn't there? I don't get that. But, I mean, you could still save £300 a month. I mean, that seems very good. Unless I've completely misread it, and the team have misread it. But apart from that, it's you haven't misread. That's exactly what it is. But I wonder why smoothies, they can't sort of... most of the places they've said you cannot get smoothies or cold drinks. So I don't know what cold drinks they do now. Do they do... Perhaps it's cheaper just to give people coffee, isn't it? Yeah, just get a hot one and stop moaning, you miserable little complainers. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, you save £300 a month. That's like somebody giving you free drinks. Well, all right, so you can't have all of the drinks that you want. But, I mean, that's good, isn't it? Did you know the word gullible isn't in the Oxford English Dictionary, says Brett? I didn't, and I really couldn't care less. Oh, is it a joke? So, did you know the word gullible isn't in the Oxford English Dictionary? Well, oh, you'd have to be gullible to believe. Oh, right. Right, you're Barbara. OK, solve that problem. Trying to make a fool out of the presenter, eh, at this late time in life. Steve Allen, 67, as the papers were keen to tell you. Agnes says, "Did you serve toasted cheese sandwiches in your pub?" Yes. Yes, we had a little machine, and you put the cheese sandwich into a plastic bag, turned it round a few times, but it was a special plastic bag that you could stick, obviously not just any plastic bag, and it went all crispy, and you put it under this grill thing, and it had lights at the top and lights at the bottom, and then turned on the little timer, and then you take it out of the bag and slide it onto the plate. So yes, I do love a toasty. I love a toasty cheese sandwich. They're very nice. Zag says it's my birthday. Well, bully for you. What do you want? Christmas cards. Had to share this with you, Steve, from Aldi, says Halinka. Thank you very much indeed, by the way, she always finds me a musical card every year, and this is not just musical, but it's got lights in it, and it's animated, and it's lovely. You get the Aurora Borealis, the green lights, and then you get Father Christmas going round on his sleigh, and it plays a tune. Now, unfortunately, obviously everybody's been playing with this one because the batteries have started running down, so it doesn't... goes a little bit quiet. See, I can hear it, but you probably can't hear it very well. Ooh, that's so cute. I love stuff like that. Honestly, seriously, I've got one at home that snows. You push a little a button, and this snow whirls around. But I love it. But anyway, this is Aldi's 23-carat Gold Flake Gin Liqueur. Bottle lights up, battery operated, great served over ice, or better still, poured into Prosecco. The ones I have are clementine or blackberry flavour. What's not to like, says Helinka. They look pretty. Where are the batteries then? Are they in the actual bottle? Microchip? Really? That clever. You see, years ago people laughed at me when I said, "Oh, I like lights." And I think I came on stage for the very first live show we'd ever done with lights, Christmas lights draped around me, all battery operated. Otherwise, I'd have been connected up to the mains, which didn't work. But that's lovely. That's lovely. And also the book on the Sound of Music and the other things are very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Very thoughtful. Jason says, I have the Pret subscription, which is 5 drinks a day, which is on an app. Smoothies run out after 3 p.m, mostly with school children. The downside is the service is 3 times as long and the queue is 10 deep. Have a great Christmas. This is Jason the Bailiff. I lost one of my bailiffs, one of my regular bailiffs, who wrote to me for ages and ages, and he died a while ago, actually. No catch, says Tara, on the Pret deal. I used to have one, but on changing workplace, no longer. Wonderful coffee, though. Pret have been doing this off for a long time, says Sunil. Well, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. It's my birthday today, Steve. And it says, this is date of birth, 21st of December, 1953. And 68. Yeah, all right. They don't want to be reminded of this. He says, as usual, I've got nothing planned, but I might ride my bike down to the beach to watch the sunset later. I even changed my date of birth on Facebook because I don't want to make a fuss. The only thing I celebrate about my birthday is the fact that we're on our way to spring and summer. Lovely thought. I never thought about that before, actually. How nice. So many happy returns of the day. And if anybody else is having a birthday today, I wish you happy birthday and compliments of the season. Villagers are fighting plans. This is the parish council in Westwood in Wiltshire, and they're fighting plans to chop down a row of apple trees, threatening because their fallen fruit is seen as a trip hazard. Oh, God in heaven, honestly, another woke council. Yeah, apparently there's a guy called David McQueen who's launched the protest, said this is the last chance to save these beautiful trees. A source of pleasure for adults and children is reduced to 4 stumps. They've argued, presumably this must be the parish council, good old parish council, aren't they? Oh, God, honestly, you can just imagine, can't you? Twinset and brogues. Twinset and... I decree... They won't be married, any of them. You can just guarantee it. Twitchers, curtain twitchers. They've argued the apples are a tripping hazard, but to chop down healthy trees because of a few apples on the path. Petitioner Diana Lindsay says these trees were planted by the parish council over 30 years ago for the people of Westwood to gather the fruit and for the wildlife. It's ridiculous to chop them down. Westwood Parish Council. You can imagine what they're like, can't you? My God, what a bunch of miseries. Decided to axe the trees earlier this month, but a final decision has now been delayed until the next meeting on January the 10th. It's thought the trees were surveyed over concerns that branches overhanging the footpath, but no incidents of tripping over the fruit have been reported to the council. Well, leave them alone. God, blimey, honestly, small wonder we're in a dreadful state at the moment. Absolutely dreadful. It's always parish councils, isn't it? Honestly, all the do-gooders. I think we have to look after it. People could fall over an apple. I mean, I'm sure people can see them, honestly. I mean, why don't you look at your pavements? That might be, another area to look at. Survival of the fittest. Fall over an apple, it's your own blooming fault. Never anything like it. Honestly, people complain about it, don't they? It's like Father Christmases everywhere. My brother is playing an elf in a Father Christmas grotto this Christmas. Don't ask why. He's obviously having a breakdown or something. He's not. No, he's not. He's not short at all. Hang on. No, he's not. He's not. And he's going to wear one of my sparkly jackets. I don't know what sort of elf he is. I mean, really. You have to laugh, don't you? You have to. If you don't laugh, you cry at the moment. It's terrible. Happy birthday today to Kiefer Sutherland, the London-born Canadian and son of fellow actor Donald Sutherland. He starred in Stand By Me and The Lost Boys. Before making his name as Jack Bauer in the TV drama 24. He's also a country singer-songwriter who's performed at Glastonbury and once owned 100 guitars. He's 55 today. And Chris Evert, the American former world #1 tennis star, triumphed at Wimbledon 3 times and celebrates her 67th birthday today. So many happy returns of the day. And as I say, if you're celebrating your birthday today, happy returns. Louis Washkansky, he was the man who received the world's first human-to-human heart transplant. This was back in 1967. He died 18 days after the operation, but the pioneering surgery has gone on from strength to strength. And now people have heart transplants almost on a daily basis. We've surged ahead. Also, General Charles de Gaulle was elected president of France in 1958, and the original solid Gold World Cup has been stolen. It was taken from its bulletproof case in Brazil's soccer headquarters in Rio de Janeiro. 2 men broke into the building, overpowered the night guard, let themselves into the 9th floor boardroom where the nation's trophies were kept, and this is back in 1988. 83, worth £20,800. A lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. Lot of money.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, you've given me an idea for breakfast, Steve. Grilled cheese sandwich with tomato and mushrooms. How lovely. And Gary from Verwood, wherever that is, but it sounds delightful, says that blooming Rupert Bear song, you've got me at it now. It's so catchy, isn't it? It was sung by a woman called Jackie. I seem to remember. I don't know if she had a surname or not. There's a little place that you've never been before. Luciana in Staffordshire says, hope you're on over Christmas. I tested positive yesterday, so we'll be home with the cat now over Christmas, as I'm a social pariah. No real symptoms, thank goodness. Yes, I had a friend of mine who also tested positive, but didn't get any real symptoms, and that you have to pray for, don't you? We don't want anybody to get any symptoms of it. But that's why the mayor has cancelled New Year's Eve in the Square, mainly because last week we had 140,000 cases of COVID. 140,000, just in London. Just in London. So for all those people, you know, going out there, and as you've already heard the statistic, that the majority of people in hospital who are with COVID have had no vaccinations at all. I think they should do the same as Singapore and say, listen, you should have had the vaccinations, you chose not to, we're going to charge you for your treatment. If you don't have the money, well then, you know, out you go. Because it's ridiculous that, you know, that people are actually taking up hospital beds. Also, up to 1,000 passengers on the Queen Mary 2 faced Christmas in isolation after a COVID outbreak during their cruise from Southampton to New York. The first passengers tested positive last week. There are around 60 COVID victims confined to their cabins on one isolation corridor, it's alleged. Because when it's on ships, it spreads like wildfire. Definitely. Work on transforming rail services in the Midlands and the North starts this week. Grant Shapps says the government was not wasting time. No kidding. No kidding. And Prince Charles has made a substantial personal donation to a crisis appeal for Afghanistan that raised more than $17.5 million in 5 days. Well, that's good. I mean, he can afford it, you know. It's not like he's got no money. Also, lots of people are gambling. This is the over 65s. I wonder why the over 65s all of a sudden have decided to start gambling. Steve, I'm living, says Mr. Bartlett, in northeastern Thailand. It's too hot here. I'd rather be in England. It's my birthday tomorrow. I'm 1 day younger than your previous caller and almost 3 months ahead of you. Born 1953, 22nd of December. Well, many happy returns of the day. Anti-vaxxers must face consequences, says Stephen Pollard, political commentator in The Express today, of their selfishness. Yes, I agree, absolutely. If you're that selfish that you can't be bothered to wear a mask or get vaccinated, then we really can't be bothered to treat you. I don't know why we should even bother with it. But we have to, because that's what they do. Oh, and do you remember I told you about that flat? We were looking at expensive flats in London. It's been bought by a mystery billionaire. A mystery billionaire. Yeah, I wish it was me. He's paid £40 million for this central London penthouse, which certainly has a view to a kill. He paid £11,000 a square foot, a record for the capital. It was the Winston Churchill's office when he was Secretary of State, also doubled as the headquarters of MI6 in 3 James Bond films, Octopussy, A View to a Kill, and A Licence to Kill. It's also been the base for David Lloyd George and Lord Kitchener, while John Profumo used his office in the building as War Minister to entertain illicit lover Christine Keeler before their downfall. So it's got history. Looks lovely, actually. £40 million. How lovely. Is that it there? Look at that. 40 million. They've got a roof terrace. Oh, there's Bond standing on the roof, actually. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's very... So it blooming well should be. 40 million. I'd pay 40 million for that as well. Look at that. Has it got its... No, tell me has it got a swimming pool? Or is the swimming pool in the development? Yeah, it's in the development. Yeah, but listen, if you live in the penthouse, you don't want to share it with all riffraff, you know, other people who can't afford to pay it. The building's iconic turret is now part of the penthouse. Well, I'd go for that. I'd have that decorated with lights. It's lovely, isn't it? That's the corridor. Made up of 25 million, but it does look a bit like a school, actually. But the actual flats look delightful. But I mean, imagine you get that. You get that iconic bit there. It's literally down the road from here. I could probably wave if they were sitting in their iconic little bit of it. 40 million, honestly. I'd love it. I'd love it. 84850. No, only Steve Allen, says Sarah, would have me thinking about fruit salad and custard for breakfast. Please wear your amazing sparkly shirt on Christmas Day. Love listening to you. Quoting Tina, you're the best. I was only watching her singing that. Simply the best. I love her. She's retired now, hasn't she, I believe? I believe she's not. How old is Tina Turner? I think she must be... Gosh, I don't know, actually. I'm tempted to say 70-something, but I have a feeling she's not. I have a feeling she's probably about 68. Am I close? 82? Lummy. Tina Turner, ladies and gentlemen, is 82. Born in 1939. Wow. Andy says, March 1978, Scamps Disco in Croydon. Met my wife dancing to I'm Wishing on a Star. Remember that one by Rose Royce? Is it possible you were the DJ? It certainly was not. No, definitely not. Jackie... Sorry? I have been to Croydon, yes. Jackie Trent sang Rupert the Bear. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Rupert the Bear was not Jackie Trent. I'm pretty certain. I'm 90% certain she didn't. Pretty certain. I know she sang. Jackie Lee. Thank you. I knew it wasn't Jackie Trent. I'm never wrong. Glenn and Jen in Witten, you're barred. Okay? Fancy getting things wrong. Fancy not knowing. Rachel says you're on top form today. You want to hear me when I'm really good. Seriously, even I want to go home and listen when I'm really good. I love the idea. Do you think I ever seriously worked at a place called Scamps? I mean, I ask you. They used to give them funny names, didn't they? Steve, please say hello to my fiancé John on his way to work at Kew. Looking forward to a Kew walk later. That's nice to do. Steve, there you go, says Niall. Jackie Lee. She also sang the fantastic theme to the show The White Horses. On white horses, let me fly away. Dun, 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 fly away. That was a lovely song, wasn't it? White Horses. I can't remember what it went along with. Probably a programme called White Horses. But, yeah, so I think on one side you got White Horse, on the other side you got Rupert the Bear. I still like The Laughing Policeman, who was a guy called Charles Penrose. You remember that one? I know a fat old policeman who's always down our street, a fat and jolly... And then he went into this laughing thing. Laugh? Thought I'd never stop. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So we've done the thing. Actually, all the papers are running with this £40 million bond flat sale. If you see it, you'll love it. If you had 40 million, what year did The Laughing Policeman come out? Oh, that was an early one. That was very, very early. I would have thought The Laughing Policeman would have been about the 1950s, I would think. 1922, was it really? What do you mean, do I remember it? Of course I don't remember 1922. Why, what happened? Eggs went up in price or something daft like that. When did he die? When did Charles Penrose die? I think it was Charles Penrose, The Laughing Policeman. I'm pretty certain. Because lots of people used it, you know, for all sorts of things. He died in 1952. How old? Do we know how old he was? 79. But famous for that one song. What else he did, I've got no idea. I've no idea. But he used to dress up as a policeman and do this. And there's something infectious about laughing. His real name was Charles Penrose Dunbar Cause. So he just became Charles Penrose. He was an English music hall and theatre performer, later radio comedian, best known for that Laughing Policeman. He was born in Biggleswade, which in itself sounds quite funny, doesn't it? Where do you come from, mate? Biggleswade. The son of a master watchmaker and a jeweller. And originally, he followed his father into the jewellery trade. He appeared in music hall and West End. And he was at the Gaiety Theatre in London, which is at the Gaiety Theatre. I'll tell you where it was. Just before you turn right onto Waterloo Bridge, coming down the Strand, directly in front of you, on the left-hand side, was the Gaiety Theatre. And I remember thinking, I'd love to have gone in there. Be like a... No, it's not. It's offices. And it's a club as well, I think. So, yes, no. Come back from Tesco, look straight ahead of you, and it's on the other... Oh. Bang my phone. It's very near that church that's in the middle of the road. And I'd love to have gone there. Makes it sound like a Cliff Richard film, doesn't it? Where they sort of put on something. He died of heart disease at the Princess Beatrice Hospital in Kensington, aged 79. But he was in the wartime radio series The Pig and Whistle. He was also in a number of films in the 30s and 1940s as well. There you go. We've immortalised him on the programme. For all of you who don't know The Laughing Policeman, the things we're sending you to watch. Tony says, are you going to turn the cameras on for the Christmas Day show so we can see you? Oh, God. Can't think of anything worse. I've got cameras in my studio here, but I don't know whether or not we turn them on. I don't think they're wild about me putting the cameras. The last time we did it, we had a bit... I'd have to do the show with clothes on, and of course, being an aforementioned naturist, there's not much point to that. I think the last time we actually put the cameras on it, we broke the system. It overloaded. We did it. Too many people trying to watch at the same time, and the little system couldn't cope. Mainly because people can't believe that I am this good looking at this age. I mean, I know it's a cross I have to bear. So we'll do the councillor story in a moment, because to be honest with you, it's another bunch of interfering busybodies, people who think they know best. And also, how much did Diana Rigg's art make? Lots of appeal.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. And Steve, could you wish my partner of 20 years a happy birthday for today? A young 42 like you. Unfortunately, no names. Doesn't really help, does it? And I'm finishing off my Christmas cards, says Nick in Kent. Thank you, Steve, for your entertainment. Have a fabulous Christmas. Thank you. I always keep saying, I was saying to people at the Magic Circle the other day, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening, which is always good news. So councillors are up in arms about having vegan food forced down their throats after meat and dairy products were banned at official events. They find new menus approved by Oxfordshire County Council hard to stomach with such limited options. Green Party councillor Ian Middleton, part of a ruling Lib Dem and Green Party alliance, said his proposal was intended to ensure official catering was entirely plant-based. Oh, God, it makes you wonder. You vote these people in, you can vote them out again, believe you me. But David Bartholomew, he'd have to be a Tory councillor, says the move is unacceptable and veganism should just be an option. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, meat and dairy are enjoyed by the vast bulk of the public, and dietary choices remain just that, a choice. Responding to the criticism, Mr Middleton says councillors who don't want to eat it don't have to eat in the council chamber. Oh, God, I bet you're a bundle of laughs at Christmas. God, honestly. And Diana Rigg's effects came up for sale the other day. She was known for her quirky style, and buyers battled to snap up her furniture, artwork and mementos at an auction. More than 100 of her possessions have netted £98,000 after her death. An 1842 painting, Faust at the Sabbath, sold for £19,000, whilst a mid-19th century carved giltwood mirror fetched £10,800. So it's delighted people. I don't like it when they sell things. Perhaps I'm odd. I always think that, you know, I would never sell something. But obviously, you know, they've also got the plaster death mask of William Pitt the Younger. I know they used to do that a lot in the early days. They would do death masks of people, and they would sort of, after the person died, they would then put this plaster over and then do a death mask. There's also, I think there's a death mask of Oliver Cromwell somewhere. And so I wouldn't want to be remembered like, you know, as a death mask. But Diana also played the wife of 007 in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Remember, she was shot at the end of it. Oh, sorry if you haven't seen it. Do beg your pardon. Don't ruin it for you. But she was killed, but it was a drive-by shooting. They'd only just got married. I thought she was fab. In fact, I was watching her on The Avengers only the other day. But she's got a lovely chandelier here. I like a chandelier. I do like a chandelier. Here we go. Big on deluxe at Lidl. Hazelnut ice cream. That sounds... Oh, you don't like the sound... Oh, I think that sounds quite nice. Irish cream trifle. Sounds a bit nice, doesn't it, I think. White chocolate cheesecake. They had a thing the other day, which I saw in Marks and Spencer's, and it's like a cake that you... Oh, it was Waitrose. It's a cake that you smash. It's a dome, and it's a cake you... I don't know why you smash the cake. Presumably to get to the filling. It is... Oh, I was right, actually, was I? No, I don't think it's a football. Well, I don't think it was a football, no. No, it definitely didn't look like a football. £15? Good Lord. No, it was just a round... There you go. Night before Christmas cake. Yeah, did you smash that thing there to get to the inner bits? The inside is the yellow bit. Oh, right. So... Right, okay. It's a chocolate dome over the top of it. It's nice, isn't it? I like, unusual things for Christmas. I mean, the adverts on the television, what do they do with all the food that they cook? Because they have to genuinely cook it. Do you think all the people sit round and eat Christmas dinners? Imagine. A fossil hunting couple have found a 200,000-year-old mammoth graveyard, one of the biggest Ice Age discoveries in ages. The remains of 5 of the animals. They realised its importance, and so called in archaeologists from Dig Venture. They discovered 2 adults, 2 juveniles and an infant in an extraordinary state of preservation. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. Sally of Swindon says, we were originally hoping to find some marine fossils, and finding something so significant instead has been a real thrill. Even better is seeing it turned into a major archaeological excavation. And you look at it and you think, wow, can't wait to see this one when they eventually do it. David Attenborough is going to be there, and they've already filmed. And also a giant millipede as big as your car. A giant millipede, and that frightens the life out of me anyway. And this thing lived in England 326 million years ago. It's going on display for the first time. The fossilised remains of this king of the forest were found on a beach 40 miles north of Newcastle. A complete fluke of discovery when it reached 9 feet long and weighed up to 8. Oh, frightened the life out of me. 9 feet long for this thing. I mean, 2 of those ganging up on you, you'd be running for your life. I don't know how many legs it had, but it's a millipede, so would it be how many legs? Do you think it's got 1 million legs? Can't have 1 million legs, can it? 100,000? I don't know how many legs it's got. Just 1,000. But they say it was incredibly exciting. It was inside a boulder. Then the boulder cracked and they carried it up the cliff. They said it took 4 of us. The creature is perfectly preserved, and it dates back to the Carboniferous period when the area had a more tropical climate and Great Britain lay near the equator. It's going to, described in this particular thing, described in the Journal of the Geological Society, to go on public display at Cambridge's Sedgwick Museum in the new year. And all the fossil hunters will be out to go and watch that one. That's an interesting. Millipedes normally have around 300 legs. Ooh, they make you go all creepy, don't they? Just imagine walking over your hand or going down your back or something. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Drives myself mad. But I'm intrigued about these sort of 5 of these animals, the mammoth graveyard, altogether. They're trying to work out how they actually died. They don't know whether they were killed by Neanderthals or anything else, but to find something like that near Swindon, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought, near Swindon? So the school, which comes under fire from parents for becoming woke after replacing titles of head boy and head girl with head ambassadors, headmistress Rachel Lucas says pupils elected to the roles use the gender-neutral title in a welcoming atmosphere for all. Oh, don't be so silly. Why do we have? What difference does it make? She told parents, we recognise and celebrate diversity and inclusion. But does it really make any difference? Can't you have head boy and head girl anymore? Sexist, is it? Oh, blimey. Mrs. Lucas says the switch. Sorry, are we allowed to call her Mrs. Lucas? Is that okay? I don't know whether or not she finds that offensive. She said the switch was part of the Greater Manchester School's desire to continue to be known as an inclusive community. Oh, honestly. Miss Lucas. Ms. Lucas. The title of head boy and head girl has been kept in the junior school. Oh, thank God for that. Don't want to change that one, do you? I don't know whether they can cope with it. But somebody says, somebody named as Diane Williams says, no wonder our teenagers have mental issues. They don't know who they are anymore. While Ruth Williams posted, need to get down to the basics of supporting kids to learn. Failed my daughter miserably. But anyway, earlier this year, Mrs. Lucas, or Ms. Lucas, also, because this school formed in 2009, has an, LGBTQ group for students. And Mrs. Lucas said she would file a report to public health officials about pupils flouting lockdown curbs. Several girls turned up wearing false eyelashes after having them applied by professional beauticians, allegedly in breach of the rules. A lot of people wear false eyelashes now. I don't know. I've seen them in Robert Dyer's. They're magnetic. And so you don't have to actually have things, because you have permanent ones put in, which permanent till they fall out, I suppose, because they're glued in. Or you can have these ones which are magnetic now, and you just put them, and they just clip together with little tiny magnets. It's attached to what little eyelash you've got now. Yeah. Do you not know that? Minty, no, they're false eyelashes that are magnetic. Minty, honestly, explain to him how it works. But they're also very popular for people who don't want to go to work wearing false eyelashes, because a lot of people do, but sometimes they're too big. They don't quite look right. Here we go. You'll love all the pictures in the Express today. Hard years of the Second World War still left, with air raids, rationing and military setbacks, but they've got some lovely images here revealing Britain's kept calm and carried on with Christmas. People putting up paper chains. Also, volunteers of the Auxiliary Fire Service in East London using salvaged scraps of timber to make models of their fire engines to give as Christmas gifts to local children in 1940, which is lovely. And children make believe here at the tube station at the British Museum, which was used as a play centre as well as an air raid shelter. Father Christmas handing out presents at the Hanover Lodge Nursery in Regent's Park. And a Chelsea pensioner sampling the Christmas pudding mix being made for residents of the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. How fantastic. I love it. I hope your Christmas goes as well this year. I mean, it didn't go particularly well last year, did it really? Steve, Diana Rigg appeal. I see what you did there. Clever, says John. Yeah, yeah. See, you didn't get some of them. I didn't get some of them either this morning, but that was an easier one. I requested the Laughing Policeman on Uncle Mac's children's favourites on the light service when I was 5. So very thrilled when he played it for me, says Linda. Didn't they fire Uncle Mac? Uncle Mac was a children's presenter in the days when, you know, you had people, I mean, much later on, Ed Stewpot, who used to have it. And I think Uncle Mac, I seem to remember, I'm sure it was Uncle Mac, or was it somebody else? Did he get dropped because they forgot to take his microphone down? And he played a record and he said, that'll keep the little so-and-sos happy. I can't remember, wasn't him? Oh, he left because he died. Oh, how clever. That's a good one, isn't it? He left because but there was a children's presenter who did actually say he had to be fired because, you know, if you're a children's presenter, you just have to go along with it, no matter how balmy it seems, which is lovely. Beatrix Potter's career as an illustrator began with the beautifully designed Christmas cards. The creator of Peter Rabbit was 23 when she made the drawings. The curator, because they're going to be part of a Drawn to Nature exhibition at the V&A in February, and you can go along. You can go along. You can pay your money, book yourself in, and go and see some lovely, lovely drawings, which is fantastic. There is a university in the papers this morning. I've lost the story, actually. They're offering the world's first degree in what? Pantomime. Pantomime. You can get a degree in pantomime. I mean, well, perhaps they should give it to Anton Dubek for non-services to pantomime, poor soul. But they do offer it, and it's being backed by stars such as Christopher Biggins, because he must be sick to death of probably working with some very... It's a 1-year masters, and it's called Contemporary Pantomime Practice. It'll go from next year. Biggins says, when I was starting my pantomime career over 50 years ago, I could have gone along the route of getting an MA. Course leader Richard Cheshire, currently directing Snow White at Stafford's Gatehouse Theatre, said Panto is one of Britain's great contributions to world theatre. It is. And the funny thing is, nobody else understands it. So whenever they get people over from, you know, America or wherever it happens to be to do pantomime, they don't have pantomime like we do. So, sorry, so the principal boy is a girl, yeah, and the dame is a man. Okay, right. It'll be banned. I mean, very shortly it'll be banned, won't it? You could just tell. You could just tell that there's going to be something around the corner. I once switched on, says Patrick Anthony, the Biggleswade Christmas lights during my Anglia TV and Ready Steady Cook days. So big hello to my friend Phil Vickery. Patrick, thank you very much indeed. And I'm sure that Phil will get the message if he's listening. I can always tell if he listens because he'll send me a text. Normally very, very fast go, I'm here. So we have to check. But Patrick Anthony says a big hello and probably Merry Christmas as well.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Yes, you'll be delighted to know Patrick Anthony that Phil Vickery is listening this morning, and he reciprocates with you as well, which is rather nice. People in the food industry stay together, which is very interesting actually, because we do like the food industry. We like talking about food constantly, which I always find amazing actually. Dawn Neeson says if it's a Tuesday, it's another 22-hour working day. Seriously, I don't know where you get the energy from. Even I need to slow down occasionally. She said it starts with Steve Allen's show on LBC talking about food again and writing her Daily Star column. I don't know what you're going to put in the Daily Star column, actually. I don't know what you can put in at the moment, because even the producer says to me, he goes, do we have to do an awful lot on COVID? And I go, well, we've got to kind of bring people up to speed with it. But, you are right, actually. Some people are getting so bored with it. They go, oh, please don't do COVID again, Steve. Please don't do COVID. But we have to mention it. But love Patrick, says Phil Vickery. So very good morning to you both, and to you as well, young man. Hope you're well. Looking forward to festivities over Christmas. And Patrick's there. Patrick's been there for a while for us, actually. Jill over in Ireland says, I remember my grandparents used to put the Laughing Policeman on their beautiful wind-up gramophone. It was a lovely piece of polished furniture in the front room. It would have been around 1943. I was 3 years old. I had three favourite songs, Brown Boots and Mighty Like a Rose. I'm still playing 50s music 3 times a week on local radio. How lovely. That's nice. Garrett says, Steve, Joseph, my partner, says you're Lily Allen's dad. Well, that would be the miracle of all miracles. Don't know why. No, absolutely not. Alinka says the Aldi gin bottle that I mentioned earlier contains a small bulb, and with the press of a button on the base, it lights up. I, like you, Steve, love lights, especially at Christmas. All they need to do now is to make one play a tune. I agree. I mean, lights and little tiny lights on. I love anything like that. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just peculiar. Yes. Steve, that millipede is having its first outing for 350 million years. It's going out more than me, says John in Colchester. Well, they only found it when they knocked into this rock. They sort of split the rock, and there it was in the middle, which was good. Sel in Kent says, when I was young, Steve, my nan used to sing the Rupert the Bear song to me constantly. Used to wind me up sometimes. Rotten. I have a Rupert the Bear toy she bought me all those years ago. It's now headless. Oh dear. I liked Rupert the Bear. I thought Rupert was okay. I thought his outfits were a little bit naff. But he's not a Paddington, no. Well, then some people say that Winnie the Pooh is kind of, a rival to Paddington. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, I'm afraid. Yeah. No trousers. What, Winnie the Pooh? No, he doesn't wear trousers. No, exactly. Just walks around with everything on display. I mean, he should have been arrested by the police in Nutwood. 100 Acre Wood. And Nutwood. They lived in Nutwood. 100 Acre Wood in Nutwood. It's not Nutwood. Nutwood's their village, their manor, all hanging around together. Steve, do you remember at the seaside, the policeman in a glass case, and he would come alive and perform? Yes. Yes, I used to like all the automatons. I used to like the graveyard. You'd put a penny in, and it was a scene of a graveyard, and then all of a sudden a coffin would lift up and woo, like that, and then a gravestone would move across. And they used to have a policeman sitting at the entrance to the amusement arcades, sitting on a small buoy, which was something that would float in the sea, not a small boy, B-U-O-Y, as opposed to a boy. That would have been a court case. And he would sit there, and he'd rock backwards and forwards, go, oh, like that. We're like that. We're like that here some days. Not every day, but some days. Yeah, just before the show. Dave's in Hull. I went to Hull once. I think it was closed. Keith says, my wife Alison's been a spiker for years. Wish her a happy birthday from yourself. It would make her year. Obviously been a very dull year, Keith. So, Alison, happy birthday. The original Victorian pantomime scripts used to be performed, says Tanya, at the Players Theatre, under the arches at Charing Cross. Original costumes too. We cheered the goodies and booed the baddies. And no screaming children at the evening shows. Such joy. Yes, I know the Players Theatre very, very well indeed. Very, very well. Loved it to pieces. Going to Yale University was the key to my success, says Phil in Streatham, sorry. And Steve, going out in the forest today to get a Christmas tree in the snow. David, Rafe and Kea in the Czech Republic. Are you just going out to sort of chop something down? That reminds me of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. They drive out into the countryside and sort of chop this thing down. and then take it back. And I thought it was a very good film, actually. It was sort of everything that could go wrong at Christmas did go wrong at Christmas, including the fact when they brought the tree back, the one thing it had that they didn't know about was a squirrel, which sent the cat mad and everything else, and then the tree collapsed, and it's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love stuff like that. So you have fun out there, David, Rafe and Kea in the Czech Republic. I was trying to find, actually, I think there was a newspaper I didn't get this morning. In fact, unless I've just sort of missed it somewhere. Why don't I didn't get a Daily Star today. This is not on. How can I have not got a Daily Star? It just vanished. Did I pick up I can't remember I picked up a Daily Star and it's on the desk. That bloke on the breakfast programme would have pinched it, won't he? You can just tell. Nick Ferrari. Why don't they just use the term, says Scott, head pupil? Oh, that would be far too simple, would it not? Far too simple. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why they have to change things anyway. We're turning into a right bunch of mamby-pambies, which is a bit naff. Kim Marsh toiling away in the gym. There aren't any pictures. She's apparently doing some television programme, and because it's all celebrity based. But the trouble is, we don't have that many celebrities. It's the same people that are sort of turning up on every single programme now, and it's become a little bit boring. But of course, the highlight, if you missed it from the beginning of the show, was the fact that poor Gemma Collins, playing age 7, I should imagine, astounded Romesh Ranganathan, because he's now the host of The Weakest Link, and they put her on that must be her first gig in ages, but she didn't know what a twin bed was. She said, because I only stay in the penthouse. Living in cloud cuckoo land, isn't she, really? It's a little bit embarrassing. In a hotel, really? How many hotels do you know, darling, that have penthouses? They don't. They have suites, OK? And if they did have a penthouse, you certainly couldn't afford it. Certainly weigh out your thing. Fancy not knowing what a twin bed is. I mean, what do they do? Blow something up for you in the room? I mean, I just couldn't understand that anybody could be that dim. It really is. Oh, you found it? Oh, lovely. Look at you, clever clogs. Honestly. Can't get the nail varnish right, but can find a copy of the Daily Star. I want to know. What's Nick? Oh, we pinched it from Nick Ferrari. Oh, my God. We'll be in dreadful trouble. Dreadful trouble. I got sent a beautiful book by Helinka, which is The Sound of Music, the story from start to finish, and of the Von Trapp family singers. Merci. Which is lovely. I absolutely love it. Because I remember seeing Julie Andrews talking to Maria Von Trapp, who used to wear, traditional costume all the time. They don't call it costume. It's just, that's what they wear. Smashed it. Emma wins. Oh, you fool. This is Mondays. Why would I want I thought I'd read these stories before. Today's Tuesday. Oh, honestly, I give up, really. I was just going to say, oh, look, smashed it. Emma wins Sports Personality of the Year. And I thought, wait a minute, that was yesterday. Jingle Bell Shock. Hopeless, honestly. Who gave you this? Did you go and find it on a desk? Oh, dear, honestly. I think Henry's probably taken it home or sold it or something. Santa's biscuits are set to rise, was their main story on the Daily Star from yesterday. Because they've said, I don't know why biscuits are going up in price. Mind you, I think everything's going up in price. By the time we get back after Christmas and the festivities, and it's a long Christmas, because you get, if you're one of those lucky people, you get the Friday off, and you get the Saturday and the Sunday and the Monday and the Tuesday. Yeah, the Radio Times this year is £5. £6. The Christmas Radio Times, £5.99. Well, they always put up the Country Life. Country Life is the same price. I can't remember if The Lady puts up their price, because their Christmas edition is out as well for refined people, which is very nice indeed. Why is the Christmas Radio Times £5.99? It's a double, isn't it? Yeah. That seems a lot. I always get the Christmas edition of Country Life. So I like to see what houses I can't afford, and mainly most of them. There's some lovely houses. Honestly, sometimes you look at them and you think, it's so nice, why are you selling it? They look beautiful. Then I think, you're in the middle of the countryside. I don't think I want to live in the middle of the countryside. I find it a bit too frightening, especially at night time when it goes dark. Some friends of mine live in this house. It's beautiful, Pete and Dawn and Poppy, and it's but at night time there's no lights round there, because you go down a little country lane, you go under a railway bridge, and there is a manor house, and then next door, I think it used to be the stables, and it's been converted, beautifully beautifully done. It's really lovely, but it's a bit too remote for me. I'd be worried about that if somebody sort of drove down and then was sort of hiding, looking in the windows, because you have to have the curtains drawn all the time. I'd have to get one of those guard dogs. You know, one of those sort of dogs. Sort of like a Doberman. You can buy these dogs now that are trained to basically guard you. They call them dogs with a built-in toolkit. So it's great. I mean, a dog that can do screws and everything else, that's fantastic. Imagine, the car tyres need pumping up. Get the dog to do it. Built-in toolkit, you know what you're doing. And because I believe that Katie Price had one. It's a shame it wasn't there to stop her getting in the car and driving. I would have thought that would have been a much more preferable thing. The dog that can spot booze, which because she hasn't mentioned those for a little while, actually. But anyway, we're waiting to see. I was waiting the other day on Peter Andre saying something original, but unfortunately Peter Andre's never come up with anything original at all. It's become a little bit disappointing. As someone who loves the history of London, as a Crimbo present yourself, might suggest the full audiobook series of Bryant and May, crime novels by Christopher Fowler. Is that Bryant and May the Match People? Or is that something else? I don't really do crime novels. I've never been interested. You wouldn't find me at the front row of The Mousetrap, put it that way. I'm not really interested in those sort of things. Craig is in Barrow-in-Furness. I love this national thing. I think this is fantastic. We've got people all over the place. But he said, I had my booster jab yesterday. Good. Well, as long as you don't get any sort of after effects, which some people have had. I didn't get anything at all. You might be lucky. Kevin the Milkman says, I'm sure there's no truth in the rumour that the first thing the Millipedes said when released from the Rock was, is Steve Allen still on LBC? Right, your band. Believe it, honestly. What's going on? Regular listeners as well. I thought Nutwood was where Rupert lived. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Rupert lived in Nutwood. And the 100-acre forest was Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, all right, so I made a mistake. I can't remember everybody who lives in a place. Goodness sake, as a first-time Brit, I'm allowed to be wrong once in my career.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Can you explain to me a footballer who earns... Will you stop it? Phone's got a mind of its own, actually. I keep turning it on and off, and I don't know where the sound comes from, because if I turn the sound off, all of a sudden it sort of comes back. Steve, we love living in the middle of nowhere. Pitch black at night, but the wildlife is phenomenal. This is Mr. Neil. Owls, deer, pheasants, I love it. Yeah, in fact, my godchildren also live in a little village. And at night time, it's pitch black. There's no street lighting at all. You can see owls flying across. And they had, I think I told you, last Christmas, 50 deer went through their garden. And they're in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely in the middle of nowhere. So I know where you live. But it's lovely. Steve, why buy the new Radio Times? You could use last year's. It's all the same repeats. Well, it is actually, really. I mean, owls, deer and pheasant sounds a bit like the 18th century Christmas dinner, except reindeer tongue. So this is the great, oh my, this is interesting, great Christmas dinner expectations, £47 turtle, reindeer tongue and 470 mince pies. This is the 1790 festive lunch bill of fare from a pub popular with Charles Dickens, sells for £2,400 at auction. Because turtle was particularly popular for turtle soup. And if you went to a place that had it, it was considered the very height of sophistication. But when you look, they had everything on this thing here. Wait a minute, we got... Shut up! Thing on the side. Yeah, the thing on the side, yes. Right, okay, thank you. Really getting on my nerves. Really getting on my nerves. So here we go, mutton broth, 68 pots turtle, 68 turtles, British turtle, giblet soup, gravy soup, pea soup, soup and bouille, mutton broth, barley broth, 4 turbots, 7 cod, 2 brill, 7 pipers, 12 dories, 2 haddocks, should have been the top one, 14 rock fish, 18 carp, 16 perch, 2, this is all for one sit down. 12 plaice, 164 herrings, sprats, soles, 22 eels, salt, doe, venison, wait a minute, 10 haunches, 10 necks, 10 shoulders, 37 hares, 14 feafants, I think they mean pheasants, but they couldn't spell, 32 partridges, grouse, Wild ducks, 94. Wild geese, 32 teal, 27 widgeon. Do you think they mean pigeons? Don't know what they mean. 6 bald coots. How funny. Bald coots. 1 sea pheasant. I think they mean pheasant again. I don't think anything else. 3 mews, 4 moor hens, 2 water dabs, 2 curlews. God in heaven above. Now recite them all back again. Bitterns they had. What do they have for pudding? Did they not have a pudding? Here we go. Oh my goodness me! Look at this. I mean, it's just never ending. They've got 470 mince pies, 13 tarts, 218 jellies. I'd like that. Yeah, but it depends what sort of jellies they mean. I'm not sure if they mean fruit jellies. I don't think they had things like that. Pickled oysters, potted partridges, crabs. Get that cleared up. 24 lob fleurs. I think they mean lobsters. They just really couldn't speak properly, could they at all? 52 barrels, pie fleet and Colchester and pines. Milford and Tenby oysters. I feel sick already, actually, but that's what they were eating. That's what they were having back in the days. Makes our food look a bit meager, doesn't it? But I'm led to believe that some meals used to go on all day. I mean, why they... And yet, whenever I look at early pictures of sort of Dickensian times and things like that, nobody appears to be vastly overweight. The only people who was vastly overweight, or the only person, appeared to be an Oliver and Mr. Micawber, wasn't it? Who was sort of fairly rotund, but Mr. Bumble. But the other ones just appeared to be normal sizes. So if they were eating all this stuff, where was it going? I don't know. Steve, says Margaret, we have deer at the end of our close and we live by the A12. They roam all over Harold Hill. Love the show. Thank you. Have you seen that oh no, don't do this, Julie. I can't bear it. The remake of The Amazing Mr. Blunden is on Christmas Eve. I love the original, so I hope I'm not going to be disappointed. Yeah, I mean, oh dear. It's a difficult one, actually. It's a really... because I love the film so much, and you know I bought loads of copies and given it to people, because I always call it a Christmassy type film, but it's not really. It's only the beginning of it, where you see Mr. Blunden walking through the market, and I just think it's nice. We always do that end bit where he goes, goodbye, and he waves into the camera with his arms. Yeah, a bit like Anne Robinson, only sort of without that sort of frozen look, which she appears to have. Let it go, let it go. And there's the other one, Cheerio then. I just like the film. I can't explain to you how much I like a film, apart from the fact that you think, oh, it was so great. Steve, really enjoy your broadcasting style. I love that. Enjoyed Joe Allen's experience last Friday late afternoon. Thanks for your recommendation. Did you happen to be there with a small group? I didn't like to interrupt your privacy if you were, says Maurice in Belfast, who tells me it's in Northern Ireland. Bless your heart. No, I wasn't there Friday. Was I there Friday? I can't remember when I went to Joe Allen's. No, last Friday afternoon I was somewhere else. Steve, our village doesn't have street lights, but so long as you have a torch, you go out in the dark, it's okay. The nights will begin to get lighter now, says Sheila of Thaden Boys. Because that's what we used to do when we were young and we used to go out for a walk. Late at night, you would take a torch with you. You don't, obviously people still do it, actually. Joe says, Steve, I really fancied a mince pie last night with custard, but I mistakenly opened a tin of ambrosia creamed rice. Shame to waste it. It was lovely. I bought some custard yesterday. Iceland do a thing for £2 and you get 6 little pots of custard. So I bought them and I might... Ambrosia custard, yeah. Devon knows how they make it so tasty. And I remember thinking, well, I don't know what to have it with today. I had it with some fruit salad the other week. I might have it with a mince pie today. I might do. To be honest with you, I don't know. Or just eat it by itself. Who cares? Who cares? Yes, ice cubes. Ice cubes. Dawn Neeson says, and a happy Christmas to you and yours. Bless. I bet working... when do people stop working in journalism? There's no papers Christmas Day, I'm assuming, but there will be papers Boxing Day. Well, they've got to, really. They've got to. With all this nonsense going on, we need to do that. Apparently, Mark, my former producer, says, in Old English, the F-looking character is called a long S and pronounced like an S. So there you go. So it's a long S. So I would be... So it's the F-looking character. I'd be Fatigue, Alan, but it's really, that's S. So F is going to be the S. Oh, I don't know why I'm bothered, actually, seriously. I'm going round the bend. I love it, honestly. There's something nice about this programme, if only I knew what it was. Never mind cameras for Christmas Day, says my friend Ian. What about calls? He says, you know I'm jealous. Chris Lowry got to call in from Spain last year, and yet I had no segment live from Dallas. Always moaning, always moaning. And somebody else was saying, oh, yes, we've got Happy Christmas to you and yours. A lot of people talk about Mr. Blunden. And I just liked it as a film. It was good. My friend Warren says, calves liver, you're meant to serve it rare. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, it's got to be, unfortunately, very well cooked. I'm just thinking of calves liver and onions, mashed potato. Don't know why, all a bit weird. Beautiful. I love it. Absolutely love it. Especially if it's got gravy with it as well. It is particularly nice with gravy. Diana Dawes in The Amazing Mr. Blunden, says Mr. Neil. She was very good, actually. She was very good. Even when she put on loads of weight, she just embraced it. And in Mr. Blunden, she's an evil old bag. But at the very end of the film, they all do the same as they did on The Railway Children, made by the same team. So they all go, goodbye. And she does a little wink to the camera to prove that, she's actually a really nice person. Unfortunately, she was horrible to the children. I've got a great story about a footballer who landed a 6-month driving ban for offences and has asked for time to pay. Asked for time to pay. You're taking aren't you? I should imagine. Another chance to win our amazing Christmas package after the news. Oh, dribbled. Because I'm so sorry. And very excited. Because it finishes at 9 o'clock today. So you've only got a few hours to get your entries in to win my super-duper prize package.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 7. God, it's freezing, isn't it? It's going to get colder, I think, over the festive season. So everything's cancelled, apart from shopping, and they're desperate for you to go shopping. I'm not even sure how the pubs are doing. I'm really not sure, actually, whether the pubs are still sort of getting people in there or people being a little bit careful and not going out. Yeah, I mean, over the last week, 140,000 people in London alone went down with COVID. The majority in hospital, believe it or not, surprise, surprise, have not been vaccinated. It's just, you feel like saying to them, we did tell you. But, if you're too stupid to realise. But dreaming of a white Christmas, forecasters say snow is still possible if the Arctic air wins the battle over the warm front, promising a milder December the 25th. I only remember, I think in my lifetime so far, 3 occasions where it snowed on Christmas Day. I can remember looking out the window, I think on Christmas Eve, and it started snowing. I remember going, it's snowing. It's snowing. I got quite excited. Penny dropped. Anyway, your last chance to win an amazing prize package for our Make Some Noise charity here at LBC. Global have got a charity and it helps people who are less fortunate. And at this time of year, a lot of people need our help. And with your help, we can help them. And so we offer you an incentive, everything you need for the ultimate Christmas. All of these items, which I'm going to read out for you now, and I know you've heard it before, but there might be somebody new listening in going, what, you get all of these? Every single one of these items is included in your prize package. One prize package, one person wins the ultimate Christmas treat. An Apple iPhone 13, a 50-inch Samsung Ultra HD television and soundbar, a Nintendo Switch thanks to Game, a waterproof Amazon Kindle, a smart speaker, an Nespresso coffee machine, a Jo Malone large scented candle, £250 to spend at Waitrose, and a collection of kids' toys which include a micro scooter, 2 Lego kits and a kid's smart speaker. For your chance to win, all you have to do is text Xmas, XMAS. That's all it takes, and you send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You don't even see it going. It's that easy. We spirited it away, and it goes to a very, very good cause. You've got until 9 o'clock this morning to enter. Keep the phone handy because it could be you that gets the phone call. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. Rules are at makesomenoise.com. So text Xmas, XMAS, and send it to 84850. And good luck. But you've only got until 9 o'clock this morning, because at 9 o'clock this morning you go click and switches off. And I'd like to raise as much money as possible. And in advance, thank you very much indeed. And I hope it's you, yes, you, listening. Manchester United star Aaron Wan-Bissaka, I think that's it, but I don't know. I really don't. I don't know anything about footballers. Has landed a 6-month driving ban for offences in his, wait for this one, I mean, this really annoys me, his £200,000 Lamborghini. Okay, that's okay. I don't have a problem with footballers. I realise that they're basically a bit dim and stupid, but they earn a hell of a lot of money. He's on £100,000 a week. That's what he earns. Oh, how times are so hard for poor little Aaron. Anyway, he was also fined more than £30,000. His solicitor has asked for 28 days to pay. 28 days. He earns £100,000 a week. The defender discovered he was in trouble when police stopped him in his Lamborghini Urus on the A3 near his home in Cheshire. His lawyer said he didn't know he'd been banned from driving by Leeds magistrate 5 days earlier. Oh, well, how dim are you? How dim are you? I just forgot all about the ban. Oh, look at that, honestly, you thicko. Sean Draycott, defending, said the former Crystal Palace player was not told of 6 or 7 speeding letters sent to his London home. He'd obviously missed them. Perhaps he thought they were sort of circulars or something like that. He thought his agent had visited the property to sort out his affairs, but it was being done up ahead of being let. He really's not the brightest penny in the box, is he? He felt matters had been put in hand, and plainly they'd not, and he must now pay the price. He accepted that the £55 million star, who had 6 points on his licence when caught speeding, had not told the DVLA about his change of address. Because it's illegal. You have to tell people. Sentencing him, the judge, Bernard Begley, accepted that Aaron didn't know he was disqualified when he was pulled over. Whether it was wise of you in the circumstances to delegate the tasks in relation to moving is a matter you'll have to reflect upon. So he was fined £30,000 for driving whilst disqualified. He must also pay £1,500 for failing to give information on the speeding matters, £190 victim surcharge fee, and £160 in court costs. He was not fined for driving without insurance. No insurance either. Blimey, £100,000 a week. You are Dimbo, aren't you? You really are. Mind you, Ant McPartlin got fined £86,000 for his drink driving. I still don't understand. He was done for drink driving, £86,000. Katie Price was done for drink driving, wasn't fined £86,000, mainly because it's based on your earnings, so presumably she doesn't earn anything. She's a bankrupt. Well, she's having cosmetic surgery and she's going off to have her boobs reinflated again, isn't she, or something like that? If you can reinflate them. I know they could do the same with her brain. That'd be quite nice, isn't it? Apparently, Jane in West Yorkshire says there's a white deer at the back of our house. Is it actually is it a proper albino white deer? I don't see those very often, do you? Andrew in Wimbledon says the F's in that Dickensian menu you were reading were pronounced S. That lasted until at least the late 18th century. And Andy in Birdwell says, are you on commission from Iceland? I've just bought their frozen mashed potato, and now I've got to go back for pots of custard. Well, if you're online, you get vegetables for a penny. For a penny? Seriously. I bought in, the other day, what did I buy in today? Actually, today the food I bought for the little boys and girls in the newsroom who need them fattening up, they've got little Mr. Kipling cakes. Do you think there ever was a Mr. Kipling? Do you think Mr. Kipling ever existed? I don't think he did either. What do you mean about Aunt Bessie? You don't think... Is she not real? Aunt Bessie? I'm going to be sick. Are you serious? How is this possible? Aunt Bessie, you'd be telling me next Colonel Sanders never existed, and Bernard Matthews, and all these other people, and the man from Remington Shavers. Oh, don't say this to me. I couldn't bear it if Aunt Bessie wasn't real, because, I mean, she's got the best kitchen going. I mean, she's not real. Oh, dear me. That's very worrying. Mind you, Marks and Spencer's chicken isn't real either. The place where it comes from, Oakham, doesn't exist. They just made up the name Oakham Chicken, so people go, oh, it's Oakham Chicken, but there is no place. which is good. Mr. Kipling not real either. Oh, I'm so sorry, children. We're obviously ruining Christmas. It was created in the 60s. It's a good idea, though, isn't it? By Rank Hovis McDougall. So I happen to know who they are. So they invented Mr. Kipling. Isn't it funny? I wonder why they thought of that. Because I've seen him on the... I haven't seen him on the... I've heard him, you know, and I make these lovely cakes and all the rest of it, exceedingly good cakes. And you think, I want him to exist. I don't want him not to exist. Fake news again. Fake news. Oh, cake news. Steve says, Tracy, I've only started listening to you this last year. Happy Christmas from Maidstone. And Lorraine says, have you decided where you're eating Christmas dinner this year, brother or godchildren? I don't think I'm going to be doing either. I've got this feeling, because I want to be safe, and I'm going to take advice on it from everybody else. You know, if I think I can get away with it, but I think on Christmas Day, it'll be about 8 or 9 of us, and I think there's an equal amount on Boxing Day. So I'm really in two minds over it. I mean, last year we didn't have Christmas. I mean, it's not that I don't see them. I do go down and see them. It's just I'm not sure at the moment because this thing's spreading so quickly, and it seems to be particularly a virulent strain of it. That if we had 140,000 people last week in London going down with it, I want to make sure that I don't go down with it. You know, so I don't know. I shall ponder. I shall ponder. It's the only, I can't think of it any other way, actually, because it's just a bit difficult. I mean, is J.R. Hartley real? You know, the man who wrote the book on the fishing. Is it? Oh, don't start that one. Is that bad news bad news, Mr. Neil, on J.R. Hartley? Is Mr. Neil real? Is Steve Allen real, or is he a figment of your imagination? Cliff and Linda say we're going to see Moulin Rouge next week. I hope so. Hope so. And then on to Joe Allen's. Any favourite meal recommendations? All of it's good. All of it's good. Go easy on the booze. Go easy on the booze. Pubs are not doing very well, Steve. I've got a pub in Somerset and there's a noticeable difference in customers. We've closed until the new year, but are reconsidering opening to serve wine and cheese in the garden to see if we can encourage some MPs. What a brilliant idea. Yes, I mean, any time you break open a bottle of wine and some cheese, you can guarantee they'll have a meeting in your garden.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know glaciers are melting fastest in the Himalayas and 10 times quicker than feared? Isn't that amazing? I quite like glaciers. I quite like... What? I've seen cruise ships going there where the glaciers sort of just break off. Yes, but what they do is they actually do this photography where they speed it up so you can see the glacier moving, because it does move and it takes with it the rocks and all the rest of it. I told you there's this place in France where they've got a glacier and there's a tunnel that leads down and they spray water into it so you can go and stand under the glacier, and then they stop doing that, then they close the door. The next day they go back, open the door, and the glacier is moved on, and so it's all ice again. It's terribly clever. I don't know where they come from, actually. No idea. Pauline says, I've retired from SRB, but still waking up early to listen to you, now with a cup of tea in hand instead of a steering wheel. It's a good idea. I shall ponder on your thoughts. I shall ponder on them. It's a good idea, I think. And Steve, I've just bought some counterfeit Mr. Kipling cakes. I must say they're exceedingly good fakes. Right, you're barred. I'll tell you, we're getting rid of more people this morning quite quickly. Don't normally get rid of people this fast on the programme. Steve, I worked in D.H. Evans a few years ago. I ran to catch the lift but was stopped by a couple of minders. Diana Dawes was in the lift about to launch a new book. First time I was ever starstruck. She was absolutely stunning, says Karen. And gave me a little wink, and then just beautiful and definitely a skinny bird. Yes. I loved her. She was great. She came with history. She came with history. I saw her in her hospital bed when she was dying. And the only reason I saw her is because she was in the Charing Cross Hospital, which surprisingly is not in Charing Cross, but in Hammersmith. And the top floor, which I think was the 13th floor, was the private ward. And a friend of mine was in there because she had Bupa. And she was asleep. So I walked around. You could walk around the top floor on the outside. There was like a balcony kind of thing. And as I looked in, I remember thinking, oh my God, it's Diana Dawes in bed. They had, yes, Diana Dawes in bed. And they had the curtains drawn from the window, so I could see her quite clearly. Of course, I never thought about the idea of it, but I always tell people that that's what happened years and years ago. Stuart in Brighton says, is Joe Allen's a pub or a restaurant? Certainly not a pub. They have a bar, but it's a restaurant. Very famous. Oakham is real, says Sarah. I live here, but they use the name. The chickens are from everywhere. Yeah, they're certainly not from Oakham. They're certainly not from Oakham, because I thought that was a bit of a swizz. Well, at least Steve says Paul in East London, Colonel Sanders was real. He died in 1980. Yes, you know, he sold the franchise. He sold the franchise, and he hated what KFC became. He sold it, I think, for something like $2 million. Whatever it was a very cheap franchise, very cheap, and they've gone on to sort of do it. But he didn't like the way it had turned out. But he really existed. Really existed. Chris in Stubbington says, I'm watching Fanny Craddock on YouTube making Christmas omelettes and I feel quite sick. Steve, there is a place called Oakham. Yeah, it's not where the chickens come from, though. They've made that bit up. That's just fantasy. So it's a real place, but the chickens do not come from there. What about Captain Birdseye, says Lorraine. I have a sneaking feeling he might not exist either. Captain Birdseye. Quite interesting, quite interesting. What else we got? The glaciers. Do people still play computer games? Are they still popular? They're still popular now, are they? I always think it takes away the fun of sort of things, but the computer game industry... I remember years ago they would go on about the computer game industry, and you've got to have this Nintendo, this Wii, and this kind of stuff. Makes more than the music industry in the UK. Does it really? Does it really? Well, you live and learn. I never got into computer games. Oh, it's because I'm an adult. Oh, is it not for adults? Oh, right. I wouldn't guarantee I was an adult, but I mean, it's very nice of you to say so. The white deer, apparently, is called a white hart. They're rare, but we do see them occasionally in Hertfordshire, says Janet. And Paul says, I love glaciers too. Prefer the mint to the fruit version. Oh, you're barred as well. I like all the things that people have come out and talked about. Carlos Marin, who was the Il Divo singer who died from COVID, aged only 53 the other day. Simon Cowell, because he was the man who put them together. And they had 3 very, very successful albums. And he was reportedly vaccinated, but he died in the Manchester Royal Infirmary after the Il Divo postponed their UK tour. They had to, because it was just the way it was going. Then they put him into this induced coma, and it was that he never came out of, which is not very good. How about this one? How about this one? He says, chucking it into the mix. This will get somebody going. A Sky salesman sacked for suggesting that girls who wear short skirts are to blame if they get attacked has just won an unfair dismissal claim and £51,000. Raja Minhas was fired for gross misconduct after making the remark to a female colleague, sparking a row between them. He commented when 2 teens in short skirts walked past his stand in Blackburn in Lancashire. A judge ruled Mr. Minhas expressed remorse and made his comments in a private conversation, not at the 2 girls. So the tribunal awarded him £51,000 in damages. Just like America. It's just like America. I remember years ago, but people were entered into litigation at the drop of a hat, and they said it'll arrive in England very shortly. I went, no, it won't. Blow me down. It has. It has. Can't say anything to anybody nowadays. Top fruit, strawberries, overtaking bananas for the very first time. See, I thought bananas were eaten by sports people because they've got potassium in, and they're supposed to be very good for you. Strawberries. £614 million worth was sold the other year. £614 million. Grapes went to number 2. Bananas have dropped to 4th position because underneath grapes are apples. See, I like an apple occasionally. I know most people think they're very boring, but I quite like them. Pink Lady's very nice. I like a crunchy apple. And blueberries, very popular. Clementines, very popular. Raspberries, oranges, lemons and pears. Not as many pears were sold. £102.5 million worth of pears. I like pears, conference or otherwise. But no, my mother used to do them as a dessert. She would do poached pears. They used to be poached in red wine. And I remember thinking, I used to think it was quite an exotic dish to have, actually. A 999 caller used the emergency phone line to wait for the... You know, you've had stupid people in the past. We found the ultimate stupid person today. So a 999 caller used the emergency phone line to report her boyfriend for refusing to kiss her. I mean, we've had some thick people in the past where they've gone, hello, is that 999? I've got an emergency. My Chinese takeaway's not arrived. You know, but refusing to kiss her. Her complaint, branded unreasonable, featured a list of time-wasting calls to police. Other nuisance callers wanted to find out train times, report having no water, and to get a phone number for a dentist. They were highlighted by the Lincolnshire force as it heads into one of the busiest times of the year. Control room head Mike Modder-Fitch said, if one of your drunk mates thinks it's okay to call 999, I'd ask you stop them from wasting hours and their time. I don't know whether there's a law against it. They did find some bloke. He'd been phoning up, complaining bitterly about everything, but they luckily found him because he was connected, inadvertently, to a CCTV system, and they got him. And they put him in court because he was a bit dim. I do feel sorry for the George Michael story. It took 5 years for him to get a gravestone, and his sister died and all sorts of other things. There was a plan for a Bohemian Rhapsody cash cow movie, which has gone on hold. The family are in turmoil, they say, over his £97 million fortune. He'd be horrified that things were sort of going so slowly. $300,000 earned every year by his estate from sales and plays of Last Christmas. He sold 120 million singles and albums, and he's got 5 Brit Awards from 24 nominations. I hope they sort it out. I don't like to see people fighting, you know, over things like that. But that's the way it goes. Listen, thank you very much indeed for your company.